Okay, we are live this morning. I will be taking a look at Bitcoin, GameStop, OCGN, and a
What
few other.
time does pre-market open? I'm never up this early.
9 o'clock.
Right now, 1 minute. Probably like 30 seconds from now.
So I was thinking this weekend, do you remember our friend Michael? Do you think he had insider information based on what he told us about not getting hurt? Do you remember what day that was? I'd like to go back and listen to it again, out of curiosity.
I don't remember the exact day off the top of my head. Maybe Thursday or Friday.
Like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I can go back and check. The easiest way is to check the YouTube chat at the same time when they were spamming it.
Oh, good call. I'll go back and do that.
I mean, there's bears in every market. Like, there's this guy Peter Schiff. Even when Bitcoin dropped down to $2,000 before, he's been calling it a bubble. So every day, Peter Schiff and people like him, Michael, they'll call the stock market a bubble, and they try to predict the crash so that they will look like a hero. But then when it doesn't crash until like the 1,000th prediction, it doesn't really make sense.
I know. I just want to go back and listen to it and see if there was anything like very specific, since we already had the opinion he was working with a hedge fund. Which one? Where's GameStop sitting at? We need to invest in electric tractors and try to find one for my dad. Well, his was gelling up so much. He's usually done with chores by like 9 a.m. And he didn't get done with them yesterday until like almost 3:30, and then had to start all over again at 4.
Yeah, I like the idea of the electric tractor, especially if you live somewhere like California or with a lot of sunlight. Then it's ideal.
Well, you wouldn't run into the issues with them gelling up when it gets so freaking cold.
When it was cold before, people would have to use horses to move logs, but with the electric tractor, I still think You have to keep the battery warm where it won't work.
Nah, mine car started up right away, no issues.
Do you keep your car in a garage?
Nope.
Really? So in America, like, people have problems with the electric cars like Tesla when the battery gets cold.
Well, you just keep it plugged in, and then your battery management system keeps it regulated, so you don't have that issue.
Okay, but that's draining a lot of electricity, keeping it plugged in to keep it hot. So you are keeping your battery warm in a sense. You're not just letting it sit out in the cold.
Not necessarily. I mean, it still starts really cold. It doesn't take a bunch of energy to manage it, and honestly, it manages it more from getting overheated than it does from cold. But the same philosophy would be with tractors. I'll look and see on because I have ChargePoint as my charger at home. I'll see how much it actually pulls since it's been sitting for a couple days and I haven't touched it.
The thing with the electric tractor is that it'll be able to pull very fast and take off faster than diesel tractors.
Yeah.
For the electric tractor, you don't have to do an oil change either, so you don't have to take it apart.
No, and I wonder how much you'd save on repairs just because you'd have less components.
You know, my only question with electric tractors is how efficient the battery would be, because you know, like with a diesel tractor, you can just go fill it up and keep going. So I'd be more concerned with the endurance on them.
I mean, so electricity, especially like in cars, you're more efficient at slower speeds than at higher speeds, like with internal combustion engines and diesels. So I wonder if it would even be more of a benefit because if you're going down a slight incline, especially if you have a load, you'd be regenerating instead of using the power.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm following this guy on Twitter, and he said he bought Torchlight at $3.89.
What is it at now?
$4.25.
And rising
shares at
quickly.
$3.70.
That's the one I bought for $1.60, and then I sold it at $2.80. And I told you they might have that possible merger, right? And that might get some traction. Now it's up to $4.30.
That's more than its 52-week high.
And the MCAD's wide open. MACD. What am I talking about?
I've been following this guy for a while. He said it may go to $6. That's when he wants to sell. He's not the kind of guy to pump and dump, but I'd be very cautious on a stock like Torchlight going to $6. It's very risky at this point. It's at an all-time high for 5 years, and just in the past month, already 235%. You think Torchlight's gonna fly? All right, I might grab some.
One thing that's been going up steadily over the last few weeks is microvision.
Oh yeah, Microvision was climbing pretty well by itself. And OCGN, I bought some shares of that the other day for under $10, and it's already back up to 11.6. Hey, Pay. Okay, you want to talk to the YouTube? You want to tell them that big news about Neo, or should we wait until it's in American news? Yeah.
I'm buying
All right.
SHIP right now, Sea Energy, because that's also been going up steadily.
All right, so you guys want to watch out Neo in the American news coming this week.
I need a generator stock to get into. And also a generator if anyone wants to send me one.
So I started another account like last week, $300, and the account's already at $830.
What?
Trying to see what. Oh, OCGN went up a lot. That's why. Well, it's like a 20% gain today.
What is sitting at now? I have some in that.
I don't have any free cash to get into Torchlight though.
OCGN is at $11.65 right now. That
Yellow GME.
that Chinese stock that I told y'all about last week, Lukong, it went up so far $1 and some change since last week. So it's still going.
That Raven coin popped off pretty well. I got some at 2 cents and now it's 8 cents.
Also, Tops ships went up one whole dollar over the weekend. I know that you guys feel that way about it, but it went up a whole dollar over the weekend.
Watch for the reverse split.
How high do you think they're going to take it before they do that?
No idea.
OSTK up $3 in pre-market.
Were you guys on the other day when Bitcoin, somebody sold a few $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, and then the price stabilized almost instantly, like somebody already had the buy orders in?
Missed that. Bitcoin hit 50,000 though. I saw that.
That was Marduk. He bought 1.5 billion.
Baller.
Alright, people are asking me about Neo. Basically they have a contract with the Chinese government to build a giant industrial park, and this even solidifies the relationship between NEO and the Chinese government. So it's going to help them receive funding if there ever is any trouble. And it's really just going to help their stock stabilize and grow. So if you want to look at NEO, I suggest you look at NEO if you want a stock you want to put your money in, and then forget about it for a year or two. And just come back and check if you want to not pay high capital gains tax. What do any of you guys invest in any EV stocks right now on the YouTube or in the Discord?
I mean, I got some lit.
I have a lot in the charging infrastructure.
Yeah, charging, if they could optimize that, it would be really great. There's not too many places you can charge your car.
Morning,
There's
everybody.
probably more than you think there is, because chargers aren't like at a typical gas station. They're at places where you're gonna go and like park and shop or park and go into work.
Kat, are you buying into SNPR, the Volta merge?
Yeah, I already have some.
Also, I said Tesla bought 1.5 billion. I didn't buy. I didn't buy 1.5 billion in Bitcoin.
No, Tesla didn't buy that this week though. They bought it last month in
They bought it
January.
this week. It just said they bought it in general.
I know, but so basically here's what's happening. You have the Winklevosses, they own Gemini. They're trying to get as many corporation CEOs to get on board with putting assets into Bitcoin, which raises all kinds of new accounting questions like is it going to drop or go up? But basically, I think some people are selling while they're pumping this, while they're trying to get CEOs to buy it. The price of Bitcoin is really high.
Well, I'm just wondering what the hell's going to end up with, like, with the stock market if crypto becomes like mainstream.
Elon bought
Securitized tokens T0.
yeah. Elon bought his Bitcoin for Tesla for only $35,000 each, and the price is already up to $50,000. And this is when they're pushing for people to buy. They're pushing for the banks to buy and hold assets, and it's just really high. I mean, it's at 49,000 now. Somebody could probably get in at this point and then hold it for a few years if they want to get in. But the time to get into Bitcoin was earlier last year when the Bitcoin price was only 3,000. That would have been ideal. Next time you see a giant Bitcoin dip, you want to grab it. If I see Bitcoin dip down to 20,000, I'm going to buy some more.
That's pretty
definitely.
ambitious to see dip almost more than half. That would, if anything, cause a huge scare.
I just keep on throwing my little Doge profits into Bitcoin, and it's been making a little bit of money.
Doge profits? You have profits in Doge right now?
Yeah, man. I got in at 3 cents.
So the story with Doge, basically some individuals own too much Dogecoin, and Elon doesn't want to invest in it unless they sell. I'm gonna be honest. If I'm holding $3 billion worth of Dogecoin, I'm just gonna keep holding it. I don't care what anybody posts on Twitter. I will just keep holding.
He said he would pay them cash. I would reach out to him and be like, "Hey, bro."
Okay, wait. Elon doesn't have enough cash to pay them $3 billion, though. You realize somebody owns more money in Dogecoin right now than Elon Musk has in his bank account.
One specific person?
Yep, one specific person has it in their wallet.
He needs to hold it for us to like keep our value, you know? Because once he trashes it, or even like, you know, it's gonna like drop our values pretty bad.
I told him
It
I
was
want to have
probably
a Tesla
someone
for it. He told me
who
no.
bought it for $100 and it turned into $3 billion.
Yeah, I've been watching that one. That's pretty good.
So imagine if you got Bitcoin, Dogecoin at 0.000000001. Like, you'd be so wealthy right now. I would sell it if I bought it that low. Even $10 would turn you into a millionaire.
It wasn't even on like any like major platforms, right? You had to get it on like some like GitHub site or some shit.
Someone
I need
probably,
to go hop in my trusty time capsule.
the person who holds $3 billion probably put in $1,000 a couple years ago and completely forgot about it and hasn't even checked the account.
Speaking of losing money, 18% of Bitcoin is reported to be lost as well.
Yeah, in old phones and wallets. Oh well.
Part of that might be mine.
Just knowing that some poor person mined all that Bitcoin for nothing.
I don't know. My friends told me to buy Bitcoin earlier this year, but I was trading other stocks and I made more value because Bitcoin didn't rise as much percentage as a lot of the stocks, especially for short term. Ugh.
I was stupid not to buy it when they announced it on CSI in 2013.
Well, there's hundreds of stocks that outperform Bitcoin by percentage every year. Even some places, the real estate market outperforms the Bitcoin.
That's generally what you should do though.
And to be honest, I'm afraid to hold Bitcoin as an asset for a long time. I'd rather just do short-term stock trading.
Bitcoin is weird because it's so like widely accepted in like the foreign markets. Like so it's like a huge thing overseas as well, especially in Japan. So it's not like it has so many other um like economies like that are banking on the survival of bitcoins. I don't think it would ever drop like dramatically. And then if so, then like other countries is going to suffer major losses, you know.
Well, but you might have the same thing that happened when it hit like 18,000 back in 2018 and then it dropped and then it came back up again and everyone else was interested.
Yeah, I think it's become one of those things where it's too big to fail, you know.
People said the housing market was too big to fail, though, as well.
Yeah, that might become up again though. I don't know. I feel like that's like a lot of like. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I'm not gonna lie. If they had Discord back then, the housing economy would have fell even faster with people like Michael Burry spreading the news about the shorting of your insurance policy on homes derivatives. Those derivatives were trash.
If they had Discord back then, they would have artificially never allowed it to fall.
They couldn't. I'm talking about those derivatives were way more expensive than like the GameStop.
Anybody following VECO, VECO?
And the reason it fell is because it's direct insurance policy with the bank. Like I would walk into Chase Bank and be like, "Hey, I have this derivative. I want to buy insurance on this derivative in case it crashes." They're like, "Sure, we'll give you $10 million of insurance for $100,000 monthly payments," and then you pay that $100,000 monthly payments to that bank, and then when it fucking crashes, they have to pay you $10 million, and they did that for tons of them. That's why they went bankrupt. But Obama helped bail them out.
That was AIG, wasn't it?
AIG was an insurance company, yes, but people were doing that inside Goldman Sachs. They were doing it inside Chase Bank. Chase Bank almost went bankrupt too. Yep. And then eventually these banks finally caught on. They're like, why are all these people taking out this insurance policy? What's happening? And then when they dug into derivatives and found out that it was a giant scam, they stopped issuing the insurance policy, and then they tried to delay payment until they went bankrupt. I think it took Michael Burry over 1 year to get his payment after the government bailed him out.
Wasn't that when the U.S. Treasury, I can't remember his name, tried to avoid bailing out the banks and then had no choice?
What do you mean had no choice? They have a choice. They could have. Alright, they could have just not bailed those guys out. They could have protected the customers, closed them down, and then opened room for another bank to grow. It's not true capitalism if you have presidents bailing out giant corporations without them paying any money back.
I know. I was looking over who paid it back and who didn't, and all the never paid anything back, but the smaller companies did, and it was kind of stupid.
So from my understanding, like Bank of America, they were doing fine. They had enough cash, but President Obama forced them to take a loan to increase their cash reserve. But Bank of America paid that loan back really fast because they didn't want to take the loan in the first place.
I think they forced Bank of America to take out the loan because they made them put capital into the Goldman Sachs and to try to save them, which is why I hate push to talk. Which is why the U.S. Treasurer had to come in and step in because they essentially forced all of the private banks to take care of it themselves, and then it failed miserably.
I'll have to look for it, but I found a documentary on YouTube the other day about that whole situation in 2008 and all that, the housing market crisis and all that stuff. If I can find it, I'll put it in one of the chats.
Boy, IDEX is going back up towards almost $5. Inspire NSPR is already up 11% today, almost 12%, and OCGN is the same way. I still holding OCGN NSPR. I'm thinking about putting Bumble in an account to hold for 1 year. Don't pay taxes on that for a year.
Do you
Yeah,
think
Bumble.
Bumble is going to be a bubble, though?
Why?
I think it's gonna be steady. It looks pretty good.
They make revenue though. All dating apps like Tinder makes a lot of revenue as well. That's why Match bought them. Match has been buying all these dating platforms and apps because they generate a ton of revenue and they're really cheap. Like you just pay for a server. It's not that expensive to pay for a server to host these dating apps once they're built. And then you pay for some engineers to keep them updated in case there's security frauds. Imagine if Bumble took Bitcoin. That would be cool. But a lot of people, they don't want to pay with their Bitcoin. Like my wallets, I never pay Bitcoin for anything. I'm just holding all my cryptos.
I'm a little scared on how the whole wallet thing works because I haven't messed with it enough. And if you do it wrong, it's lost.
What do you mean it's lost?
Oof! Look at all those market sell-offs.
If you transfer it and you have a wrong number in your key, it's just gone.
Oh boy, look at that Bitcoin buys. Oh, look at all the buys on Bitcoin. Holy fuck, I don't see any sells. It's climbing. There goes some. Bitcoin just went up an easy $200 profit.
Yeah, market open.
Oh, look at Bumble.
Do you think Bitcoin's going to break 50,000 today?
Yeah, and as Bitcoin goes up, just watch Ethereum and every other coin, they'll get drug up with it.
I messed up the other weekend when Elon Musk bought his Dogecoin after I sold mine. I bought some more to resell it, but I never sold it, and then it dropped, so I just had to hold all that Dogecoin on one of the accounts. Lots of orders on Bitcoin right now. I think it'll go over 50,000 again today. I know
Do you think it'll stay there?
I don't think it will stay at 50,000. Too many people want to sell. There's too many good opportunities in the market today. You have all the earnings calls coming up. People want to get out, buy other stuff, so they'll sell their Bitcoin. They'll buy it back later. Even if Bitcoin goes to 50,000 and they buy it back later, they're still making money because some of the stocks and stuff they're buying are doubling.
That's fucked up.
That is fucked
That
up,
is. I just
dude.
got.
What
I
the
just got
fuck?
excited.
I was like rushing to see.
Too early for that.
Gotta watch that tame.
OCGN's doing nicely though.
I think we're all happy to see OCGN do well.
Someone asked why Dogecoin is dying. I mentioned earlier, Dogecoin is fun to day trade, but at the end of the day, there's infinite supply of Dogecoin, so you have to be careful. If Dogecoin wasn't infinite supply, it would already be over 10 cents. I promise.
A lot of people have the opinion it'll never get to 10 cents, so they just want to sell what they can on these profits. But I'm going to hold what I have, give it a lot of time, it'll go.
That guy that said buy Torchlight, I'm a little bit skeptical. The price is already down to like $4.10. I feel like somebody pumped it. Market open on the 12th. It was only 236. I guess when they saw that dip, they bought it. It went up back up to 282. That's the market I sold it for. 3 p.m. on 12th, and now today it's up $2 pre-market. It's up 176% pre-market.
Yeah, because people aren't sleeping on it.
You can't cap Dogecoin pool, Marcus. They already programmed it to be infinite. That's why it's a joke. They made it as a joke. Imagine you build a cryptocurrency, but you never hold any, and then the price goes up to like 5 cents per. Literally, the creators could be billionaires if they would have held some and sold it.
Africa is getting some nice gains this morning as they talk more about the merger.
Let's take a look at Tilray. Tilray's up 10% today, back at $32. I don't know. I don't know if OCGN will go much past, unless there's any news that comes out. Yesterday, the Motley Fool wrote an article about OCGN, asking if it's a buy after doubling last week. Man, if they have any FDA news though, the price is going to go back up to like $18 to $20. Thank you, YouTube, for watching the stream. Hope you guys are making some good plays today. I don't give financial advice. This is just friendly conversation. Hey, Ernie. Alright, so if somebody wants to join the Discord, I will send you verification. And, man, oxygen 14%. I don't know. I'm thinking about taking my gains and then buying it again on the dip. Honestly. I did acknowledge that's when I'm holding until it goes up really high.
Mosaic's still doing pretty good.
I'm not going to put any faith into Bumble long term because their whole gimmick is dating app, but the woman has to text first. A lot of people are going to like that. A lot of SJW people are going to have arguments about it. I don't know.
I'm going to have to check out their pricing and see how they're making their revenue before I make that decision. And I'm going to make an account.
You gonna post it for us to see?
What? I mean,
Are you going?
I can post my account on YouTube, but I can't show like the women's dating profiles because that's private. When you agree to the terms and service, that's private. You're not allowed to share it. You agree to not share their information.
Right,
Their pictures.
I know. I was just making a joke because you're gonna be like, oh, I like long walks on the beach.
No, you guys can help me write it. We can write it in Discord general chat, and I'll put all the information on there. My hands are cold and hard because they're made out of diamonds. Not many women like me because
Edward, 'cause
not
you got skin like diamonds.
yeah. Not many women like me because I'm only 5'1". Some would compare me to Leonard from The Big Bang Theory, but I'm not that intelligent.
Nice.
I'm
And with
joking.
diamond hands.
If anybody's used Bumble and you can tell us about the payments, like if there's anything you pay for, that'd be cool. Otherwise, I'm just gonna check their site out and read it. I know Tinder you can pay for a lot of things.
They have ads and stuff as well when you like start swiping, but you pay for like spotlights and shit.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I bet guys will pay for Spotlight.
Yeah, so also when you match with someone and the female doesn't like respond or after like a certain amount of days, you can pay to have it extended with their like premium service and shit.
If guys are willing to buy money on video games, I'm pretty sure they're willing to pay for a higher chance of a girl talking to them. It's basic psychology. I'm not trying to be discriminatory or anything, but if you're on a dating website without a job or any income, get your life together first before you go out dating. You're going to disappoint those young ladies.
Facts. Hell yeah.
She's not going to come to your cardboard box.
That's some solid advice, Tam.
I just want to remind people this is not financial advice.
Or dating advice.
If you do ever get married, sign a prenup, though. Protect you and your wife in case the IRS comes after you. Tell her that excuse in case the IRS comes after you. You don't want her to lose her assets also.
I'm up like 200% on ATEC, but it's over like the past few months. It's been pretty nice. Alpha Tech.
These are all
ATEC.
chases at this point, right?
So, guys, what do you think? Do you think there'll be any news on OCGN, or do you think I should sell around $12 next time it goes up and then buy when it goes down low?
Does your box have LEDs, Frankson?
I think Overstock is secretly sitting on a bunch on a bunch of crypto.
I'm gonna hold a little bit of Oxygen just for long term, or waiting on that phase 3 stuff.
I'm putting a news article in Discord about OCGN that came out around 1 hour ago. Just about this guy giving his opinion. He's also not giving financial advice. All right, check the news Discord if you want to read that short article. Getting some price movement alerts today, though. All these earning calls.
Ooh, helping with diabetes sounds interesting because there's a lot of stuff going on with insulin right now.
Yeah, my grandmother died from diabetes. What's called?
What's this one you're talking about? This stock? Oh, SENS. Sweet.
Bonjour, mofos. Bonjour is just hello. Yeah. Bonsoir is good evening. Close. Who was talking tonneau covers last week? The solar ones, to be exact. So that's good. Man, I don't know. I will not speak on Tesla. That is the most fucking mind-boggling stock of all time.
Tesla is actually pretty simple. You have Speaker of the House and her husband.
Well, if you like Warren Buffett and you like Tesla, search up BYDDF. I was looking over the weekend a lot of stuff, and they just had a huge order in China for their buses, electric buses to be exact, which they actually look pretty fucking nice. Warren Buffett owns a big piece of that company.
Yeah, Tesla, a lot of government officials own pieces of Tesla.
What I was saying about the tonneau covers, though, we were talking about them last week with that one company you guys wanted to invest in, and I was listening to Elon talk about them over the weekend, and he says the technology, the thing wrong, like what's wrong with tonneau covers is like the technology for solar is already reached its peak, apparently, and there's not a whole lot you can do with it. Like it's that's it. Like we have our solar energy or whatever, how we get it, and that's how we get it. Like it's all about square foot, and the back of a truck is not big enough to actually like power up the whole system through solar. The most you're gonna get in a day, if you're lucky, is anywhere between 5 to 10 miles from the actual solar. So he's saying tonneau covers aren't actually all that great when it comes to powering the truck, especially for certain areas, because there's just not enough square foot to actually power the thing.
This is why we have to invest in the companies that are developing solar technology.
But no, he was saying the technology is what it is. There's no improving on what they already have, as well as what he was saying. So I don't know if he was like against it completely and looked really biased, or if he's actually talking sense. It's the one thing I was having trouble picking up on, if he was being biased or not.
I don't think solar panels are not going to not get any better.
He was just saying it was all to do with square footage, and you only have a certain amount to deal with, and they already take up like 2 square feet or something to build just one solar panel, or I forget exactly the measurements, but he was pretty sound with what he was saying.
So you make the solar panels better.
Well, the gist of it is, at a certain point, there's only going to be so much energy that can be gotten from the sun. Pretty much, period. I saw the same interview. He said the square footage of a given area is only going to be able to generate so much sun potential energy, period, without some remarkable, groundbreaking physics altering.
Some new innovation, which
But
apparently
in the
they
same
looked into,
vein,
but
the tonneau cover wasn't strictly to power the vehicle, but also to be a receptacle / generator for tools and stuff, as well as maybe a little bit of onboard extra backup.
Bitcoin is climbing back. It's at 49.3. I think it can go 49.4 soon. It might hold up to 50,000.
Well, hey, did you
today.
guys read that? There's also another thing out there today about the Bitcoin and why Elon actually invested the amount he did into Bitcoin is so in case it did go down in value, like he doesn't really lose money, but that's just because he doesn't have to sell out, right? But at the same time, you can still write it off against Tesla. So when it comes to like doing a reevaluation or whatever quarterly time when it comes to Tesla, you can actually write off Bitcoin as a loss, and it will help keep Tesla's price up when it comes to their stock.
Wait. No, you cannot write it off as a loss unless you sell it. Unless you sell it. So maybe he has to sell it. Either way, apparently that was his angle on it, is to write it off as a loss to help Tesla keep its ground. Apparently. Yeah, I read his whole document on that with the SEC filing. You can only write it off as a loss if he sells the asset at a loss. But basically he's doing it just to hold his asset in something else that will grow in value. So since he bought the Bitcoin, his Bitcoin asset went up over $360 million. So he helped earn Tesla $360 million in under 1 month just from the asset change.
That's what squares me most about Tesla is like he's finding all these other means to help the company out, and it's like, dude, sell your fucking car.
He has a lot of problems in China.
He's smart. He would wait until something happens to the price because there's a lot of factors right now to why the bubble might pop in Tesla too. Fucking like man. Like $700 compared to other electric car companies now. Like
They're not.
people are expecting that going back down to like 400 to a proper evaluation from what it's been doing. I just try to stay on point. I don't like talking about one thing and then talking about apples and going to oranges and
But yeah, they got another gigafactory, I think, opening up. I don't think, but I heard in India.
huge. How's there one in Nevada going? Is that where their gigafactory is, or?
Yeah, they got the Texas one, the Giga Berlin. Those two should be opening up later this year, and as long as they start cranking them out, those cars, and then the Cybertruck, I think 2022 is going to be really huge for Tesla. That's when shit's just gonna fucking skyrocket.
Well, now we gotta watch out for like whatever happened with the U.S. government and who decided to ban SK batteries or whatever the hell they banned for 10 years. Because now, let's say Elon's building up his Giga factory in Berlin. I could see it happening in Berlin. Berlin's being like, you know what? You guys did this in the States. We're going to do it here. We're going to ban fucking LG Chem batteries, and we only want these batteries in-house or whatever. So there's a lot of shady shit that's going to be happening in the government when it comes to these electric cars and them trying to keep their conflict of interest protected. You best believe it. It's already starting. Especially Germany. Germany and Volkswagen, buddy. It's the biggest conflict of interest ever. They're not going to let Tesla build up too much in Germany.
Invest in Stellantis while you can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too right now. I wish I had money because that's like $15. That's ridiculously low to me. For whatever reason, I think that's the biggest value buy when it comes to EVs right now, but I'm not a financial advisor. I just look at the price and what they sell.
Hey, what company are you talking about that's $15?
Chrysler, Jeep, whoever owns all them.
Okay, I was making sure you weren't talking about Fisker, Because the first time
No.
that guy made Fisker, the company went bankrupt.
No. Whoever owns Chrysler, Jeep, all them, where they have a huge like Canada, man, for whatever reason, fuck, they love Jeeps, they love Chrysler. Guess because the plant's in Windsor, so they kind of like to support each other, kind of thing. But yeah,
New GP is coming out.
Honest question: do you think the competition in the EV market's going to inherently drive Tesla down, or do you think it's going to go up because Tesla's more of an energy company than an EV company right now?
I think Tesla has to flat out and really be more realistic with its price when it comes to competition when cars selling. But at the same time, I think their technology is just going to get hell of a lot better at the same time too, and companies are going to need them at the same time. So it's hard to say.
The way I see it is, I personally think Tesla's accurately valued, mainly because like they're more focusing and investing aggressively into the energy side of business as opposed to the electric vehicle. Obviously, yes, when you think of Tesla, you think of the car. They're gonna keep making vehicles. But what I'm saying is, if you look at their investments, like what they're focusing on over the years, it's gradually been moving towards the energy technology in general, as opposed to just focusing on the car, because they knew the car was going to do well, and they knew the car was going to cause an uproar, a lot of competition. Now that you've got like Lucid, Neo, Stellantis, all these people are like, well, we want to make an EV too. Okay, Tesla knew that that was going to be a thing, so they, just staying ahead of the game by, getting their production where they need to, but investing more in the technology for.
Yeah, that's the one thing I haven't really researched is what like their power wall compared to other people's solar panels on the houses, which I don't know, because I've heard of some other companies that do a really good job of doing the solar on the house. So I don't know what the difference is between the power wall and the actual solar on the house, but there is other companies out there that apparently do a bang up job at that stuff as well. So like they have competition everywhere is what I'm getting at.
Is there any other product out on the market that's similar to Powerwall?
So yeah, that's the one thing I don't know. I just know it would be somewhat similar to like what these people do with the shingles and the solar in that regard, but I'm not too sure.
My opinion and what I'm getting at is that that's it. It's like, no, there isn't another product on the market quite like a Powerwall.
Canada has a big time company. I think someone was talking about Sunlight Financial and them financing homes and stuff, which was huge.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, SPRQ, Jamaat's new SPAC. It's
what's it called?
SPRQ.
SPRQ.
Sunlight Financial, yeah. It's brilliant. The first like financing program for solar systems.
So yeah, they would probably most likely be dealing with a company in Canada, I would assume, when it comes to that, unless they have their own solar company.
All over, man. I mean,
what was
a great business model, right?
I want to say Solar Edge. What was that company? One sec.
Yeah, you got First Solar, you got Solar Edge, and some of these companies like only focus on certain sectors, like distribution or manufacturing or installing. You really just got to dig and like find out what exactly companies do. I am personally like focusing on the things that will make solar panels more efficient. So like I'm poking at different semiconductor companies, seeing like the progress they're making. Even what would make Tesla more valuable?
Canadian Solar was the company I found. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no worries. What I think would make Tesla even more valuable than it already is that company I was talking about that's merging with Torchlight, the Metamaterials. If you go to metamaterial.com, you can look at their products and their application. Their NanoWeb is like their main product, and it's like a transparent film they want to use on whatever surface. The perfect surface would be a car windshield for de-icing and defogging. It's What's that?
I think every car now has defrosting technology.
No, but I mean like this nanoweb in particular.
I think it's the ride hailing. Once they reach level 5 autonomy, that's when they're going to make a shit ton of money. When you could actually send your Teslas out and it could act like an Uber.
Well, what I'm getting at is these are transparent conductive films, so they could
So they still capture sunlight?
potentially could be you could potentially have transparent solar panels. I'm not saying guaranteed, but this is what I mean. This is why I want to invest my money into the technologies to make solar panels better, so that we can give a bigger value to these companies.
So they're actually working on like a. So you're saying they're actually trying to move away from the solar panels, what they do now, and make them more transparent?
Not necessarily. That's just me. That's just conjecture. What I mean is making the panels not have to run off one cell, so like it won't be affected by shade. Like each panel will be able to, like each cell in each panel will be able to operate individually.
What you're saying is the transparent shit, that would definitely solve the square foot issue if you're able to put it on the windshield, the sunroof. You're able to put it in a lot of different other places, right? That would totally solve their square foot issue of trying to, charge up the thing.
We just don't know yet, man.
Yeah.
The amount of potential for technology. Look how far we've come in the past 10, 20 years. Like, look at the exponential growth in our technology. Like, people got to start dreaming big. That's why Elon is where he is today.
Well, that's why I'm taking my chances on a few penny stocks when it comes to tech. I don't know, for whatever reason, I just see the economy for it, and it's like fuck. The one I was looking at, semiconductors for VR headsets. Like right now, there's a shortage of semiconductors, and VR headsets aren't exactly a banging thing amongst adults. Like that's like pretty much the next generation, if I had to think about it. So like, yeah, for sure, there's a lot of tech companies. I've solar or whatever the case may be. I think you probably are smart hedging your bets on it.
The beauty of speculative investing. I mean, sometimes people are discouraged by seeing a really sloppy balance sheet or a lot of debt. There's
no market there for it yet, and they're still surviving. So it's all green lights in my book.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they have debt, it means they're investing. It means they're spending money to make money in the future. So you can't always look at a company that's in the red and be like, nah, I'm not going to buy it because it's really risky.
Oh yeah, like yesterday I was watching not the Fassbender one, but Ashton Kutcher's Jobs movie, the one about Steve Jobs, the Ashton Kutcher one.
Oh yeah.
Perfect. There you go. Perfect example. Just how Apple how much trouble they had getting people to invest in their company, and just the fucking shit show it was at first.
I wholeheartedly agree, because there's a time and place for everything, and if there's people out there who are bringing a new product to the market, albeit they may be in a lot of debt, but what matters more is what's going on in the news. If, like, for example, this one company I'm following, Loop Insights, they're from Vancouver. They're an AI IoT kind of company, and they've merged. They've gone into deals with TELUS, with Amazon Web Services, and although they have like pretty bad debt, and they're pretty volatile penny stock, like Rob's keeping everybody up to date with what's going on. Like they just signed a deal with like some big ski lodge or whatever in
that Amazon deal is huge. Like that, it might have just came this year or last year, but how many more deals that's gonna bring? As soon as another company's like, okay, these guys fuck with Amazon, we're just gonna use them instead of going to find a company, right?
Exactly. Amazon
is so huge.
Amazon spotted Loop out and really likes their data collection AI. Like they want to use it for better reviews for the website. There's so many so many applications for loops technology.
That's why I love tech, man, because there's so many use. Like one guy might have this perspective and way to use his technology, and like I said before, some other guy might come in and he could use this technology in 10 other ways, and what that guy thought of it. Like technology is limitless when it comes to its use, especially AI. Like one guy might want it for data consumption and retail. To know what the retail buyers are doing and stuff, and some other guy just might want it to actually just sort out his books and like just so many things. Crazy.
That's really why I think people should reevaluate Tesla, because they've got so much more data and they're so much further ahead in the game than a lot.
Oh yeah, that's why I was looking at that one thing, the Omni car holding, I forget what it's called, but they're trying to focus on the make it easier in the future for mechanics to actually work on these cars when it comes to the computer side of them. They're trying to come up with software and stuff for the cars to make it easier for mechanics to work on them in the future. And if Tesla can do something like that, where they have the software where they can put it out to the mechanics to make it easier to work on electric cars, that will be a huge industry, I would assume, as well. I would assume. But just the software of actually fixing cars, if Tesla has their foot in the door with that, or full control over it, that's going to be big money too. Because that's how these mechanics are now, especially if these cars are going to evolve the way they are. That's how these mechanics are going to have to learn. Is they're not. It's not going to be picking up this wrench and doing this and that. Of course, it's going to be a small part of it, but no, it's going to be software and a computer to fix your car. It's going to be like, all right, this part needs to be friggin' reconfigured and reset up and whatever the case may be. I'm not a fucking computer scientist, but it's going to be a lot more to do with computers than ever before.
Yep. Pretty much the way. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man.
Just gonna say another part of that is we're gonna have heavier lockdowns on automobiles, on tractors, on you name it. Where as a mechanic, you're gonna have to pay a larger subscription fee to specific companies just to be allowed to hook up to the cars and do anything like that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Tesla will probably make a huge profit from that, 100%.
That's why I love Tesla, because they just come to you.
Like in yesterday, well, we stay on the car topic, where I was searching lithium stocks because they're all so fucking overpriced in my eyes. Well, not overpriced, but they're you know what I mean. They jumped up a lot in the last few months. And in Quebec, we apparently have this huge ass lithium deposit. And it literally took me 2 hours of research and trying to find the company. The company's no longer in business. They sold off to this guy. And it led me to find a 50-cent lithium stock called Vision Lithium. I found that pretty fucking, I was pretty happy about that. But yeah, they own a shitload of land in Quebec, this and that. They own 15 million shares of the former company that was stationed in Quebec. So that's where they went to. They kind of folded up into Vision Lithium and some other guy. They both own 50-50. But yeah, if you're looking for a lithium stock, I was probably going to be my next buy, even though it's 50 cents and I don't like it, but fuck it. It's probably undervalued at the same time for 50 cents.
Hey, 108 million? Dude, that's actually a really good...
Mm-hmm. The amount of land they have and shit.
Market cap. You compare the market cap to the share price, to the share, like the float.
Go look at how many acres they have out in Quebec. It's ridiculous. If they can't find lithium out of all that land, I'm a monkey's uncle.
Well, it's 60 cents now.
Yeah, no, I'm for sure. I was gonna say, Elon. I remember a couple years ago, he was like, "Well, you know, a lot of people don't realize this, but our lithium-ion batteries only have about 2% lithium, or comprised of 2% lithium. The rest of it is nickel and graphite." So he's like, "You should probably just call them nickel graphite batteries." But
I didn't know that. That's actually
so
pretty smart.
he has like a lot of, like, he has more than enough lithium to do what he needs to, and I know Piedmont supplies a majority. Well, Ganfeng supplies the most to Tesla, but that's because of a bulk thing. But typically, Piedmont Lithium also supplies a lot of the lithium and spodumene for Tesla's batteries. So, I mean, they have enough lithium sources, I think. So, Vision might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, because I was thinking it's maybe on the low side compared to some of the other ones that are already like touching 100. Not saying that they're bad because they fuck with a lot more than just lithium, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to like just focus on nickel companies. So FPX.B.
Well, I don't know what else is in the deposit in Quebec. I would assume there's more than just lithium. So.
Oh yeah, that's the thing is like you got to like look at the company and what their.
I was trying to find geography-wise, like too, like just like a mining company that's not dealing with a piece of land that's been kind of raped, so to speak, for fucking decades upon decades, right? I was looking for kind of like a newer operation, so to speak.
For sure. I hear you on that one. I'm really just like, Elon was like, give me more nickel. I need more nickel. I don't have enough nickel. So I was like, okay, world's largest nickel miner.
Yeah, I think it's China, fucking guys.
Vale in Brazil.
Vale in Brazil?
Yeah, Vale SA. They mine like I think it was 280,000 tons a year.
So if you guys are looking into the raw materials for EVs, don't forget about cobalt. That's another material they use.
Yeah, let's look into that too.
Small percentage as well. I can actually, you know what? I'm gonna go find that chart and I'm gonna link it. Chamath posted a chart based on how much material they need. Ooh, CCIB is dropping. Give me some of those discounts.
BlackBerry's back up to 16. We showed money. I would have doubled down on them. They actually look impressive. What the fuck? Like, they might be a company Tesla might need when it comes to their machine learning shit that they're fucking doing.
That's what I'm saying, man. You got to think about what companies could make Tesla better, and then just invest in those.
Oh yeah, because if Tesla's plans to go like all automated with their actual production of their cars, I think is Elon's plan. Like he obviously needs workers to work on the machines, but he wants the machines to all build his cars and that type of shit. So I'm assuming you'd have to bring in some outside guys to help actually configure that shit and get it working. That's where BlackBerry would come in, I would guess, because that's what they're working on. It's machine learning and all that.
This Vision Lithium was only 4 cents 10 days ago.
10 days ago? Sure, you reading that right? I do your research, and that might not be a great fucking stock if it was 4 cents a couple days ago. I did like once I found it, I was reading up on it for like half hour. I just liked the land they had, and apparently there's a big lithium deposit in Quebec, so that's what I was liking about it. And for 50 cents, I thought I was getting it on the low, but maybe there's something wrong with it.
The ticker I got is ABEPF.
Ticker I have is VLI and on the CVE.
The problem is they're trying to get our Canadian companies. They got to buy over the counter.
And about 5 days ago, it was 7 cents Canadian. So yeah, you're probably right. 4 cents, 7 cents, yeah. And for whatever reason, yeah, why did I not notice this 5 days ago? For whatever reason, it jumped all the way up to fucking 60 cents. Fuck me, man. I wish I had money. Finding all this fucking gold and can't even buy it. It's hilarious.
Did you see the list in the general?
I did not. List in the general. Oh, there it is. Thank you. It's the type of shit I like, man. This type of data.
So as you can see, he's got more than enough lithium.
Oh, yeah, and what these lithium mines will do too, they don't like the price. That's the one thing I like about miners and investing in them is they don't like the price. The shit side is people lose work. What's good for your investment though is they shut down the mine and people that need to get are shit out of luck. Like good luck until the prices go up. We're not selling. That's what I love about lithium. That's what I love about uranium. Gold, it's harder to do because there's so much demand for it. It's like not really going to shut it down. The price already is what it is, right? So. But lithium and uranium, they can totally control the demand of that just by shutting down their mines and being like, yeah, buddy, come back with another price. We're not happy. So if he ever does need it, the lithium mines could fuck over Elon and just be like, yeah, buddy, you got to come at us correct or good luck to your business.
Hey, did anyone look into the new rule that was in place for brokerages and clearinghouses or stock exchanges to provide market data at a reasonable price?
I didn't check, but hopefully that goes through because if you want to invest, you need that real-time data.
It already went through. It was supposed to be effective February 7th. The final rule was issued December 9th and it goes into effect in 90 days. No, December 9th, 2020 is when the final rule was issued and they had 60 days, which should have been February 7th. I'll throw the final rule. I couldn't find any articles on it except for like them talking about it the day it was released, but like there's literally zero information. And that would mean like the New York Stock Exchange should provide us that information to us, like for that $16 rate I had posted last week.
I was watching the news how Robinhood CEO is hiding in a hotel from an angry mob right now. Apparently he received a lot of threats for his life, so he's just waiting it out.
I hope everybody leaves that platform. Like, so fucking crooked. Like, not even like him, so to speak, but whoever his idea it was to set up Robinhood the way they did, fuck them. And it wasn't just one person; it was a group of people. But that was honestly that was their way of getting in on the what do you call it? Well, not like I guess meme trading, like trend trading. That was their way of getting in on trend trading without actually using social media because they're a bunch of old fucks who just obviously dicks don't work and stuck in the past. But yeah, that was totally their way of getting in on trend trading using Robinhood customers. Fucking assholes.
Well, I mean, Robinhood itself really were just doing their job. You realize a lot of people got into GME and they were getting rich. Robinhood's supposed to steal from the rich.
Yeah, I'm talking before that when they're actually keeping track of what their customers bought and sold and held on to. The conflict of interest should not be there. Like, if you are a brokerage and you are collecting your customers' data and 5 million people yesterday bought GME or of a certain penny stock, like that's no good. No good. Because if you go short the fuck out of that stock and everyone, the business goes under, everyone loses their investment and you just got rich off them. So, yeah, and they were totally doing that, 100%. I don't know why they shut off their data center back in August, but I would assume some sort of entity was breathing down their ass for fucking answers of why they're collecting data like that and shorting this stock at the same time. Wonder if I can find a Weeble one. Let's see. Weeble trend data.
Dude, Torch is on fire.
So is Riot.
I'm so pissed at volatility in the market. I was invested in Riot like a couple months ago though too, and I had to fucking sell off. And same with Mogo, the fucking loan app. I was buying that at like $2 a share. I went to go check it yesterday. I had a heart attack. Fucking, it was at like $11 a share. I was like, oh my fucking god! I literally missed out on like 10 grand. Like fucking ridiculous. I wish this GME shit never fucking happened.
Jim Cramer's trying to get in on the action. He posted a picture of a dog, and it says he's thinking cannabis and GameStop. He says, "Scratch my bell for good luck. More rigorous for now than the secret Ryan plan."
Oh, Jim. Oh, Jimmy boy.
Jim used to short stocks all the time.
He's a hustler, man.
No, that's the guy that was talking about how he'd actually use the media and fucking pay them to put out a bullish or shit article on like Apple or someone. And he used to short Apple like crazy back in the day. He would just hype up Nokia or BlackBerry or something, and then people would be selling off like crazy after hyping up a company like that. They would jump ship or something, and then he'd buy on the low and make this man. The guy's knows every trick.
Hopefully he doesn't post anything negative about Tesla anytime soon.
I think Tesla has a very good PR team. Whoever their PR team is, they are the best. Good luck posting shit about Tesla. Because, like, to me, it's hard to believe that they have not had a car blow up within the city or something, or at least catch fire or something. Like, it's so hard not to believe.
Wait, how would it blow up?
I don't know. Like maybe even just like fucking, not like blow up, but maybe like a little bit of combustion within the engine where they fucked up.
What engine? Tesla doesn't have an engine.
Well, you know what I
Tesla
mean. The
battery
fucking
packs have
battery.
burned. I mean, they've had cases of that a couple years ago.
Yeah, one blew up in
Usually their
Indianapolis a few
PR
years
team
ago.
would probably be pretty good at sweeping that up, I would assume, because I hear nothing bad about Tesla from Canada. Nothing but good things. You try to search a shit article and you find nothing.
Yeah, because they fine tune their engineering, and they're like, people don't give them enough credit. They're like, oh, they're overvalued. I highly doubt that.
Tesla had some really negative things here earlier last year. Basically, this guy, he would drive to work every day, and on his way to work, he would use the auto drive feature. And his auto drive feature would always try to steer him into the wall on the highway, the same wall every time. And then one day, the car just steered him into that wall. He crashed. He reported it like 10 times to Tesla. They never fixed it. And then one day, his car crashed into that same wall. The auto feature just pulled him into the wall.
Why in the fuck did he keep using it?
That's the thing.
Yeah, if you look for it, there's a lot of negative articles you can find about the Tesla cars. There's ones that have burned up. There's one that went to it literally rear-ended a fire truck at full speed because they were auto driving and not paying attention.
Yeah, it can happen.
That's what I'm saying, though. Their PR system or whatever is hella good, right? Because that's never gonna hit the news. You probably have to go 10 pages deep on Google to find something like that.
Those have been in the news, but I think a lot of people give it a pass just because it's a new technology. I mean, accidents happen. And talking about PR, they did, I guess, put a spin on it, but use data to back it up to say that even though these things have happened, they're still safe cars compared to other gas vehicles on the road. So it's not an EV thing or even a Tesla thing.
And they can honestly work out those problems when it comes to their quality assurance or whatever the fuck it's called, QA, and before pumping out the cars. If those guys get it down pat, then you're gonna have none of those problems. They're gonna see it beforehand and fucking get it out there. But yeah,
I do think Tesla is going to be the quicker to react than the other big manufacturers.
I don't know.
Tesla does have less wrecks per average than gas cars, though, because
Well, there's less Teslas on the road, right, than gas cars.
Yeah. But I think
Maybe in like 10 years' time, no, it'll definitely be closer to. But
people who drive Teslas care a lot about safety, though, as well.
they're probably outnumbered, like, I don't know, I'd say 100,000 to 1. It's
You
not an
also
exact
don't
number.
have a giant engine in the front compartment of the car to be pushed into the the cabin, so they have really good crumple zones, so you have less injuries from them as well.
Before Teslas were actually a thing, wasn't Mercedes getting all the buzz for trying to come up with the braking system that brakes on its own? Or am I thinking differently?
Some of these braking systems are trash. They will make you wreck.
No, I'm just saying, though, like before Tesla caught all its buzz, though, wasn't it Mercedes that was getting all the buzz for their like autonomous braking system? I forget who it was. It's like back in like 07, I want to say. Everyone like a lot of shit on it.
Yeah, because it's not that good. Like when they did a live demonstration and they ran over the person, they were trying to show off that it's not going to hit the person, and they hit the person with the car.
It's just like Elon's showing off his window. It's bulletproof. Smash.
Yeah, that ball.
I think it was from the hitting the sledgehammer with the door beforehand, and it fucking weakened the panel of glass in the middle. And that's what did it, but who knows?
Yeah, if you guys ever need to raise money, just buy an old car for like $300. Get a baseball bat and let people pay you to hit the car with a baseball bat. Take out all the gas out of the car first, though.
How much would you pay to hit a car with a baseball bat?
I have my own
Depends,
baseball bat
is
and
it a
own
cop
cars.
car or is it just a regular car? If it's a cop car, I'll probably pay a little bit.
Interesting.
On a side note, this weekend there was a car that went down an embankment and was being pulled up, and it looked like a state trooper car. And then we got closer to it. It actually said party trooper instead of state trooper.
When do you guys think Tesla will put weapons on their cars as well? I mean, that would be great. Somebody's trying to mug you, and the car pulls out 9mm.
There's another area for them to actually make money in the military sector. What if the military wants to transfer all their vehicles over to EV tanks and shit? That would be hilarious.
Not with those bulletproof windows.
All they'd have to do is electrify the outside of it with the battery.
Oh, look, a fleet of
EMT the shit.
tanks. Let me just drop an EMP.
Yeah, it's so true. Right, I didn't even think of that. You can't even fucking do that to tanks. If you electrify them, like, fuck.
I'm telling you,
unless they create some sort of EMP blocker, which I don't know how you would do that.
Nuclear tanks are dominant.
Yeah, I don't think military would switch over to EV on a lot of vehicles for that
Yeah,
reason.
no.
But
Yeah.
not for that reason, because it wouldn't be very different with EMP. I mean, we've already got a lot of computerized components in the vehicles. A battery and a motor aren't really going to be that affected by EMP.
What about this? The gasoline in Afghanistan is so dirt cheap. It's cheaper than water almost. Would you use electric vehicles when you can get gas for free almost?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't see it happening because out in the field you're going to need to get it going now, right? You don't have time to sit around and charge. You put gas in the tank and go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one area. Yeah, you guys are probably right. It's probably a lot safer just to stick with gas. Although Middle East, I heard they're trying very hard to move away from that industry. They want to go natural gas to heat their homes. They want to get away from oil completely and just sit on their reserve kind of thing.
I think where EV would really take off, and even the militaries of the world would take it seriously, is if we could make supercapacitors that could hold enough charge, right, to be feasible to use in a vehicle, because you can charge a capacitor instantly, pretty much.
Looking at companies for that yesterday when it comes to natural gas, because I could see a lot of countries going more natural gas like Canada and the States does with their municipal transit shit, like buses and whatnot. Enbridge was a big Canadian one I found. Like $40 a stock though.
Could you imagine a Tesla with drones coming out of the roof?
Yeah. Drones, we're forgetting about them too. That might be a big thing when it comes to transportation of people's packages and deliveries and shit, right? Amazon was looking heavy into that type of shit instead of paying a bunch of UPS workers, just get everyone's package on a truck and then get the droids to fucking know what they're picking up and deliver it to where it's supposed to go. I don't know how successful they're going to be in that though. That seems very complicated.
I know that it's a high right now, but I had to make a position in microvision. I just looked up what they do. I really believe in that for the future.
And I think I was looking into them.
Yeah, they have really good consistent growth over the past like month.
Be right back though.
I honestly don't care about the self-driving part. I prefer to drive myself. I have good eyesight, good reflexes. I practice safe driving on the highway. I would feel uncomfortable having a car drive for me. I just care about the electric motor because it has good torque, can take off fast, and I like the power behind the electric cars compared to gasoline vehicles.
Yeah, I don't. You guys are talking about like the auto braking stuff. Even back then, I hated that crap. In fact, I hate ABS. Even I ever since I started driving, I understand threshold braking. I understand how to handle it, and ABS screws me up when I'm trying to do things, especially on the snow.
I don't drive on the snow. If I did drive on the snow, I would have to use chains. I can't. Even then, there's a lot of ice and it doesn't work.
That's why somebody's got to invent a hover car.
It's called a ski mobile.
Yeah, that's true.
In Alaska, you have dogs and ski mobiles.
I forget there was like it might have been a hoax, but there was like a company in China who's making hover cars, but only works in China due to all the like the rare metals underneath them. So like because it based on like magnetism off the ground, so it doesn't work anywhere else except for like a certain town in China.
So Torchlight dipped back down to $4.24 if somebody's looking to get in.
I think it's going to hit 4 before it starts going back up.
Yeah, if you guys think Torchlight will hit $6, right now it's only at 423, 424 range. The thing about electric cars, if they install like a top camera, an aerodynamic camera that's like good quality, you can see what's happening up to like half a mile in front of you just so that you can avoid wrecks altogether. If you're not driving too close to somebody and you can see half a mile ahead of you, you're not going to wreck.
I'm just waiting for the tech to be developed well enough that a LiDAR system or whatever they want to use can in real time recreate your surroundings inside the computer in 3D and then project that stuff for you in a meaningful way right on the windshield.
Microvision is working with LiDAR.
Still going to take a lot of R&D, but I think that's where the future's at. You know, you're driving down the road and all of a sudden on the windshield you see an alert and there's a deer, right? And it highlights it for you, even though you can't physically see it with your own eyes.
I pray that I make it to that time and I'm alive during that time.
Did you guys talk about Microsoft yet and how an analyst from Wedbush is shooting for Microsoft's price to be around 300 to 350?
Yeah, Microsoft's on the low right now. Same with Disney. Bethesda alone, it's the greatest buyout this year, in my opinion, when it comes to money making for a company.
What, for Disney or?
No, Microsoft buying out Bethesda game studios, the guys who do Skyrim and that type of shit. Because think about it, cuts out their middleman, right? They got to go to them to get the game, this and that. And now they own it, so.
Yeah, you know they must get like some cutback from when they license Bethesda to like the Sony platforms and stuff. But yeah, the article says that it's might take 2.5 years to hit the target price of 350. So I don't know if a good time would be right.
I'm gonna say it will take one Bethesda game, one Bethesda game drop, and they will make their money back off the Bethesda purchase alone.
Isn't the next one coming out like I don't know, I don't remember.
I'm not too sure, but I would probably want to buy before that. That would be my buy point, is trying to buy before that game drops, at least. So the only thing I don't like about Microsoft right now is people's mentality moving away from the Xbox and towards a more PC. I don't know how that's gonna hurt them. I don't know if that is gonna hurt them or if they're just gonna fucking make their Xbox into a PC, which it practically already is. Or if
I mean,
kids
I
are
don't
always
think
gonna have that
Microsoft.
nostalgia for consoles. I have no clue.
I don't think Microsoft or like the corp is like all just gaming though, because you gotta realize that it's an OS. So, and they also have like their business platforms with like Microsoft Teams, Office, and stuff like that.
Oh,
So
I know they're more than just a console business, but that's just what scares me is if they do lose their. I don't know if it's their number one product anymore, but it's definitely what got them going almost, right? Big part of them staying alive was the Xbox back in the day.
Well, consoles really aren't consoles anymore. They're just dumbed down and walled in PCs is all they are. And as more people
Mhm.
realize that, they're just going to be like, well, why don't I get a PC then? Because I have more
That's
freedom
my
and I can
thought
have more
process.
power and whatever.
And is that going to hurt Microsoft, or are they going to actually capitalize that and just make the console better? But at what point are you taking away from your PC market at the same time? It's like, fuck.
like at that point, there's not really a lose, right? Because if you get a PC, everything has to be supported on Microsoft, the operating system. So it's not really a hurt, you know. Just because they're the gaming sector. If more people build Windows-based PCs, then it's not really like a loss, right? You have to pay like the 100 to 200 for the operating system.
Nope.
But most of these customers are going to be customers that you originally bought Xboxes, so now they're giving up on the Xbox and now they're buying a PC. So that is a big chunk of cash they would lose if they're not selling Xbox.
I don't know. It sounds like they're just moving to a different market. I don't know. It's and honestly though, it's still like an up thing, right? So like, just because Xbox doesn't hit its sales, and then like you see its operating systems go up one. I mean, what's the real trade off? It's like a
They
win-win
don't
in my
even
eyes.
make money on the console sales. They're in the console for pennies. The hook is the subs. The hook is the games. The long term. They're giving the consoles away. Hell, Sony's taking a downright loss on the PS5.
So
the subscription tirade.
that's kind of not true though, you guys.
They always want to get you on
Like, yes, there will be exclusives to Windows. There will be developers that develop exclusively for Windows, but Valve has made a huge leap on that and huge Linux support. I got 300 games on Steam right now that I play on Linux, and that's just going to keep growing. And what they're doing is they're with the Proton and with the new developments and that they're absorbing all the Windows games as well. Just like, well, this developer won't program for any other OS, but we made it work anyways. So now, you can buy this Windows game and play it.
Yeah, but it's also like a huge time sink, and then like usually hype dies off.
Hype for what?
For any game, so it's like a new AAA title, you have to wait for support.
Yeah, but the thing with the PC though is you can buy an extra hard drive and have Linux and everything, Windows, Linux, anything you want on the same exact PC. Just boot it up different.
Yeah, Sony kind of irked me there. Well, I don't remember if it was the PlayStation 3 or 4. They promised you'd be able to go ahead and put Linux on it, like they were going to support that officially. Yeah, and then they just dropped that support. They're just like, nah, never mind. After people bought the console.
It was fun. I actually did some Linux from scratch on the PlayStation 3. It was slow, but someone actually started using the Linux portion to try to hack the PlayStation 3 OS, and then they just cut it out.
Yeah, that's dumb. I mean, they're going to hack it anyways, whether you support it or not. That's just dumb.
It was neat, but it wasn't really all that functional. I ran Gen 2 on it for a little while. But I had laptops that were faster.
Well, the thing I found interesting about that was the price per, processing power you got out of it. When that was a good deal, you could then put Linux on it and use it. People are going to do folding at home and things like that, maybe even crypto mining. But, they had an opportunity there and they just ruined it.
Maybe, but Linux is kind of antithetical to the console scene. That's computer stuff, PC stuff.
Dude, I am loving this CCIV chair right now. I got in some more shares in that big dip today, and she's going.
There's so many rockets firing off right now in the market. I don't hold any of them, but it is fun watching some of these.
Just a curious question. I'm not trying to down talk it, but is Linux really that popular of a operating system? I don't really hear a lot about it.
Absolutely. Even
That's what people use to code, no?
Let me explain Linux. Linux is great for servers.
Honestly, Linux is more popular than Windows. Windows just has more people using it because it comes standard on a lot of computers that people buy off the shelf. So I think if it's two different things. Popularity and usage are two different things, in my opinion. Linux
Windows
is just more. Windows is more used.
Windows is just more convenient. Like, people don't really know that much about computers, so they're like, "Oh, Windows, it's what I used back in '98, and fuck it, let's go."
I would equate Linux to more the power user and your
technologist.
Almost iPhone versus Android in a sense, where your people that are in the know are going to want to be on Linux for some of its benefits, that are willing to jump through the certain hoops that come along with it for eking out sectors of performance or privacy or what have you, compared to Windows being the one-stop shop Apple quote-unquote solution of here you go, it's all done for you. In the Android versus iPhone kind of analogy. Obviously, Mac has its own deal too there.
Yeah, in regards to the question of popularity, it's kind of true what he said. If you have smart devices in your home, smart TV, things like that, you're probably actually running more Linux devices than Windows, and you don't even know it. And they'll say, "Oh yeah, Android is based on Linux." Yeah, based a long time ago, but it's totally different now. But yeah, you got a smart fridge, smart TV, smart toaster, whatever. They're all running Linux.
Well, in that case, I guess I have a lot of Linux-based stuff then.
So how do we invest in Linux, right? So that's the question. Do you invest in the open source product or like Microsoft?
There's different organizations you can invest in if you want to. That most of them work on a donation basis, but they also have other agreements with companies and stuff. You just got to look into it. What you're going to want to decide on probably is a distribution that you'd want to support, because there's a lot of different distributions of Linux. So, the big ones up there are like Ubuntu and Red Hat and those kinds of names.
Sorry to get a little off topic here, but I'm reading this article about branch banking dying in America. Does that mean IT guys are gonna eventually take over bankers' jobs? In which case, anyone who's looking to become a banker is gonna be fucked.
No, let me explain, because I already went through the studying and everything. So in school now, when you study to do finance or accounting or anything like that, you have to take a lot of technology and programming classes. So you have to learn SQL, some CSS, JavaScript, and It's just so that you don't fall behind in the technical world of banking and finance.
Because I was going to say, IT guys are going to be coming in and taking banker's job if this is the case.
It's also like in like retail banking, there's also a lot of like pressure in establishing like a relationship, like a personal relationship. So like it's a huge push in the retail banking market because like if your relation with a bank is just like IT, it becomes really impersonal. So I don't think they'll like move away that much, if anything.
Yeah, I would.
Well, this article is just about the amount of actual like locations they've closed, the branches they've closed down over the last 5 years when it comes to specific banks like Wells Fargo and those type of guys, and it's actually ridiculous the amount of branches they've closed down.
But does it show where they open them back up though? Or are you looking at that data?
Yeah, they have the net percentage or whatever. They like I'll give you an example here. 2020, they opened 1,251 of them, but at the same time they closed 2,000 and 2,788 of them. So they're closing a lot more than they're opening. Still, it's been like that for like the last 10 years.
Might be they're opening at more key locations demographic wise because you want to establish your branches closer.
Yeah,
to
they're probably
older
opening up
demographic.
bigger branches and then closing down our smaller ones, and then, like you said, putting them in better locations. But at the same time, they're still closing down a shitload of branches due to the digital side of things.
Yeah, more of the younger generation try to abstain from heading into a branch, while like once you get older and then you
At the same time, like I don't know if this is gonna make the money or if it's gonna cost them money. I would assume it's gonna make the money closing down branches and using less workers.
Well, they're just renting those buildings, so it's not like they own those buildings for one. And two, in my city personally, whenever Bank of America does a branch, Wells Fargo will rent a building out across from there and create their branch as well. They try to build their branches as close to Bank of America branches, just so they can steal some customers. And if you look at the data, if you want to follow where banks build, look at Starbucks. And they usually build within 4 miles of Starbucks.
Or is it the other way around? Starbucks builds near the banks.
No, the banks are building last. I already looked into that data like 2 years ago. It's pretty interesting. I was doing a lot of real estate research before, trying to find commercial properties that would be good for flipping.
Yeah. I've been doing that research too. I've been trying to find foreclosed homes because fucking house prices are ridiculous.
Nope, not in my city. You cannot find the foreclosed homes anymore.
Not in my city either. Yep. Fucking they don't exist. It's ridiculous.
People just buy the buildings, demolish it, and build on the land.
They'll overpay for it too. They don't give a fuck.
There's houses here that were only $75,000 5 years ago, and if you want to go buy that same house today after they renovate it, it's like $400,000 because of the land.
And depending on where you are, but all these people moving out of California now, so like places like Nevada are going to see an increase in their home prices. I don't know exactly what's outside California, but yeah, all those states get ready because their houses are about to boom.
The biggest boom, the biggest boom in the
Guarantee it.
housing market in the United States would be Austin, Texas. If you're living in Austin, Texas, you want to hold your house because the values
You're
are
gonna
going to
make
skyrocket.
like 300 grand.
Tesla
Guaranteed.
Tesla is going to be building some stuff in Austin. You have Elon Musk moving there. You have a lot of corporations moving there from California because Trump's not president anymore. They have to get away from those taxes.
Well, no, there are a lot of people moving out of California because of the government and how they're handling COVID, apparently, from my understanding. And yeah, the taxes too. Why Trump was actually the one keeping taxes down in California, or?
No, don't. But like some of the federal taxes for, let's say, like oil production or something are a lot lower nationwide. But Joe Biden's executive orders got rid of a lot of those things, so the wealthy people are going to be paying more taxes. So they want to move somewhere where their state income tax is lower too.
Yeah, I was reading in on that. I don't know if it's true, but like Alaska has no income tax, and at the same time, they give their citizens, whoever lives in Alaska, they give them a piece of the oil money they make out of the state. I don't know if that's true.
I'll look it up, but like yes, if you Some places you want to live that has no income tax, but then it may have a higher tax for shopping. But California is just high tax all around.
Texas is no income tax, but they have a very high property tax. So bigger your house, the more money you're going to pay.
Who cares though if that house is going to grow in value over the next 10 years? Who knows how much? If you're buying property in Texas right now, you're pretty smart.
Well, being that the buyer's market's all coming from California.
Yeah.
They're used to what, $1 million homes? You go to Texas, it's
Are your
$200,000
guys' interest rates low too right now because of COVID? Like Bank of Canada, let's say, their fucking interest rates are ridiculously low because of COVID, which is stupid because they're just giving people incentives to loan.
They're hovering around like 2.9 to 3.5 for like the housing market.
So it's not low, but
I mean, we just refinanced.
So I'll tell you right now, the same thing happened in Canada, man. The housing market got too much in Toronto for people to live there, and they all moved out of Toronto, and Lord and behold, fucking houses went up 500 grand, fucking ridiculous shit everywhere, like 2 hours outside Toronto. Now Windsor, whose house market crashed because their plant closed down, the Chrysler plant closed down, I forget how many years ago. It's reopened now, but it closed down. Their house market crashed to the point where you could get a house for like $60,000. Like, which is ridiculous. But yeah, and now like over the last 2 years, it's somehow recuperated, and now a house is pretty much like 500 grand and up there, which makes no fucking sense. Like the place is a shithole, like a shithole. There's nothing to do there but work.
There's like a rumor, or I guess like some talks going around that we might have another like housing crisis within the next 2 years. So we'll see.
Canada, I think, is gonna have one for sure because they're just giving a house to anybody. Like, fuck, you don't need a lot to like borrow a house. You don't need anything really. No, freaking, I think they just lowered the interest rate again. Like, I don't know what this guy's doing. Trudeau is so stupid, man.
The issue with like the interest rates and like prices though is usually when like interest rates go down, prices shoot up so much.
Because you're given access to people who were never able to afford the market. You're given access to them now, right? And you'd be
It's
like,
'cause,
oh, you don't
like,
really need money to borrow. Here, we'll just give you a house.
It's because the seller is like,
Introducing money into the market with stimuluses, you have to keep interest rates low to prevent inflation.
then like a lot of the sellers are like, oh well, if they're gonna get like if they have to pay less in the long term, we'll just raise our prices to capitalize on the profit or the actual value, you know.
I don't see it ending well.
That's why there's like talks that we might pop.
Yeah. I'm holding on to my money. I'm sticking into companies. I'm not trusting the dollar. I could maybe, if I pulled out some money, I actually afford a down payment right now on a house, but I'm not losing 300 grand on a house in 2 years just because I'm impatient to buy. Screw that.
Trudeau's one of those great reset fools.
Yeah, man. I swear he's just doing, because that's another thing I heard that was happening in the States back in 2008 is like whoever was leading Florida, whoever the governor was or whatever, these guys were just building up houses like left, right, and center to inflate GDP to make it look like they're doing a good job. And which in my eyes I see happen in Canada right now. A lot of just new builds going up like crazy, and the GDP somehow doing well, even though the country's in a fucking shambles
Florida's
right now.
dope,
So
to be honest. Florida's doing great. Their governor's kick ass.
I'm talking back in 08 when fucking they're building up like crazy.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This new one is because that one sucked, to be honest.
So apparently that's a way to inflate GDP is actual real estate. You build up a lot of real estate and you sell it off for, whatever and loans and mortgages, and apparently that inflates GDP like a motherfucker.
They've been doing that, I think, in Utah because there's so many huge, big, brand new buildings and nobody's in them.
Could be.
It's kind of a trip.
Well, I'm just gonna wait. on a house.
There's like, it's really difficult for like first time home buyers who actually want to like own a house to like get in, because there's a huge like wave or movement of people who want to be like turn everything into rental properties. So that's like, it's hard when you as a person want to buy a home and get a mortgage versus someone who already has a bunch of like cash and just buys out the house outright, and then you're like
Another
screwed.
problem here, I think, is we don't have many laws in place preventing people from like other countries actually buying up our real estate. Like I hear a lot of Chinese people and stuff buy up our real estate, and that's why we have like all these rental properties, over influx in the actual like ownership properties, which is crazy.
Because a property is the best investment, hands down.
Yeah, we have a lot of foreign owners on our properties, I'm pretty sure. Specifically American too. Wink, wink, not judge.
So I figured that the 4-day week was going to make the market a little more volatile, but I was very wrong.
I think a lot of people are waiting on the here and now, see what goes down.
Man, I was in Workhorse and I am just losing money.
Shit about OSTK.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful with the startup EVs, man. We were going on about this forever the other day. They are a bit of a gamble, but yeah, I guess it is a good gamble. Best thing to get reinsurance on your EV investments is search up where they have plants and how big their plants are. The more plants they have, the safer your investment is.
Rivian.
And the more plants in other countries they have, the more booming your investment is.
I really hope Rivian does an IOP and
I don't picture them doing it because from what I've understand, they've been getting a lot of money from like Ford and other places. So that's like Ford's way of into the EV game almost, is using Rivian. So they'll keep them
probably
private.
end up doing an S-Pack.
If I did my research right, I'm pretty sure Ford has big ties to Rivian, if I remember correctly. I'm not too
Yes,
sure.
they do.
Yeah. So they're straight up using Rivian. That's their easy way into the EV game. And then Rivian has to use them. The funny thing though is Rivian has to use them for the autonomous game because Ford bought out whatever that AI company was back in 2017 for $1 billion. So they're not dumb. Ford's smart. I just don't know how their balance sheets are. I'm too lazy to go actually search them up and see how they're doing nowadays. Because last time I checked, they're completely shit, like dog shit. Like, yeah.
It's not looking good right now.
They're like the number one company that's been like literally like saved year after year by the government because they overproduce so much, and then the government was so worried about people keeping their jobs, or just year after year, buy out, buy out, buy out. Here you go, here you go, here you go. Throw money at them for no fucking reason, even though they're a failing company. Like, that's why I don't like Ford, but it's just me.
I mean,
For $8
GM
back
got
2
like
months ago, you
how many
couldn't really go
billion?
wrong, I guess. I heard GM's very smart with money, though. It's the one thing I heard about them. They're very good with their balance
Then why
sheets.
did they need that bailout in 08, man? I don't get that. That does
Everyone
not make
needed that
sense.
bail in 08. That was bad.
Not that bad.
Not that bad. Yeah, dude, everybody got hit by that. You got to remember too, people that run and own Ford, like they have investments in other stocks and companies in the market, and they had to sell their shares. Like it was just a fucking frenzy.
The banks were betting on money they didn't have, so they're like in other terms, they were taking money from other investments and using it and shit, and it's like, yeah, so bad.
Every Chevy I've ever had was like a plastic piece of shit.
I love my Chevy EV.
That's, I guess,
Chevy
maybe
that
that's
I ever
different.
liked was that little truck they had. Forget what the fuck it was. It was so close to the ground.
Avalanche.
Colorado.
Nah. Am I thinking of a Chevy? It was like the smallest fucking truck. It was very close to the ground, and it was not your average truck. It's a very small truck. It's still a pickup truck. It's almost like a little bit bigger than an El Camino. The fuck was this thing called?
Are you
Like an
talking about the
S10?
Chevy Love?
I think he's talking about like the SSR.
Isuzu
from the
Pup,
90s,
man.
or
You got to get the
sport truck.
Isuzu Pup. I like old Hondas more than anything, to be honest.
I like electric vehicles.
Hey, I just posted in chat. Is that the truck you're talking about?
I'm looking at them now. I can't find it. Give me a sec. Swear it was like probably like a 98, 99. Like probably wasn't Chevy. I'm thinking now it's probably Dodge.
Well, look at the link I posted in chat.
Yeah, I looked at the SS10. It wasn't it, or whichever one it was.
No, not
Let's
that
see.
one.
Let's see.
Yo, don't sleep on Lordstown Motors.
It was very similar to that. Yes, it was just a more modern way of doing it. But yeah, that's practically it. Yep. Is that called the Love? Chevy Love, eh? Yeah, that's my type of truck for sure.
Vans are dope. I
Lordstown's
like
on
vans.
sale right now.
What's a fire sale?
RIDE. Lordstown's motor.
It looks like everyone thinks Elon's a moron this morning. Tesla like, I'm not saying I think he's a moron, just to clarify.
I think he's a goddamn genius. I mean, he's richer than me.
Just the JRE shake off. Every time he's on Rogan, no matter whether he smokes pot or not, there's always a little. This is just how crazy he gets.
Well, I mean, the Dogecoin thing has me honestly like scratching my brain so hard. I just don't believe in the tech at all. I think it's really stupid.
Blockchain? Brilliant.
No, blockchain is absolutely amazing, but Dogecoin is not good blockchain tech in my opinion.
It's not. It's literally I think we're all in agreement that it's a joke. I mean, but it's like, it's a fun joke, right? You make a quick profit and then just run away.
Well, what exactly is wrong with the way Doge is implementing it?
Why couldn't it become the currency of the world?
Because I don't trust it.
I've heard people say that it's because it's not actively developed to be a front runner in blockchain. Again, even the creators stated it was created as a joke, kind of as a commentary on the current Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
It's just not a very useful blockchain. You can't do a lot of things with it. I mean, in my opinion, it's not good, but that's just my opinion.
I see a lot of restaurants.
Well, I mean, it does have a huge advantage over a lot of them. You can actually transfer it and use it. You know, if I want to transfer some Ethereum, the cost to do so is roughly translate to about $30 fee just to transfer Ethereum right now.
Dogecoin is not completely useless.
I see Doge or other small scale currencies right now becoming the everyday used currency, and then Bitcoin or something Ethereum, some of the long stander being the Federal Reserve, as it were, that holds the value. But we don't walk around with fucking gold bars. Here, give me a cup of coffee. Clink, clink.
I still think crypto's early stage shit right now. Like we won't see it
on the
for
ground,
years to come.
A more tangible equality will be in a bank vault or a digital locker somewhere.
So you're saying Dogecoin is the pocket change of the crypto world?
Yeah, Doge is the dollar. It's the vehicle. You're using something on the ground to transfer said value, but you're not walking around with a gold bar.
Yeah, it's pocket change, not funds.
Pocket change grows in value too, right?
But hey,
So what happens if they develop a miner that can just mine ever-living shit tons of Dogecoin, right, and just stacks Doge to the moon because it's uncapped?
No, there's a
That'd be
limit per
bad if
year.
you're making too much of something and flooding it in there. You're diluting the market by adding more Doge, no? You want less of it mined, no? You want it to become more scarce, I would assume.
No,
I like capped coins, but that's just my opinion.
So the general idea is that it's technically infinite, right, in the long term, but it's capped per year. So that will actually be a positive for the value, because as more is created, as more people are using it, that squeeze per year is going to be more meaningful. Yeah, and not to mention, like what Frank just said.
Well, you say difficulty adjustment, but ASIC miners on Bitcoin did exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, it still survived, so but it is uncapped, whereas Bitcoin's capped.
Damn, I should have freaking bought.
I know one
software
thing.
that
I know
did-
nothing about crypto, but I know you guys would have made more money off whatever XRP is. I have no idea what the fuck it is, but for whatever reason, that grew like 50 cents almost, or whatever the fuck it did in the last couple of months.
Yeah, it was under SEC investigation and they dropped it.
Yeah, can't buy XRP with dollar, with USD.
Same with
Ravencoin was
Stellar
the
though
dope
then
one in
too.
my
Whatever
opinion.
reason, Stellar, I have no idea what that is, but that blew up too over the last couple of months with Dogecoin and stuff going off.
Ravencoin went from like 2 cents to 8 cents. I think it's back down to 7, but I think it's on a good trajectory.
Cryptos. What about stocks? Anybody had any luck this morning?
I always have luck on Overstock and MOS, Mosaic.
Stocks are boring.
Yo, so like, I'm really like tempted to make a crazy socket mobile bet, because around like 10 o'clock today they went from like 13 back down to like 1090, and then it shot back up to 13 again. Like I set a buy limit for 11, and then I'm gonna see if it drops back down, because I'm looking for like 2 points of like support.
That was
You know,
socket.
probably like cashed out instantly as like a day trade.
Socket.
Yeah, Socket had crazy volatility right now. Like what? It went from like 10 to 13, back down to like 10, and then like 13 up again. Like what?
I was feeling anxious, so I set a limit of 1050. Man, it hit 1050 and blasted up to 13. Oh well, still made a profit. A little one. And I'm also monitoring it for opportunities. While these children destroy my house.
That's a bump and dump.
It's just real hot right now. They released a...
what's going on with Socket there, Biscuit?
That's I have no idea. I just looked it up. I just took a look at the ticker, and that's a bump and dump.
No, they released a barcode scanner for an iPhone. I know, but it seems to be good news.
It's a pump and dump. Sell if it's high.
It's a bump and dump. I don't know.
Barcode
it's
scanner,
currently-
the
I'm going
thing
in.
of the
I'm
past.
going in. I'm throwing a lot in.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a bump and dump. Stay far away.
That's a bump and dump. I mean, not
got off
really.
Reddit.
It's not a dump until it dumps, you know, and it didn't dump yet.
Look at that buying pressure. Holy.
They released really good news this morning.
Well, I mean, even with that though, you still let it go at the spike. Like, oh, look how much I made. Okay, goodbye.
Oh, sure, there's going to be a jump, but I still think it's going to close higher than yesterday or Friday.
Yeah, I learned real quick, never buy on a run up like that.
Yeah, I'm setting
That's
up
actually
a
crazy
limit
news.
It's just
Apple decided to use Microsoft Office on their iPad instead of coming up with their own shit.
Ooh, that's interesting.
That's very interesting.
It's their way of fighting Google because Google Docs are the new mainstream. But
Exactly. There you go, Biscuit. That's the play.
So Microsoft and Apple working together now, because I know for years Microsoft has apparently been helping HP out, that other computer company. Apparently, like Microsoft is like the only reason why they're alive, and like apparently Microsoft does a
That's
lot of
kind of
this.
hilarious. They're going back to their back scratching roots. I'm
It's
just
funny.
kidding how they stole from each other.
Well, it just promotes the idea of using Microsoft over Google because if they're gonna,
Microsoft stole from
they
Apple
want you to be
before,
able
no?
to do something on their product. They want you to be able to do this. They're not going to come up with Apple Sheets because there's no money in that for them right now. But they don't want to tell you, well, you could do it with Google because you can, but then it's losing a big chunk of interest, you know.
Damn, Socket is flying right now. What the hell?
wow, this company is from 96. What? I can. It was like up to $500 per share. What? In 2000. What? This company is so dead.
it's a pump and dump, man.
It's a pump and dump. It's a pump and dump.
That was a big pump and dump.
I mean, like they can like revive themselves, and if they adopt new technology, it can always happen, and it can range. Yeah.
Is that what I'm seeing there? Or that was like the end of '99 or mid 2000 to
Yeah.
early 2001.
Yeah. Yes. That's the bump and dump.
That's disgusting.
Wow, man! Imagine the amount of people buying like
You never
here.
see
Yeah.
bull trap until you've been stuck in that one.
And it happened again in 2003, and they didn't learn. I thought this shit only happens in crypto, but it seems like it happens everywhere.
It's been pretty volatile everywhere lately, man.
Searching up last time crypto went ape shit back in 2016, like because that's when like I first got into crypto kind of thing, was when everyone was going crazy over
You didn't buy
Bitcoin
at
and
$20,000. Please don't tell me you did
no,
that.
yeah. But everyone was like running to the corner store, and like everybody and their mother's cunt like didn't even know nothing about crypto, running to the corner store to get some back in 2016. And so the other day it led me to believe like what short squeeze happened on the stock market back in 2016, and you would be surprised the short squeezes that were going on in the stock market during that crypto craze. So I don't know, like why do they correlate? I don't know. I sound like a fucking tinfoil hat head talking about it though. That's for sure.
That's funny. I mean, I believe like going into investing and trading, you have at least once to get dumbed down for you to learn the hard way. Or
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have to experience that. That's part of the
GME
cycle
taught
for
me
you to
big
become.
time.
Oh my god. I mean,
never
look at
getting late on this shit.
GME holding 50. I'm impressed, to be honest.
Oh, I'm impressed too. Like I'm gonna hold on to it forever, but at the same time, it taught me like don't get in on, be patient, get on, don't get in on late. You know, always be early to the game. And yeah, because like this GME shit's been going on since like 2019. The fact that we haven't heard about it. I was looking at Overstock. I like them, but the fact that we haven't heard about GME since fucking 2019, like it's been going on since 2019. We have heard shit about it, and all of a sudden we hear all this. It's like, yeah, okay, good job, media.
I mean, this like, if you understand like the bigger picture of the whole crypto and Bitcoin thing, it's the mainstream, like the way how the world works versus a new way of how the world should work. So it's like private versus like the governments in a way. So
I just
since
can't.
the governments control the media, they won't let you know that this is a good thing unless you discover for
Oh, yeah.
yourself.
Because media doesn't understand it themselves too. That's what I have to understand with that. Like media does not know anything when it comes to blockchain, or you know, even the big banks had to bring in people to explain it to them and baby feed them what it was. But
True, very true.
But at the same time, it's very hard for me to actually like move away from the stock market and into crypto, because all these corporations, all these companies are still backed by, you know, the fiat currency, United States
I don't
dollars,
know, man.
and all this
Some
shit.
interesting
So for
stuff
them
is
to
happening.
switch
Dollar is
over
very
to
strong. It's very strong,
like,
the dollar.
yeah, I don't know.
So
I
my
don't think it's my
father-in-law,
generation
right?
that actually gets going with crypto. I think it's way past me. That's why I'm not worried about it. I think there's way much more money into the actual Canadian and United States dollar and fucking with companies rather than crypto. But I'm not bashing it. In the future. It could be crypto, but right now it's definitely stocks.
Well, so it's funny you say that. My
Father is going to die.
my 60-plus father-in-law, who
Companies
has
will
lots of
not
money,
though.
wanted to meet. He made me open him a Binance like over the weekend because he's about to
Oh,
start buying
wow.
crypto.
Amazing. That's amazing. Even the guy who who runs the store next to my house today, he was like, 50,000, huh? But if I buy it, will the bank buy it from me? Will it? who will buy it from me? He's asking, he's legitimately asking, like, if I buy like Bitcoin, who's gonna buy it from me? What am I gonna use it for? Dude, I was dying of laughter.
It's
Like,
like buying gold, man. You just sit on it.
Then
It's also like-
we had a discussion, and I tried to simplify it as much as I can to him. And then at the end, he said, so only billionaires will buy it like gold. Then I said, yes, a store of value, exactly. In a way. But it's not accurate, but that's how he understands it.
Well, it's very accurate. That's the only way I could see it being used like right now, is to store your value. Because I don't forget who was saying the other day, but you're not going to buy anything in Bitcoin because you could be paying this for a car, and then by tomorrow that car is worth whatever because of the Bitcoin you paid for it, right? So like it's straight like to store your value, or honestly to traffic or to launder your money. I see it as a very easy way to launder your money.
If I buy it for 50, will I have to sell it for $200 later? I was like, maybe. if the buyer and seller agree that's the value of Bitcoin, then it will be $200. It's amazing when you hear it from everyone, you know that something is on the
Oh yeah.
is on the horizon, like something is coming for Bitcoin.
Pablo
I mean, it's
Escobar wished
already,
he lived in the Bitcoin times. All the money he sat on, that would be right into an American account via Bitcoin.
stonks. So, what did someone say? Elon is stupid.
No, I was like saying that people thought he was stupid this morning. I didn't say he was stupid.
I honestly think he's a human, so he can make mistakes. He's not an alien for definitely. So he can.
Yeah, no, I mean, he has
He's not
human
Mark Zuckerberg.
characteristics.
Or is he?
No, if Elon's not human, he's probably an AI. That's what he is.
You ever seen his mother talk? His brother runs, I think, the solar company. I forget what company, but I think his brother runs one of the companies as well.
Isn't like the people who do a lot of drugs talk like Elon?
Yeah,
It's true.
I don't know.
Yeah, after they overdose, they start talking.
That's how I talk.
You guys, the Bitcoin is staying the same.
It's
That's
dead.
losing
Sell
money.
it. Dump it.
It's gonna grow. The billions of dollars got pumped into it. I could see it probably going 100 G's, but I don't know. It's just me. Not financial advice.
Yeah, it's because the U.S. is losing money.
At this point, the percentage gain isn't like super enticing for me, you know?
Yeah, it's going to have to go to 100 if you even want 50%. So that's why other cryptos are a lot more interesting to me.
Is it true though? Like, it isn't like
But the higher
most
the
cryptos,
value,
they gain the same percentage. So if you put 1,000 into Bitcoin, and it's the same as putting 1,000 to Ethereum. If we say the crypto market in general increase in a same or almost the same percentage, so you will gain like 50.
yeah, because every time you see DOGE go up or Ethereum, you're going to see Bitcoin go up. Not saying it's the same percentage, but at the same time, you're more likely to see Bitcoin go up than you will DOGE or something, right? Like Bitcoin's going to grow that 20% out of nowhere and keep it, and then grow off of that 20% again and keep it, and keep going like that, or as opposed to DOGE going to this and that and between.
I know some traders play with the dominance, like they look at the dominance, how dominant Bitcoin is.
It's the same in the stock
decide.
market. You have a company at like $80 or $90. It's more likely to grow by 100%, 200% in the matter of a couple of weeks, depending on their earnings report, rather than you're buying up something at $2. It's going to go to $4, then back down to $2. The established companies are going to hold their value and grow a lot easier than other companies.
Yeah, so like when you
And
like
Polkadot.
look at yourself as a day trader, you're looking for more volatility. So like you're looking for like the really risky ones, the low values versus
And
like,
you're making sure they're in the red.
Honestly,
make
I
sure they're in the red.
I haven't traded anything but Doge for the last 2 weeks because of how fast it goes up and down.
The
It's
difference
crazy.
in
You make
crypto
good money, or-
between that and the stock market, though, is imagine if you could sit here and trade your AMC shares directly for SNDL, right? You can't do that on the stock market, but you can do that with crypto. So you get these spreads that are desynced. So, the US dollar to Ethereum value, you're watching that. Now the Ethereum to Doge value tracks maybe with a lag behind that. And you can work those numbers to do things.
So what you're saying is crypto is a lot less volatile than the stock market?
In a weird way, kind of. Yeah, but it still is.
The only thing I can't see it being less volatile is the fact that it's 24/7. But yeah, 100%. It's probably less volatile with people buying, but the fact that it's going 24/7 fuck, like overnight is what scares me the most. It's like, do I miss on a big
It's like
chunk
a
at, like, when I'm
cycle.
sleeping?
Asia woke up, America woke up, Europe woke up. It's an endless cycle.
Freaking Elon tweeting at like 12 California time when I'm like over in the East Coast ruined me, man. Like I get up at 4 a.m. for work and I was like, oh man, Elon tweeted an hour ago. Who the hell tweets at 3 a.m.? Oh wait, no, it's midnight over here or for him. I'm like,
sleep?
God damn it.
We're supposed to sleep.
I know, eh?
That's what I'm saying.
You're right. Sleep is for
The
the
worst part of being human is just sleeping. Waste of time.
Just like eating.
I know, just like eating. I know. I'm the type of person that eats to live. I don't live to eat. I want to see this hearing. When is it? Thursday? Does anyone know? Is it even going to be live?
The 18th.
I already know they're going to ask all the wrong questions. Fucking stupid board. They're going to be asking the stupidest questions and not asking the questions they should be. I already know it. It's
So
going to be
how
a big
did the
headache to
retail
watch.
investor screw you over to make sure that never happens again?
Yeah, pretty much.
They're going to be like trying to explain to them what a short is or a short position, and they're just going to be like, hogwash. Anyways, what do you eat for lunch?
I reclaim my time.
Fuck.
Excuse me.
Wait, phantom shares are illegal? We should probably fix that to make them legal.
God, it's just me a bunch of old people trying to figure out how like Facebook works again.
How does Facebook make money?
Exactly.
If you don't charge for Facebook, how do you make money?
That entire hearing frustrated me so much.
That's an 18.5.
I was literally shouting at my TV, like giving them the question they should be. I was like, "What the fuck, man? I hate old people. I don't know why. I'm sorry, old people, but I fucking hate some of you guys in power. Like, come on now." And it's like, man, they're probably just taking money and they just friggin' act all that way, like they don't know what's going on purpose. It's like,
Wait, so
I don't know what the fuck
we
I'm
lost
talking
all
about.
of our money because they were trying to buy GameStop? So we should probably fix that.
You ever seen that one fucking thing about the old guy? He's sitting there guarding his lawn. He's like, half the time, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Straight up gonna be the SEC, even though they do know what they're talking about.
Dude,
And what is this Bitcoin the kids talk about?
Younger people for office. Let's go.
I got a bigger question, Biscuit. Who let the DOGE out?
Who let it? Probably Elon did.
Is it gonna break out of its cage? I saw your chart there. It looked like it was ready to break out.
I can see a lot of people trying to do this play and it could do something, but the whales they have. I talked like in this chat. I talked about how the whales manipulate everything and they will always control Doge and decide when to bump and dump.
Yeah, but it also does look like a bullish pennant there, no?
It does. I don't know, man. I like to draw lines. If they make sense to me, I do them.
There's too much big money in it.
Right?
I don't know. Sometimes I don't believe I can trade them. I just like if it's.
Look at the wick. Yeah. Look how the wicks are coming to a point near the end of this.
So that's also the other way I look at crypto is whoever has the most money in it is the easiest to control the market. Whenever they decide to sell is when you're going to see the dip, no?
Yeah. This is why, as I said, I talked about the whales and they need to get out. And then funny it is, Elon said like, if they go out, I will buy their shares or I will buy their coins. That was impressive, to be honest. Like he's like, I'm gonna make this succeed one way or another, or he's saying, or we can interpret, like we can translate that into, I want everyone to become rich off of Doge, but I can't do it if the whales keep doing this. In a way, they need to stop
That's why I
dumping on people.
prefer Polkadot and Uniswap.
Well, Polkadot is China game. I don't know much about it, but it's China's really big on that. It's like Bitcoin over there.
Any
hate
coin that isn't a
XRP.
true blockchain coin, like I might invest just for the
XRP.
short term, but
I
I'm
prefer
only
Ethereum DeFi.
Someone said, I heard someone here say talking about XRP and it's doing good. I don't know, man. This coin, this company, Rebel. I don't know, man. It's against the principle of crypto. I don't think it's for the
No,
people.
I don't fuck with them at all. I was just
Yeah.
saying, like, compared to Dogecoin, you know, you've seen growth in that a lot more.
No, I mean, if you this is the thing that people don't realize. A lot of alternative coins went up crazy this past week. So
Like Avalanche.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
so
that's how crypto is explained to me though too. Like if it isn't Bitcoin, if it isn't Ethereum or Litecoin, the chances there's a high chance that it's just some dude making his own coin and pushing it for his own profit. If it isn't those three, they told me there's a very high there's a
I wouldn't
very high
say a
chance.
dude. I would say a group of people.
Or a group of people. Either way, they create their own coin on a website and then they push it for profit. And
But I mean, if
there's
you
a
look
very
at it,
high chance.
some projects are actually legit and strong, which this is the homework that you have to do. Like you have
Yeah,
to
that's
look
why
it
I
up.
say high
and-
chance because there still is coins out there. They're trying to be like Bitcoin and try to structure themselves. But then at the same time, there's a lot of coins who are just trying to get rich quick and take your money and run with it. Like
The problem is Bitcoin is just a currency, and a lot of the other ones are built on platforms that actually have a future.
you got to know the people behind those platforms, though.
no, not really. Not when the ones that are based on proper blockchain and open source. You don't need to know anything about the developers as long as you know how it works. And if it's if it's a proper blockchain and you like the settings, let's say that it has, like what's the cap, etc., then yeah.
Litecoin did me good the other day. Litecoin had an expected jump, and it actually jumped the way everyone expected it to jump.
It's at its 2016 prices, so it kind of worries me that it might be coming back down, but I don't know.
Avalanche was where I made a ton.
Every time I remember the way Charlie dumped on people, I admire that man. He's good for the crypto, but the way he sold his bag was, I don't know, man.
I got another email the other day. This isn't crypto itself, but the exchange. I got an email and they're forewarning me that another Quadra rig website has popped up out of thin air or whatever. And be careful, don't use it. You know, it's not us. They go, it's someone else, and they're using the name, blah blah blah. Even though they were the crooked ones back in the day, it's like what the fuck. So yeah, steer clear of Quadra rigs. And be careful of exchanges as well, where you hold your coins. Whoever said an offline wallet, smartest way to go. Get an offline wallet ASAP if you're fucking with this shit, because you're gonna lose your money through the exchanges too. That's where the higher risk is.
Yeah, the moment you got a bunch of crypto in an exchange that you do not intend to continue trading or reinvesting, yeah, move it right out to another wallet.
Wish I would have bought that socket. That 21.5. 22.
It didn't go jump back down to my limit buy. Oh my god, I'm so upset.
27 minutes to jump from
Any news on it? Like
22.
been bought out or some stupid shit?
I don't know, but if they're gonna get dumped, like literally from the time like I was making that like bullish like bet, whatever, it went up. I probably would have sold right now to make like 20-30%.
Dude, it's insane. Like, what the fuck? 22. Oh, it's going back down now. Nope. I was wrong. It's going up.
Oh my god, I'm beating myself up over it. So upset. I'm gonna cry.
See, this is like a GME situation now. Like, you don't know. Like, you could be getting high. It's like, who's
like,
the bag holder here, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I had it at 10:20 this morning.
Did you
What's
sell?
the volume on it? Are they getting short squeezed right now? Or did they have a short position?
They released news on Monday or Friday, or today, I think.
This morning, right before market open, maybe an hour or two before market open.
Oh, there you go. Yes, I sold it.
Ah, oh, damn, that sucks.
Tiny little profit.
I mean,
and then
yeah.
It just freaking Mars shot, man.
Well, you can't, I guess, regret profit, but
nope,
no,
not at all.
I regret not buying it back in or at the market price.
I mean, it's one of those, wow. But it's the way it works.
I would like dump right now.
Yep.
That's easily like double your money within like span of like 3 hours.
Not even 3. It's been 30 minutes and it's jumped from 12 to 22.
A day trader's dream.
Yeah, when I opened it up, it was at like 15, and now we're sitting at 22 or 21.
I really feel it's going to get dumped like pretty soon, though. Probably around like in the next hour or two.
I would have dumped it as soon as it hit 20 if I was in it.
Why weren't we talking about this on Friday?
Were we talking about socket on Friday?
No.
More this morning?
It was definitely this morning we were like talking about it. I forget who posted it. I think it was, I don't remember, but whoever that person is, I mean, if they bought in, GG.
I was playing with socket during pre-market. I saw the news this morning, but I'm still rather inexperienced at this, so I fudged it. But I didn't lose, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I look at the price side. You walked away.
It's $30.
You walked away okay.
Could have been 300. Oh well. But it is nice to actually experience seeing the news, prepping for it. That was worth it. So I've been looking over Overstock, and I am noticing a pattern that they seem to get a really good boost at about 1 p.m. pretty consistently over the last few weeks, at least. So maybe be a date opportunity.
Afria is shooting up like crazy right now. Afria is up 20% on the day. What?
Forgot about their competitor. Completely forgot about Canopy Growth. Go look at their stock if you want to see the big dogs. That's why that's probably why also why Tilray and Afria are looking to merge, just because of Canopy Growth.
They're up 5% on the day.
Look where they held though for the year. They literally fucking held $33 during the pandemic, and now they're starting to get there. During all that weed stocks shit that happened, they actually didn't even like shoot up that much. They held their price during all that shit. Held their price, and now they came back down a bit from. I think they went up to $66 during all that fucking weed fiasco. and now they're coming and averaging back out around 50 to 53 right now. So, like, that is one of the most solid weed companies there is right now.
Yeah, but as a day
Even
trader's point
like,
of view, Afia's looking real nice.
yeah.
Any in socket?
Nope.
650%
Oh
for the
my
day.
gosh, sold
I
Chronos
literally
to
had a freaking limit buy for like 1250, and it just did not drop below since I was looking at it when I was like 13 something. So I'm really upset.
It, man, literally came out of nowhere. I'll catch one day. I'll go to space.
Yeah, at the same time, though, all these weed companies are booming, and it's hilarious because now I'm reading an article specifically about canopy growth, but they're not the only ones, about them having to shut down facilities and cut jobs because of the weed market this year in Canada, and everyone, like, they don't want to admit it, but it's the black market that takes away from them. But yeah. So, like, are these stocks like properly evaluated, or they're most likely all volatility?
You're thinking it might be another pump and dump by like Wall Street Bets or something?
It's not so much a pump and dump, but just a lot of volatility. The people trying to get into the weed industry and get into companies and leave their money in there, but it's a lot of volatility, and it will probably average back down. Like, I'm reading an article about them laying off fucking thousands of peoples and shutting down factories this year. You know, there's a lot of factories that haven't been running, right? So, like, yeah. Yeah, they've been just shedding stuff. So that's how they plan on turning a profit, is by laying off workers. So they're actually protecting their investors' interests by laying off workers. That's why they're doing it. That's how they have. That's how they're making money right now, is laying off workers.
Oh, they halted socket.
It's about to drop. You know when like people like interrupt their trading, it's gonna take a hit.
709% for the day is where it stopped. Oh yeah, I wouldn't even question. I'd sell.
Yeah, I would dump it now. It makes no sense. I mean, yeah, I mean the barcode scanner is cool, and being the first in the market for a lot of like those like small like I guess like side businesses, because you know these barcodes are used for like flea markets and stuff like that.
What is it, Square, where they get the little credit card reader for the cell phones? Or
Yeah.
I don't.
Also,
Same thing. Having a barcode reader on your cell phone would be great for those small mom and pops. I
Yeah.
agree, but not at $26 a share.
Yeah,
Especially with a lot of those small mom and pops no longer in business because of the pandemic.
Well, and I think can't you just get a Bluetooth scanner and it does the same thing?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't understand. There's a lot of barcode scanner products you can get even for free.
Sure, but I'm just
And
looking to day trade this.
Pretty sure how most people do it is they just go through a point of sales terminal. People, like, there's a lot of established companies out there, and they just get everything in like a big computer,
Not
so they can.
necessarily. A lot of those are junk, and they cost a lot of money for what you get, and they're not customizable. You're better off going with like low verse and complete.
I know at like Target, they use old like iPhones for their like barcode scanners, and they just get like a jacket of some kind, some barcode scanner jacket, and they put it on the top. It's
They
pretty
use
fun.
old iPhones.
Yeah, like iPhones, like really, actually iPhones.
What the fuck? That's hilarious. Wow. So do you know what system they're actually using it? Or is it like through Apple or?
It's an app, so like literally, from what I saw, it was like they have like an old iPhone, and then there's
It's
like a
their own
Target app.
proprietary setting or app that they use to double check like price matches.
Yeah, and so they just put it in like this red little, I guess like jacket with a barcode scanner on it, and then there it goes. Connects to the store Wi-Fi. You scan a product, you get the information you need. I guess that's all they really need.
Well, it's also to keep track of like what people want the POS and that type of stuff for, is to keep track of inventory and all that, right? It keeps track of your inventory, how much you sell, how much, all that, taxes, and it's
No,
almost like a
so
mini accountant too. Some of these POS systems, they're getting very advanced. If you go with the right POS system, it's almost like a mini accountant.
so the thing about the scanners they have on the selling floor is that it doesn't actually like, it's just an app to look up prices and stuff and back stock. Yeah, so it's literally
Okay.
just an iPhone with an app
Yeah.
that brings you to the website, and it tells you if you have it in the back or not, I guess.
Okay. Because
But if
yeah,
you price match Pokemon cards, they never come up on that scanner.
So, as someone who's developed or delved a lot into the TCG market, it's because they're coded from like a third party vendor. So like they actually so the stock they have actually isn't like recorded. So a vendor comes in every week and replenishes or swaps out. So like when Target would go under or whatever, or store would go under, the vendor comes in and grabs all of their product off the shelves and then moves it somewhere else. So it's not actually part of like the store. Same with like soda.
I know it's great, but most cashiers don't know that, so then they just take whatever price you give them.
Yeah, especially since some of these booster packs are like 30 plus right now.
I know I've price matched the 3-pack blisters for like $2.50 before.
Have you seen the prices of the Magic the Gatherings collector's editions? They're literally $30 for a single like pack, and they look like any other pack. So you grab a handful, and then don't do it. It's illegal. Don't do this. Not advice. But people would grab a handful and just like throw it on the register and just be like, oh well, here it is. Or even they take it to self checkout and scan the same pack like 17 times and just walk out. And then the security guard would be like, oh, what do you have? I have 30 packs or whatever. And then like, oh, okay, well there it is.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to find the Shining Fates when it comes out here in a couple days. So if anyone finds one, pick one up for me.
yeah, he just does not want to go below 50. That's true. Oh, there it goes. We're at
Trying to
that
beat the crawl
50 mark.
spaces.
Oh, back over 50.
Oh, for like those guys who are like buying a crap ton of Pokemon cards from the McDonald's thing. Did you see how like it tanked? That like there was like the crazy Pikachu that was going for like 150 dropped to like $11. It was crazy.
Yeah, it'll go back up again.
Well, that initial influx was Pokemon saying that, don't worry, we're going to print more, relax, like, they're coming.
Yeah, McDonald's made a statement too about that, about how they're going to try to keep supply up.
Well, the first day, my McDonald's was fine with me buying 10 packs just without the Happy Meal. The next day, they said I had to buy the Happy Meal. So
Yeah, it's your way of getting customers.
yeah, it's my way of getting a shitload of nuggets.
You imagine the dads back in the day that thought, Pokemon was just, stupid and all this shit, and now here there's their kids sitting on the card that's worth more than their car.
I'm wondering how many McDonald's employees are just pocketing these cards right now.
Oh, fuck. For sure, probably. Open them up real quick or something. Or, I don't know how they'd open them up, but
out.
Part of a group on Facebook, and one of the guys said, "Oh, I work at McDonald's. I'll have some of these packs up for sale later. I'm probably coming home with 40 of them."
Hey guys, so I got a new iPhone yesterday because my battery was like awful, and so they just replaced it at the Apple store. But it's still showing that I have that my old phone is still on my accounts, but I completely erased it. Should I delete that or keep it on?
I keep all my old phones on my account, so I've never really felt the need to delete them, but it's up to you.
But if it's now like they just replaced it,
Yeah, as long as your SIM card's in there, you'll
if
be
it's
good.
with the Apple one, should I delete it off my account?
You cut out there. I'm sorry.
If it's now with Apple, should I delete it off my account?
What do you mean if it's now with Apple? Like you cut out before that?
So my old phone, they just replaced it because it was under warranty,
Mhm.
but it's still showing up. Should I delete it?
Well, yeah. So I mean, that's what you're never gonna have in contact with that phone again. The phone is never gonna be yours again. It'll get refurbished, and somebody new will log into it, and that new, it's basically a horse apiece. Whether you delete it or you don't, it's inconsequential.
Yeah.
But
I buy out all my phones, so like I own all my old broken iPhones. So yeah, it's hard for me to say.
Well, I do too, but they replaced it under warranty, so
Mhm.
it was free.
I would
As long
say
as you back
long-term
it up.
security, just delete it. Why not? There's no reason to have it if it's technically never going to be yours, I guess. You have that phone's data and image on the current new one they replaced it with, right?
Yeah, and I did a reset, so I thought last time I did that it deleted it, so I was a little confused why it was still on there.
No, they keep track of all that stuff. I have my iPhone from like 10 years ago somehow still on my account.
Yeah, my battery management went from like 95% to 87% in less than a week.
Holy shit. What happened there? How old was the phone?
So I had sent it in to get my screen replaced back in like October, and they said when they ran their diagnostics, they said there was something wrong with the battery and sent it in and got it replaced. And when I got it back, it was just worse than it was before they replaced it.
That's why I don't like updating my fucking phone too much or doing too much. Like I had the same SE for literally like almost 6 years, and as finally a lot of the stuff I couldn't wasn't compatible with my phone, the iOS, like a lot of my banking apps and this and that. So it forced me to buy the new SE. But yeah, I usually never iOS update my phone because as soon as that happens, it's capacity for the battery. That's how they get the battery to shit out is the new updates because they're really not built for the battery capacity or anything of the phone. The new updates are meant for the new phones. They're not meant for the older phones. So be very careful with how much you update your iPhone if you want to protect your battery.
Well, and this is I mean, it's an XR, so it wasn't super old. It was just, I think the battery that they replaced it with swelled in it would get to like 12% battery and shut off.
Oh my gosh,
It
that's
was
so bad.
awful.
Yeah.
And it was supposedly a brand new battery that I got in October.
Huh. I hope you didn't pay a thing for the new battery you just got.
No, it's under Apple Care, and
Yeah.
so when she took it, they just replaced it with a brand new phone because there were so many issues with it.
hmm That's how I went about buying my new phone. I'm like, I didn't even think of Apple Care to think of. But when I bought my new SE, I was like, this phone just dropped this year. Like, it's a brand new phone. So I was like, screw it. I'm gonna buy refurbished through Best Buy, which I did. Which no complaints so far. But yeah, right away it offered me Apple Care. So I'm like, well, I just saved like $500 on the phone, and friggin' now I have a warranty on it as well. Like, refurbished might be the way to go.
I have to have Apple Care because I break my screen like every 6 months.
You don't have a case?
Actually, no, even with a case. Like I actually had it and I cracked it within a month of getting it, and then I got it fixed, and then I cracked it a week
What kind of
later.
case do you have? My SC, like now it's a little cracked that I took it out of its case, but it's just like near the button. It's not even the screen itself. My old SC, but I had it in an OtterBox and forever. Like I could throw this thing across the room. It was like indestructible. I'm not even shitting you. Like just how small the SC was in its layout. Now the newer one's a little bit bigger, so it's gonna be more prone to for breaking. But
When I have my spec case on, I'm good, but I had like switched over to one of the other spec cases that was like slightly different, and that's the one I broke it on twice, and so then I switched back over to my old one, and I haven't
Just-
had any issues.
technically the cases too themselves have warranties. So if your phone breaks, sometimes like depending on the case's warranty itself, but the case might be held liable as well, too, which I found pretty funny.
Yeah, the spec I had before was like the one that covered the ports. Like I don't know, it had like a thing that closed to like protect the charging port, but that's the one I broke on it on twice, and then I switched back to like the downgraded model, and I've never had an issue.
Yeah, I always used OtterBox, and now I'm using something called Tech 21. I don't know. I'm knocking on wood with this case. I'm probably gonna buy OtterBox. Fuck it. But yeah, I have no problems with OtterBox with an Apple. Those two go hand in hand. So I never used to use a case on my Apple. I used to be one of those guys who was like, fuck it, I don't care. Never use a case, just use the phone. And I went through screens like no tomorrow back in the day. And then I finally had like smartened up and put a case on my SC and never broke it once. I never
I
broke
miss
that
the
phone
Best
once.
Buy. Best Buy used to have their like warranty thing, and like literally whenever my phone like was like 6 months old, I'd snap it in half and go get a brand new one for free. It was the best warranty ever.
Holy crap. They don't do that no more, I take it?
No, probably because I would just walk in, snap it, and be like, "Can I have a new one?" and right in front of them.
I used to do the same thing too. Back in the day with like CD players and stuff like that.
Nowadays, if you break your phone, the last place you want to bring it to is your phone service. They'll fuck you over faster than ever. You want to go get it fixed out of fucking house first, and then whatever. Never bring it to your phone service. Most of them, at least. TELUS is so bad with that. I remember breaking my phone screen back in the day, and I literally should have just got it fixed somewhere else for like $80 or whatever. Because as soon as I brought it to them, like they started smiling and licking their chops. All these bills coming at me, this and that. I'm like, what about Apple Care? Like, oh no, this phone, we own this phone technically, blah blah blah, and we get to charge you what you want, pretty much. And I looked right at the guy, and I'm like, okay, can we just forget I came in here and I can fucking take this phone, get it fixed, and whatever. Like, I'm not paying this. He's like, nope, can't do that. Man, right then and there, I was like, you know what, buddy? How about I buy out everything right now and never fuck with you guys again? And that's exactly what I did. Always buy out my phones now, pay as you go. I'll never go back to a phone service. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. One guy ruined it. One shit employee for the whole fucking all TELUS.
Yeah, just save your money and just buy the phone unlocked. I know you got to pay X $100, and everybody wants to get that monthly bill down and not pay that upfront cost, but you save so much more if you do it that way.
I save almost
We
close to
save
$5,000 a year now, I think.
we do the installments, but we always do it when they have buy one get one free. So we get one phone for free, and then we just pay the installments. We don't ever have any issues, and it's cheaper in the long run.
Yeah, that's what my buddy does. Is he opens up a new line, just get the second phone for free.
And then we just always stick with Apple Care because
Yeah, the only
it's
thing is,
so
though,
much
you have to
better
have
than their
a
plan.
minimum payment though on your bill, right? That's what they do now. Has to be like minimum $90 if you have the new iPhone or this and that.
No, it's so much different now. So like our plan is a lot cheaper once you pay it off after the 2 years. Then your plan goes to like $10 a month.
Okay, Canada's way different. Canada, they soak and fuck everybody. It's ridiculous. You literally got to have like a minimum plan of like $90 a month if you're trying to get the new iPhone with a specific amount of data, and it's so fucking crooked. Canada's the worst for cell phone plans in the world, I would say. Because what you just explained makes a lot of sense. Like 2 years, get the phone paid off. Okay, now your bill's $10 a month for whatever your phone's. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
not
you
in
can
Canada.
What about companies like Ting that hail from Canada?
So what you want to do there is just get a voice and data plan that has nothing to do with the phone itself. You know, you get your SIM and you can put it in any device you want.
Yep.
Lukong technology up 118%.
I think my day's done. I can't exit any of my positions today and free up any money to do anything.
Oh, I'm fucked until AMC and GME does something. Like, I completely screwed myself. I'm really hoping my job calls me back soon. I am tied up for the long haul.
Yeah, man, freaking blows. I need Dogecoin for like. I want to exit Dogecoin because it was like trading sideways at like 7 for the longest time. So I just like lowered my cost basis. So I need to go back up to like 6 something.
Dude, I started mining on those graphics cards the other day, right? That I just had, and I'm up to $110.
Yeah, my friend was showing me how to mine and shit, and he has it going on his computer as well. Fuck, man, that shit's actually legit.
I mean, I'm not doing anything, and it's like the power is not very expensive anyway. I use just as much power playing Minecraft.
I think he was actually mining Ethereum like a couple of weeks ago, so he actually got in like perfect time.
Yeah, so I've been mining Ethereum and then just having it auto convert to Ravencoin because I think that's like ultimately gonna increase at a higher rate.
I want to fucking go buy a computer and just let it mine. I'm not even gonna lie. I only want to buy like 3 or 4 if this GME plays out. Just let them mine for
Dude,
me all
it's
day.
so expensive.
I'd
to
much
buy
rather get into
graphics cards
crypto
right
that
now.
way than just use an actual. Because I'd rather use my money towards stocks and just fucking let it sit in there, and then I'd rather pay a bit of money to mine rather than buy the coin itself. It's
That's
way
what
smarter.
I've actually been liking the mining more than buying it. Plus, then it's like totally anonymous. Nobody knows who I am at all.
And you
I
just stick it into like an offline wallet then, right? It's like, how does that work?
Yeah, you just transfer because I'm mining from a mining pool and then I just transfer it to a wallet. So that's like I don't know, it's pretty legit.
When you want to trade it for USD, that's when your ID gets involved on exchanges. I mean,
Well, yeah, but I probably won't for like years. It's to just hold. It's not to take out at all. It's to hold.
It's putting the computer to actual use, making some money for you. Good way to do it.
My wife's like, so you mean that thing you bought for games is gonna pay itself off in 2 months? Okay, can you buy another one?
Mm-hmm.
Yee.
Any type of residual income fucking turns me on.
Dude, this dude bought
In 2
60.
months?
Yeah, it'll pay itself off in 2 months. But this dude bought 60 5700s like a year ago when like right as the pandemic hit, and he's mining $12,000 worth of Ethereum a month right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of big setups right now.
I'm highly curious what you actually have then. What video card are you mining with?
I've just got an RX 580 and then a
2060. So I've just got them both in one computer and set to mine. They're mining at like 63 mega hash, and it's like a couple $100 a month. But like the coins that I'm mining keep going up in value as I'm mining them, so it's like even more in value. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that sounds more reasonable. Yeah, mine wouldn't. I'd have to do like 3 months to pay off my cards.
I mean, you might, honestly. I have them overclocked, undervolted. I've been dinking with it for a long time to get like that stuff right. But I mean, all cards wouldn't be the same. You wouldn't pay off every card that fast. And especially with current graphics cards prices, they're insane, specifically because of this thing.
No, actually, I take that back. I really miscalculated that. I have to mine with 4 cards for 3 months to pay off 1 card.
What? It's super profitable to mine Ethereum right now. Like I'm getting $100 or more off each card. I only paid 200 for my RX 580 when I got it. So, I mean, that pays itself off in 2 months.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Yeah, then a lot of people are paying $900 and $1,000 for these cards right now.
Yeah, which is no. I mean, I paid. That's why I got in really good. Already had gaming cards, and I just turned them on. I'm like, yay!
Is there a
Just
new
free
Nvidia
money.
card that just came out?
There's supposed to be the 3060 Ti coming out. If not already
The
out, I don't know.
3060 Ti is out now. The 3080 Ti is about to be launched, and the big news around that is initially they were spec'd at 20 gigs of VRAM, and now they're only shipping with 8 due to shortages and yada yada. But
That's crazy. What?
Then the 3060s are the card to get. 3060 Ti is the card you want to have to mine.
How much does that one mine a day on average estimate?
About 60 something mega hash. So about.
It depends on what you're mining
and.
Most.
Whoa. Wait,
You
hold
probably
on.
want to mine Ethereum, and it mines about 60 mega hash.
If that's true, then don't get it because you can get well, actually, yeah, maybe it's worth it because you can get.
Well, it's
over
the power.
30
You run it at almost no power.
Okay, well then maybe it's worth it because you can get over 30 mega hash on a 1080.
Yeah, but a 1080 is expensive for like it's old. It uses a lot of power. I don't know. I have a friend on his 1080.
400 something.
I have a friend running a 1080. He's making like $100 a month, but you can make like $200 off a 3060 and pay it off. I don't know. Ultimately, in the long run, I think it's a better buy the 3060 Ti, but you have to get it for a good price, or it is not worth it. And right now, good prices are really hard to come by.
You can do what everyone does. Buy me if you're like close to a Fry's or a Micro Center. It's just like show up every morning and get those raffles they do every morning.
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, I bought a 3090, or I should say my little brother bought a 3090 over New Year's. And like what they do every morning is like, you just check on the site, but they'll be like, oh, we have this many in stock, and it's only in store only, so you have to go up and line up and have like tickets for you to grab.
I haven't kept up on the newer cards, but if Nvidia is following the trend that they've almost always followed, don't mess with the 50s. Get the 60s and the 80s, and the 70s are pretty good sometimes too.
Yeah, that's about right.
You think they'll release a super? Because man, those supers are so aggressively priced.
Here's Intel talking shit about AMD. Apparently, Intel says AMD sacrifices its performance for battery life. Let's look at the data.
That's literally just dumb. I mean, if you look at the latest AMD laptops, they are freaking smoking. They're kick ass.
I sold off my AMD this year. I'm fucking pissed. It was a stock I was gonna sit on for life, but GME And AMC.
Oh man.
I was buying AMD at $15, man. $15 a stock, like fucking 5 years ago. I was buying as much as I could.
Oh
Sold off this
yeah,
year
that
for
was
like $7,000 profit, and I am pissed.
yeah, the AMD thing, man. I'm honestly like I don't even want to buy Intel. I don't think that they give a shit about me at all.
Mhm.
You never know. I mean, they're still in works to make their own GPU.
Well, I'm
I
trying to
don't know,
hit the
dude.
next
I
phase
bought an
of
AMD platform that was like an already old platform that I can upgrade for like a long period of time. Whereas Intel, you're locked in. You have to buy all new shit every time. It's a pain in the ass with Intel.
I wouldn't think there's much of a difference, but that's why I've been trying to like hop on the next phase of GPUs and CPUs and the VR stages of things. I don't know if there is much of a difference,
Well,
but I would.
there is just because
Wait, so
AMD is
AMD
set on
still
their
uses
platforms.
they still use the same socket for the motherboards? I thought they upgraded
Yeah.
recently.
No,
Well, they
AM4,
did finally, but like
AM4 has been the entire longevity of Ryzen. So since
yeah.
when FX ended, when Bashira and Bulldozer and all that was the last of the Mohicans on AM3, AM4 came out, and that's been Ryzen everything. AM4 since the original launch of Ryzen, and now here we are, almost 4 entire generations of Ryzen processors later, still using the same socket, still using the same chipset, with improvements along the way. But if you had a mid-tier budget board from the original Ryzen launch, you could still have a top-tier CPU in it from today's standards.
Yeah, it's way better than Intel in my opinion for that reason.
Well, you got to be careful. Not on all of them. There are boards that will just crap out if you try to put processor in it that technically fits, but it doesn't support it.
Well, yeah, I overgeneralized, but the fact that if you had a Z350 board or an X350, X370 initial launch board with Ryzen 1, you could BIOS update it all the way to today's BIOS, and there are boards that do support the 9 series and today's launch chips.
You're right. I just wanted to add that caveat there in case people are like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll just go buy a really cheap board right now."
Yeah, don't do that. Don't short yourself on purpose. But my particular use case would be when Ryzen launched. I bought a 1700X. I used it and used it and used it. Got done with it. Well, upgraded that 1700 to a 3600. Turned it into a HD PC, and just kind of now that's my side. That's my side, PC, and the main
I
one.
still think Intel is still a little undervalued. I don't know what it's at now, but when it was at $50, I felt that it was hugely undervalued still compared to AMD on the rise to over 100.
They didn't answer this whole round of console or in chipset wars as it were. They didn't answer Ryzen. They didn't answer AMD.
Sometimes it's just smarter not to, though, right? Sometimes
Yeah, right, dude. You say
choice
that,
in
but
future.
no, that's not true. They just got steamrolled double time.
The Ryzen just keeps hitting harder and harder. AMD keeps hitting harder
Truth.
and harder.
He is right. Listen to
hasn't
this man.
changed their game plan whatsoever. The Rocket Lake is coming right around the corner, and what are they doing? The same pricing schema, the only thing they did was add a few extra cores to the mainstream processors to try and buy some of that type of multi-coreness that Ryzen is
So you could see them going way below 50 then, eh?
I think if they don't make some serious changes to start to regain the ground they're about to lose to AMD, they're going to be in trouble. They'll never go away. They'll never disappear. But they're going to definitely take a couple
I look
years
at
before
I look at
restructure.
AMD the same way you look at AMD compared to Intel. I look at NVIDIA compared to AMD. I'm like, for AMD to catch up to NVIDIA, good fucking luck.
Yeah, right. AMD's got some pretty good offerings as far as like for mining. I'm going AMD all day long.
Neil just took
They're
a
knocking
dip.
on the door.
What?
This is all the last 10 years of AMD. They've been shitting the bed and doing nothing. But then Sue came along and took over and changed a lot of stuff about what's going on over there. And they're nipping on the heels of NVIDIA in all sectors, the mid-range, the flagship. It's only a matter of time before they're better than currently very highly competitive price and performance ratios.
I agree with that. And for
Well,
mining,
Nvidia's
you almost
smart
can't
because
beat
they're
it.
not
You
just
mine
about
better on AMD than Nvidia right now for the power efficiency.
shit. Nvidia, I'm thinking stock wise too, because Nvidia's smart. They're not just about like specifically per se like your everyday household computer. They're also about autonomous driving and all that shit as well when it comes to chips, right?
Yeah, you got to look at the other markets they're getting into. So Nvidia is doing AI and focusing again on autonomous driving kind of
Server
AI.
hardware,
Um,
data centers, not
So if they ever
just
correlate
gaming.
that back to the computer of the everyday man, like they could shit on AMD. But that's just my perspective. But
that's one reason why years ago I bought an AMD and I got screwed and it get a pinch in my life where I had to sell my shares completely so I could buy a vehicle. And I wish I was still in because I bought it. It was $4 when I bought it. Because I knew AMD was getting into the mobile and VR thing the right way, and they were going to take off.
Mm-hmm. After what you just said, if I ever got back into the processor game when it comes to stocks, I would probably buy AMD over Intel.
Well, there's another big thing that none of us have really mentioned with the whole AMD NVIDIA conversation. Your PlayStation, your Xbox, for the last 2 generations of worth of consoles, have all been AMD.
Yo, anyone watching the EV stocks? Plug dipped. And like Neil dipped.
Yeah, Plug was doing great, and they're getting dumped.
Yeah. What the hell? I might just buy back in.
I'd wait on that. Like I said, EV has a long way to go. We're still baby stages with the EV industry. So like, I'm even gonna be shocked if Neo drops all the way back down to $20 or some shit. Or I will not be shocked if any of these like big time EV companies or whatever drop down. Like, I will not be shocked one bit. Because it's what like Tesla, yeah, okay, it's more than an EV company, yes, but the rest of them, it just boggles my mind. Because like gasoline cars still overtake EV sales like by a shitload. So I'm not too worried about it. Even these other companies, Plug, who deal with the rechargeable side of it and stuff, it's bound to come down and stay there for a long time. The markets are just retarded right now because it's the first time in history you've seen a shitload of retail investors have access to the markets. Before, they'd have to go through their bank and have a specific amount of money they'd have to have and this and that. And now it's like, no, we don't give a fuck. We'll loan you out the money on options or whatever the case may be. Or I don't know. It's just that easily accessible. So something the market has never seen. That's why you gotta be very careful on buying on the lows and not buying on the highs.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on Intel though. I mean, if there's any news that they're going to be doing anything, like there's no news they're doing anything, but if it comes out they're going to be, I don't know, developing a chip for phones or anything like that, might be a good idea to invest while they're low right now.
Yeah, I would definitely second that. As far as they're not going anywhere. They have their finger in the data centers. They have they have memory chips. It's not just about the CPU game anymore. There's a lot more applications, and Intel's not a dummy. They're just on a bad cycle right now, but they'll be back.
I was looking at HP stock the other day. I don't know though. Like, is that a value buy right now? Do I let it come down a bit and maybe use it for a quick flip? I don't know about long term. That's what I was contemplating with it. But I don't know. I got to research the charts and go over them a lot more and get some money. So for the longest time, I always thought HP was just Microsoft. I thought they bought them out. But no, they did not. HP's still going.
HP and other similar companies have some really messed up history back in the 90s. They would sell people computers, but they would build them based upon sometimes just whatever hardware they had literally laying there. So that's why when you'd go to the website back then, be like, oh, I need to download the drivers for my sound card. They had no idea what sound card your computer actually had. So that's why you couldn't get the driver.
So they're just trying to cash in on a booming computer industry quick, but who knows? Maybe they turned it around since then, but probably not. I'm not saying they're long term, but might be able to make some money off of them.
Well, that was their business model back in the day. It was just to pump the market full of computers of any kind. Now they're much more standardized, going to board partners, getting this card for this many units, for this many production runs. It's a lot more standardized. They do still have a good chunk of proprietary boards that they themselves did the R&D to produce, to cut costs and stuff like that. But it's a lot more standardized than it used to be.
Mm-hmm. Because a lot of the time too, like a lot of these companies do think of it as they don't want to end up like Blockbuster. So sometimes they do take the time, the couple of years to go into remission, so to speak, and try to focus more on innovation and trying to get ahead of the game rather than competing. Right? That's what the smart companies do, at least, anyways. So.
I know that HP is using more standardized stuff right now. That's where I ordered my computer from.
I'd like to see a new blockchain technology where it's just as good in every way, but the work your computer is doing isn't just, oh, let's try to find this random number, this prime number to verify this current level of the block. Instead, the work you're doing, or at least the majority of it, is actually scientific work or something, you like folding a home or something. And that way you're doing something good, but also keeping the blockchain alive. There was somebody actually working on a project like that, but unfortunately, the way they've done it, I don't think it'll ever be popular.
Is anybody buying and selling Dogecoin today, or you just got all your money held up in other securities?
I would have bought it on the dip today, but yeah, I had all my money tied up.
If I'm spending pennies on something, it's gonna be Spectra 7 Microsystems. Fuck Dogecoin. That's my penny buy right now.
Morning, everybody. Just getting in. I had a power outage through the first couple market hours. That was awesome. Minnesota. They got some storms going on, huh? And they're not really equipped for that the way we are farther up north.
Nope, their
Yeah,
turbines
they're
froze
all
over.
having kind of a panic attack. Half my company works in Texas, and they're like gone.
Well, it's wide sweeping the entire area, that whole southern Midwest, and
Why? How do they get their power?
Yeah, no, they don't have power. Yeah.
How do they get it though? That's like so like cut off that easily by a storm.
I don't know, but the windmills apparently froze, and that's it. And like, I don't think that's how they normally get their power. But I think Green Energy Push is like making this happen, which is wow. Are you really mad at Green Energy now? Because you fucking should be.
It's funny. What? So what? They're not used to snow down there, I assume.
No, not at all. So their windmills all froze, and now they're like, oh no.
Wait, let me clarify. You can have solar, you can have wind power even in an Arctic region. Like you can have it in freezing conditions. I just think the ones in Texas were designed wrong.
Yeah, because I think we have
Correct.
it up here.
Agreed.
The ones like ran by a school. I don't think we've ever seen it froze.
Yes, it's not green energy's fault. It's just they're not used to it being that cold.
But if we didn't rely on those stupid windmills that are ugly and terrible anyway, we wouldn't have this problem in the beginning.
It's not just the windmills. The coal plants are also having a hard time keeping up because they're gelling up as well.
Yeah, we should be at nuclear fully. Like small nuclear plants should be, which I think is where we're going ultimately, but we should already
Yeah, I
been there
think so
from
too.
forever ago.
Big money. That's the agenda they seem to be pushing. Bill Gates and everything. That's why I'm trying to accumulate money and just get into either uranium mine or even like Chinese nuclear. There's a few Chinese nuclear ones that
My nuclear
plants
stuff's all
that
up
are on the
this year,
stock
big
market.
time.
So
I've
I'm
got
trying to. That's like my
floor.
number one like antsy thing to get into right now is I'm trying to fucking just pile drive money into.
We need to be more diversified on things that support the energy grid because that's the problem right now. Is that
Well, in order
we're
to
relying
create what we want, we have to use the cheapest energy source that we have available, which is oil. So we don't want to make that like we don't want to make
Natural
creating
gas
green
would be
energy
cheaper than
hard.
oil, no?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, definitely. So essentially, the fracking, which they're going to start stopping now, is what's giving us the ability to have this boom into a green energy. But without it, it's going to cost so much money and take so much longer, and it's stupid, kind of.
So I could see them like transitioning over to natural gas if they really were worried, and then maybe moving more towards a greener thing. But natural gas is still good because you cut out a lot of the waste in the environment with natural gas, from my understanding. So that's why I'm trying to get big on natural gas too right now. Enbridge was one I was researching that's really huge on natural gas. So that's what all of these buses run off anyways. They run off fucking natural gas. So we'll see. It's definitely a big conversation coming up in government is where they want to go with energy and how they want to get it. To me, natural gas was a no-brainer, especially heating homes and stuff. If you're getting rid of waste at the same time as, like that's the easiest way to go with trying to unpollute the earth. Just go all natural gas with certain shit. Apparently, I got 50 grand contribution room for my TFSA this year. Ooh, let's go.
So I did a further deep dive into Lucan technology. They make stuff like where the cars, like autonomous cars, can talk to each other basically and share temporal data. So they're trying to be the biggest temporal data house, I suppose, of the world. And that's going to be huge in the next few years.
What's that company called?
Lukong, it's LKCO.
Cool. I shall research. I always like a stock too, where like it's kind of been holding its own for a little bit, and there's not a lot of beta to it, so which is good. Took a dive though, like before the pandemic for whatever reason. So I don't know about that.
Look up what they do. It's like really cool.
So they can be like, my owner is an idiot. What about yours?
Pretty much. No, it's like temporal data. So it's
Yeah,
like,
in a sense, yeah, she is right. You could see that guy's a dangerous driver. Let's fucking keep our distance from him. It's very, yeah. In a sense, yeah. There are a lot more than just autonomous driving. Holy shit.
yeah, exactly, right? This is cool.
Yeah, man, good find. Information, entertainment, travel, e-commerce, online to offline advertisement. What the
And CCIV is trading sideways.
Yeah, anyone working on map software and stuff like that, or map 2 software, that's like the number one big thing with autonomous driving, because that's how they're gonna do it. Is they're gonna do it off like Google Maps and apparently and shit like that. Not saying that Google Maps is able to do it, but that's how they plan on doing it, is mapping technology. That's why I was initially researching Nokia, because apparently their GPS technology is like next level, and that's why they gave up on their cell phone sector and focused on that. So yeah, good find.
Anyone else watching CCIV?
Nada, said Quinn.
Oh, CCIV's breaking out. Let's go.
Afria is on a slow climb today as well.
Yeah, shit, man. Up 12% almost. Oh shit. Peter Rawlinson coming on to Fox Business. Fingers crossed.
Here it is. That's the CEO, right? Lucid.
Yep.
So what he says was the merger. You're gonna see stock go way up or way down. You're about to find out. I assume it's about the merger he's coming on, no?
Possibly. I don't know.
Well, knock on wood, my friend. Let's go merger.
It's fucking rocketing up, man.
Yeah, I would assume. Like, what's the if you read it on the negative volume index, was there a lot of buys today at the dip, like at its lowest, or even pre-market? Because if there was, that should tell you that the merger is going through or not.
Well, I'm pretty sure it is, man. I have strong conviction. I bought in on that second dip there, not the one right in the morning because my money didn't go through until like 10. But I got in on that that other $37-ish range. 17 more shares sitting on 40. Is open.
There's gonna be lots of plays for EVs. Let's hope the merger goes through. But even if it doesn't, like, you're not completely fucked. They could be looking elsewhere too at the same time, right? Like their hearts might be set on EV, right? So who knows? That much activity going on though. So people know. Obviously, there's people out there that know stuff we don't. So it's probably safe to assume the merger is going through based on the numbers.
Just missed another socket pump and dump. Literally was at 21 bucks. I'm like, should I buy it? Nah, it's trending down, and then shot up to 26.
Yikes. Pre-market reports, I guess, are very important, eh? Because that's how you would have found out about socket. No, it would have been pre-market
Oh my
reports,
god,
right?
dude, it's hitting 40. Let's go. Dude, to the fucking moon.
What's the ticker?
CCIV.
I called the breakout too. I'm like, look at this fucking, like, it just, like, you zoom out, you see the buying and selling pressure is like so strong against each other.
Question is, what is it gonna? Even if the merger does happen, what's gonna be the plateau, and then where is it gonna like kind of average out?
Well, okay, so I'm really trying to find. Okay, Alex Cutler said Peter Rawlinson, or he tweeted out Peter Rawlinson is coming on Fox Business, and I can't find it. Like,
Rocket is up 820% today.
You have Hulu or Fubo. Apparently, you can stream the business Fox Business with them. I don't have any of that shit though. I'm trying to find a streaming service myself, or just a live feed. If you download their app, you get a 10-minute free preview. What about someone like Macy's? You guys know if they're making a good push towards e-commerce online, or they're gonna be a brick and mortar fucking and die with the rest of them? They're only hovering at like $15 a stock right now. Like,
Dude, that's crazy. I was just listening into Fox Business there, and they were talking about the Texas power outage and like all across the states. That's nuts, man.
all
And
I
then they're
heard
like,
was natural gas, and natural gas.
yeah, and then I'm like, Joe Biden is an idiot.
Oh yeah, buddy. The guy, like, he doesn't even know what he ate for breakfast. I don't know how people voted for such an
I
old
got
fuck.
hairy
Shit.
Hell yeah, man. Yo, I'm gonna post the funniest shit in general chat right now. Just you wait. It's like somebody made like a GTA style parody of uh so pretty much like it looks like a scene out of GTA, and then all of a sudden there's like a train that goes through, and the song Electric Avenue is playing, and it's the Trump train. It's like a big like coach train, and then after the train blasts through, you got Joe Biden on a pump cart. You remember those old pump carts? And he's like, trailing behind slowly but surely. He's pumping the cart, and they just like clipping the audio of him being like, "I got hairy legs, turn blonde in the sun. There's the kids jump in the pool and rub my hair down, watch them spring back up again. Learn about roaches." Anyway, I'll send it in general. It's funny.
Dude, look, the tag on the back says your hair smells terrific. That's hilarious.
Guys, look at it. Afria. APHA.
Dude, 41 CCIB. Yeah, Chris, definitely making that GME money back. I averaged down pretty good on GME too, so yeah, it's looking real good right now. The regular crew's not in today. Where's like Nico and stuff? Need to get some singing going on. Every time Miko sings, GME goes up. And a bunch of people throw up diamond hands in the chat. Yo, guys, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Like the channel. Smash the like button. Share it.
Check out that link I PM'd you more.
Okay.
Unintelligible screaming and machine noise from the background.
Dude, wow, Churchill Capital is on fire.
$41, that's nuts.
Sundial seems to be showing some life as well right now.
Yeah, most of the wheat stocks, they kind of go up and down with each other. It's a little weird. That's why I was pointing out canopy growth. That's like the outlier that kind of does its own thing.
Got it.
Oh my gosh, one of those stupid statuses you read. It's like paying $23 for a lukewarm hamburger delivered by a guy who's never had health insurance. Our economy's running flawlessly. Barry's such a big hater on Tesla. You could tell he shorts the fuck out of that stock or is trying to.
So looking at investment opportunity for the near future, if they're really going to push on the federal level, $15 an hour minimum, then I think you're going to see a lot more companies move to automated POSs, a la Walmart having one man for one person, one teller for every 4 to 8 registers.
Yeah.
Who's
Good
making
luck,
these
man.
POIs? Who's making these different point of sale systems for Walmart, for McDonald's? Where's that tech going, and how do they make that better? If they
Canada's
keep
local
pushing
Fortinos or Walmart, let you know. That's exactly what's happening here. Yeah, there's still all the old people who refuse to use them, and they still go to the cashiers. And honestly, I think that's like the only thing keeping cashiers around is the old people.
That's a dying breed, but I mean, right now you got 2 lanes that have belts with actual people, where you can have them do the whole deal. You put your food on the belt, and they boop it, and they put it in the bag, and they put it in the cart, and whatever. There's 2 of those, but then there's, 20 of the other, with
coming.
one or 2 people. So
I'm not saying that they won't still need people
now
to stock. Well,
that's
that's
right
gonna come
now.
too.
Well, that's right now. What about in 6-8 months when they say federal level, we want to increase to 15 by the end of 2023, what have you? So these incremental increases keep happening every year. These business expenses go up because they're paying more and more for the same employee without necessarily an increase.
And look
in
what else
sales.
happens too, because the same thing happened in Ontario. They raised the minimum wage from, it wasn't as big as a gap as the states is doing, especially putting into factor their dollars a hell of a lot more than Canada. But they went from like 11 or 12, I want to say, up to 14. And immediately, small business had to raise their prices, which obviously they had to do in order to stay afloat and stay alive, right? So they had to raise their prices. And then other fucking big corporations raise their prices, and then gas is like, you know what, fuck it, we can get some extra money too. So gas prices go up, everything goes up. House prices, people get greedy when they see minimum wage increase, man. People
right now
have
it's
to
slated
raise
double
their
over the next
prices
3
to
years.
keep their employees, small businesses, which is understandable. But then when the rest of them do it just to get in on the fucking money, it's like, dude, like,
come on. So I don't look at minimum wage increases that good, and then you add on automated fucking shit on top of it. Good luck to people. Like, yeah, they're gonna lose their jobs, 100%.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That if that's inevitable, and when that happens, regardless of the morality of it, sorry, my money says buy the fucking company that makes the automated sellers. Sorry, someone's gonna be out of a job, but that's gonna happen.
So
no
in
matter what.
research, it's not so much on the financial autonomous side of it, but maybe more into the future when it comes to the machine stocking the shelves and shit. That's what BlackBerry's trying to work on, is machine learning and that type in autonomous machine learning and stuff.
Autonomous.
But yeah, BlackBerry's trying to do the machine learning, and I guess they're gonna be looking to get machines to stock shelves, and yeah, people better be getting a degree in computers of some kind in the near future. If I have kids, like, fuck the school, like, fuck their system. I'm just gonna get them to learn everything to do with fucking computers and whatever else. Fuck what the schools are learning. He doesn't need to learn about Genghis Khan with the way this world is gonna be turning out.
I like the story of Genghis Khan and Marco Polo.
It's a nice story, but you don't need to go a month into detail on it. Whatever the case may be, I don't know. It's just my per se.
Genghis Khan was worth 100 trillions of dollars. The most rich person that's ever lived in the history of the world.
Wasn't he the biggest thief that ever lived in the history?
Yep.
There's also like a 2% chance every person in this room is related.
I thought the biggest thief in the world.
So
was
what would you rather your kid learn about? The Genghis Khan going from country to country, taking all this money and stealing, or Martha Stewart not leaving her fucking chair and making millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in the hours, and then doing some house arrests for a matter of months and laughing about it?
Your kid can learn both. It's not that bad.
Fuck, Martha Stewart's got to be looking at this Reddit shit right now and just being like, why did I do house arrest?
Yeah, I'd rather them learn all of it, because then you take all that knowledge and combine it to.
Oh yeah, school's not going to teach anything about like financial side
How
of
about
shit at
learning
all,
about
though.
how Martha did it, not about what happened when Martha
Exactly. You want to learn how she did it. 100%. There's another example of a celebrity who started trading and never really had to do celebrity shit again. Made her money off trading. Straight off the market.
That's any TV personality, movie star, musician, like they're all.
Well, there is some
active
dumb
players
ones
in
that
yeah,
waste their
obviously
money
some of
and
them
blow
that
it.
you hear about skyrocket and disappear, but anybody that's been around and all of that, they're obviously making some type of smart investment.
Oh yeah, that's why I just like to tell
Relish.
people, like, you realize these celebrities, they make more money off the market than they do off their movies. Like, I forget, I think it was Steven Spielberg, but the company I was trying to invest to like a couple years ago, they went private, but Digital Domain, which is like a CGI company and they make holograms and shit. But Steven Spielberg, I think it was Steven Spielberg and a few other Hollywood directors bought up that company from the Chinese back in like the early 2000s. And that was probably like the smartest decision they've ever friggin' made, because that's probably going to be the top like CGI or whatever company in Hollywood, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And that was just a business move. Let's cut out our CGI expense and just buy the company. Which was shit at the time too, I hear. And they just turned it into gold. Making like Tupac holograms now and shit. Like, fuck. That's huge for like the future of advertisement. Because if billboards die, the next thing for billboards is going to be holograms, I would say, unless I'm thinking way too far ahead. It might be.
No, look at China. They already have the 3D billboards. They're amazing. The stuff jumps out into the street.
Where's that at? We don't have that here.
China.
China? Oh fuck.
They
There you go.
we can't have it here in America because it violates some traffic sign laws. It would cause a distraction, but they look great in like big popular cities.
It's like cyberpunk stuff.
So yeah, it's like the next stage for advertisement. Really, yeah. There's this step for the internet, and then there's just still the step for the physical side of advertisement that doesn't go away. So it's what I've been trying to research for like the last like couple of months, for trying to find a company like Digital Domain, but not really a lot of success in that area.
I put a video in general chat. You can see they have all kinds of 3D billboards in China now.
Do you know who builds them? Merci beaucoup.
Yep, they use 3D displays, and the displays move.
And technology for that can only get better too. Like it's like early stage shit that we're dealing with. Fuyu Dynamics.
Looks really some badass.
Oh, I think I was reading about this too. This is also what's taking like they're transitioning their aquariums and getting rid of like live animals and making it into like holograms now as well over there.
Yeah, that would be good.
Which what the state should that would probably be the state's first step in getting into holograms would be transitioning the aquariums over and doing that kind of thing, because there's huge moral debate when it comes to that. So some governor is going to want to do that to have a good face for his campaign.
Have you seen Tiger King?
No, I have not.
Basically, there's a lot of people that plan on stopping the ownership of big tigers, so they may have zoos that have these holograms as well.
Huh. Sorry to tell you, but the 3D billboard video you posted, that is not real. That's a render, for sure.
So MKB, what's the takeaway from this options max pain theory?
I did some research, like historical research on it, and obviously it's not 100% accurate, but from what I can tell, there's about a $5 to $10 range on your higher stocks, and then about $1 range on your lower penny stocks, where it stays relatively close to that max pain point. And the biggest controversy with it is, are people manipulating it to do that, or does the stock market just inherently do that itself? Like, so another thing to look into, if you've never heard of it, is oh man, I can't think of the name, but it's like crowd think essentially. So if you've ever seen like people try to guess how many Skittles are in a jar, if 100 people guess and they write their numbers down, and you take the average of those numbers or like the median of the numbers, it's like almost dead accurate. It's within 5 or 10 pieces of Skittles, and it's similar to that in that if millions of people are buying options, there's going to be a median in there somewhere. Like it's just how the world works. It's a phenomenon. Like, and so it kind of follows those guidelines. And what I've been doing with it over the past month or so is I've just been following stocks that I have in my portfolio and looking at that calculator and seeing if they follow that trend, and a few of them have.
Right on. So, are you saying that they were trying to push GameStop down so they could blow it back up again with options and with call options?
Well, it looks like, according to that, it looks like it might go up to 90 by March. If that
Well, perhaps 80 by the end of this week. We'll see though.
It's always moving too, though, because that will fluctuate based on. I mean, it changes every minute essentially because some people sell options, some people buy, so it fluctuates. But if you look at it for this week, I think it's at 60, and
well, here's hoping, man. Like I said, I averaged down pretty good. I'm confident for it being a long-term thing. I got other things to worry about right now, and like I've seen tons of videos of people being like, even if the short interest that they came out with, the 78% or whatever, if that that's still ridiculously high. Like anything, like this guy was saying, anything like 40% and up is like really bad. So I don't know. I don't know if that makes a difference with the. They were shorting on the way down too, right? Like they were taking out shorts at like the 300, 350 range. I don't know if that makes it any worse for them or not, because I'm still relatively new to all of this. But
Well, I mean, if those people are holding, then even if they take out new short positions, it's yeah, they're making money on it like crazy. But at the same time, people are holding. There's no shares to buy for them to cover their shorts, so their shorts are still sitting there collecting interest, and there's no way for them to cover it. So
that's what I'm
as
saying.
long as people are actually holding, like the shorts are still fucking them. Like they can still take out new positions, but as long as people hold, the shorts are eventually gonna fuck them too. So.
Yeah, but people need to be buying though. People also need to be buying. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Well, eventually the company is the one who's going to have to buy back their shorts to cover them. So that's where like the buying power should come from, is the company itself covering its shorts, and that's what should make it skyrocket. So now, if they're smart, what they've been doing after hours and other markets is they would be covering their shorts at small amounts, so it doesn't affect the market that much. So they're probably trying to chunk away their short position as little as possible, even though it's costing them a fucking arm and a leg, but it's what they should be doing. Just small little increments after markets, cut it down a little bit, and so you don't have it skyrocket and people pull out and then you're even more fucked. I just don't know how the deadline actually works, like how much they enforce them. Like, you gotta cover your shorts on Friday. It has to be Friday, but I want them back. I don't know how they enforce that. Like, they probably send them a couple bucks, but like, you know what, fuck it, we'll have it when we have it. Like, it's what I would assume is going on right now. Like,
Or they just don't answer their phone or door, and it's like, I don't fucking keep on knocking, but you can't come in kind of shit. So I know if I was a brokerage, as soon as that bitch hit $350 or whatever, I would have been calling up whoever loaned out shorts and be like, hey, bud, I want them back right now. It's exactly what I would have been doing. Like, kidding me? Whoever loaned out those fucking shorts are laughing right now. They're dancing. $49. Come on, GME.
CCIV to 44.6. $45.
I don't know why. I'm not a financial advisor, but I have the Spectra 7 shit to me is straight up like an Apple. Just starting out, and the fact that they have private placements going in at fucking 3 cents a share. Man, nobody's stupid to put fucking their money into a dying company. If anything, these private placements are telling me there's value here. So much value. Like, but I'm not a financial advisor.
For what?
Spectra 7 Microsystems. When it initially put me onto them, like, cause that was like one of the first stocks I bought and stupid investing when I first started, whatever. So I thought, and then midsummer, like, cause on my I trade through TD Direct Investing account, so I'll see like each nationality and where my money is, like if it's in a Chinese market, Canadian or American. And for the longest time, this was a Canadian company, and then over the summer, they were supposed to get bought out by an American company, so they switched over to an American ticker. But then, for whatever reason, went back to Canadian ticker, and then I researched them, and the buyout did happen apparently. So they are an American company now located in San Francisco or somewhere in California. And yeah, and then for whatever reason, they still have a Canadian ticker. So I don't know. It's just little shit like that intrigues me. And now I'm reading about all these private placements, which is just personal people putting their money into the company and not using the actual market to do so. Just calling them up and be like, "Here, take my money." So
What's
I
the
don't know. Just
difficulty of trading on CCIV?
probably the amount of people trying to buy that right now. That merger happens. Fuck, man. That's probably going to be up there with Neil. $60 a share. Has to be. But yeah, a lot of shit intrigues me about this Spectra 7 shit. I don't know why.
CCIV to 50.
You best believe there's gonna be a sell-off today, even without the merger. There's probably enough people with good enough money in there to take their gains and get out and then rebuy back in.
Suspended again.
What is?
CCIV, they let it go at 45, shot up to 50 something, and then they stopped it again.
Remember, buy the rumor, sell the news. So it's big in the news now that they're going to merge.
Was that confirmed that they're going to merge?
Oh, you guys would know more than me on that. I'm just saying, if it is in the news and it's confirmed, that's time to sell, probably.
Ah, gotcha.
Sockets hovering around 32. Even hit 35 earlier.
Man, 900% on the day.
Yeah, they're partnered with Electrify America too. And then their battery partners are Samsung SDI and LG Chem for Lucid. So even Lucid has to use Volkswagen for their charging stations, really. The land for their Arizona facility is owned by Pinal County. Pinal County? I don't know how they pronounce it. But yeah, they have to pay their rent to the Arizona County. They bought it for $29.94 million, the land, and Lucid has to pay annual rent of $1.8 million if they want to stay there. It's actually a pretty smart investment on Arizona's part. But they do plan to relinquish ownership of the land to Lucid in the future. So who knows what that would cost them, actually. It's funny.
So is it NIO that's connected to CCIV? Which company is connected to CCIV?
CCIV is connected to Lucid Motor. They're working on a merger. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they let it roll for like a minute and then suspended it again.
If I take out a $5 option for like a like the future, and the share price never gets up to that part, do I lose more than $5 or only $5?
Ask that again, man. I was doing something. I couldn't hear what you said.
If I buy an option that costs $5 and the share price never reaches that call, will I lose more than $5 or only $5?
If it's just an option and you're not doing margin or spreads or anything like that, if it's just a standard base option, you can only lose your premium that you put in. So if the premium is 1 cent, and so that equals 1 cent times 100 equals $1. So you got $1 premium. That's all you can lose.
Okay, so these cheap options, they're very lucrative then, if they make it.
Yeah, but usually when they're cheap, it means that the probability of them being in the money is slim to none.
Yeah, it's based on how volatile they are.
And you also have to look at open interest and the volume because you want to see that other people are buying that as well. Because if you're the only person that buys that pays a $5 premium for that, and then even if it goes up, if there's nobody there to buy it, then you're just stuck with it, and it's eventually going to expire. Now you could exercise the options, add the option at that point, and get the 100 shares, make some money that way. But usually, if there's no open interest, no volume, then it's a bad sign as well.
Guys, that fucking CCIB run up is nuts.
But I was reading into this shit, and all of a sudden I came across this guy called Fisker, and what the fuck? He has his hands in so much shit. Like, I'm reading about VLF Automotive Company. He started in 2016. Another company he started back in 2007. What? Reading into this, was something called the Fisker Karma, which is produced in California. A beautiful looking fucking car. What the? This guy's worked on the Porsche. He's worked on, you name it. He's designed it, and now he has his hands in a shitload of other areas in the EV industry right now. What the fuck?
Fisker Karmas have a bad tendency of getting wet and catching on fire, by the way.
I'm just saying the fact that he has all these different automotive companies like Fisker Automotive, VLF Automotive, Fisker Incorporated, Fisker Coach Bill. Wow.
Church is dropping fast. If you want to bail, you should probably bail soon. Might be too late in honesty.
Why would you bail?
Lock in profits.
Yeah, then I'd have to re-enter my position.
Yeah, but then you go lower. So like if you already bought it for a price and then it shoots up, and then you sell and then it goes down even more, and then you buy at a lower price, it's still profit. It's not like that profit disappeared from your first.
Yeah, I can't do that. I don't have 25,000 in my account.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I thought about that, and like, if they did call me up and ask why I sold and rebought, I would honestly argue with them. I'd be like, it's not my fault. These markets are so volatile. I'm not going to take a loss when I have a couple grand profit. It'd be dumb. That's exactly how I would explain it to them.
And they wouldn't care.
Hey y'all.
I don't know what they would say to that either, blaming it on volatility.
You get four in a 5-day period, right? And then you get locked out for 90 days.
But how are they going to blame you if you're selling it off based on volatility?
Oh, they don't care.
Yeah, they don't care. It's just requirement.
They don't care, right?
Back up again.
It's like automated.
But that's a different reason
It's
from
a
day
regulation.
trading. It's not like you're day trading. You're trading
It
smartly.
doesn't matter. They don't care what the reason is, so long as
They
there's
trade
an
buy
infraction.
or
You're
sell
doing.
in a single day.
Yeah.
Losing margin.
I think I read somewhere it's supposed to protect the smaller consumers because like these day trades can like ruin someone apparently.
Oh yeah, your money could, if you get on the high end of it, your money could be tied up for years, unless you're willing to double down and get out.
I bought in at 31. I don't think it's going to go below that, to be honest. I think there's a lot of support.
That's why I always do my due diligence now. Like the first stock I've ever listened to someone on was a penny stock called Glenbriar or something. I don't really remember. But my boss was telling me, buy this stock. They have an IPO, 11 cents. So I was like, oh, I don't know, bud. And thank goodness I was only putting a couple hundred in at the time. But yeah, that 100 has been tied up for the last 5 years. Within a month, it dropped down from 11 cents to 3 cents, and it's been tied up ever since. It hasn't even budged from 3 cents, I don't think. It's just been sitting there forever. Like 5+ years now, tied up.
Penny stocks are really scary.
Oh yeah, big time.
I bought 25 CCIV at 17, so
That's okay.
Good job.
You're so Gucci.
Nice.
What'd you get?
25 CCIV at 17.
Nice, man.
That's probably the low right there.
I'm just gonna buy every single one share of every penny stock at like 1 cent and see what happens.
That's what GME does. He buys like one stock so he can keep track.
Yeah, I've done that with a few of mine. That's how I know their bottoms and shit.
Yeah, when I leave a position, I always leave.
You could
All right, plummet, or are we gonna find another support? I think it finds support at 45.5.
I think so too. I think you're right about that.
It's definitely looking.
45.5.
This is like confirmed news, right? So we got the exclusive like.
Fucking so happy, guy.
Is it confirmed?
Addicted just posted a bunch of stuff to the Discord.
Dude, there's just too much shit. Like there's
I think there's too much. Yeah.
The amount of evidence is overflowing. It's pretty much
Where's the echo
pretty
coming
much
from?
sold,
There's like an
dude.
echo.
And by the who said it? I think it was Alex Cutler. He was recording the CNBC interview, and he's like, "Man, Peter's got the worst poker face." Like,
Yep.
Hey, so are you gonna merge the spec? I cannot confirm, nor deny. And it's just the biggest shit eating grin. Like,
Exactly.
come on.
Exactly.
Hey, Marduk, do you have the YouTube chat up? I mean, the YouTube going? Sounds like you got a bad echo.
Oh, do I?
Yeah,
know
you got an echo.
muted. Mine's muted. Is it still? Am I echoing though?
Let me see. No. It was like when somebody's talking and you're on as well, then it echoes.
I think that might be my speaker or my microphone picking up the speakers. I can probably drop the sensitivity. I kind of want to just liquidate everything I own and just all the CCIV I can.
When I leave a stock, I usually leave. Oh yeah, I already said that. Never mind.
That's one thing I am allowed to do. I can buy as much as I want of one stock in a day and can sell all my other shit. But if I buy and sell the same company in one day 4 times in the span of 5 days, I'll get pinned. Tell me how that makes sense.
Well, that's if you're buying and selling said same company without having the cash to cover, right?
It pins you as day trading.
Well, but only if you don't have the cash to cover. If you're buying and selling all on a cash account, do you still get the flag or no?
Okay, that's no. Okay, you guys are confusing it. You can, if you have a margin account, it doesn't matter if you got the cash to cover or not. On a margin account, the rule applies. On a cash account, the rule doesn't apply.
That's what I'm saying.
But you can use a margin account as a cash account as long as you're not using leverage. So, and another important point is you also have to make sure you exchange your funds prior to buying the stock. So if you wanted to buy a U.S. stock and your margin account only had Canadian dollars in it, you would have to exchange the funds to U.S. dollars first, and then it would have to be enough to cover the total position that you buy. If you use any leverage, then it's considered a margin buy. It's not a cash buy.
Isn't the fact that most of our like the retail trading platforms, the fact that like some of our funds show up almost instantly to reinvest, isn't that like evidence that these are margin accounts?
That's a form of margin, indeed. The fact that they're letting you use that before the shares have settled, that's definitely margin because you're reusing money that's technically not yours.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if I don't use any leverage in my margin account, my buy and sells are considered cash. It's not like as long as the cash is in my account, right? But as soon as I as soon as I make a trade that requires leverage, like it's considered margin.
Those are usually on options, no? When you're doing that shit.
Yeah, I'm still new. I'm learning them, but
Yeah.
I do know that options require a pretty hefty premium for the things that I'd want to buy anyway. So I don't know. Like I could do some cheap options trading, but honestly, like that's more of a gamble, I think, right now.
Yeah, it's probably safer just to buy and hold certain companies.
That's what I'm saying. Like if I trade my portfolio,
If you start getting warnings, you're in trouble.
yeah. No, there's no margin call on me or anything, so I'm good. Because I'm playing by the rules, and I have things that can be like they see. Okay, so I'm sure that they've been monitoring my account and realize that I don't really know what I'm doing, but I kind of know what I'm doing. I'm learning anyway, because it's like self-directed, right? So I'm in charge of like everything, and I watched enough videos in regards to Questrade to kind of understand what the rules are and what my limits are. So, I'm trading, but I'm doing it in a way that I'm not flagging myself. It's really simple as that. Although it does kind of affect me in a way that I'm limited, and that's exactly why I've put my money into some more growth stocks as opposed to value stocks as of lately. I've got a couple of penny stocks, but I did some heavy research before I put money into them. That's for sure.
I'd like to think I'm doing something similar, but in the fact that I've opened up multiple brokerage accounts, so technically I'm not day trading, even if I do get off a few buy sells in the same time frame, because they're not all cross-referencing numbers. So even if I were to bend the rule, they don't necessarily pick up on it right away.
I would argue with them to the death that I sold it based off volatility, not day trading. But that's just me. I don't know if that would fly or not, but I would argue it to the death.
Well, you'll argue it on the bench for 90 days is all you're going to do.
Yeah, but it's not you day trading as a thing. Day trading is just defined as something by them.
Mm-hmm. Like if I have to sell something and rebuy it back cheaper, it just proves it was based off
And you
volatility.
can do that as long as it's not more than 4 times in a week.
Especially if I buy it back too. Like, yeah, hard to say. Very hard to say.
You can day trade e-minis and micro futures.
I'm good. Pop up. Okay.
If you just use cash, you can trade all you want.
But if you are using cash and you're waiting for your funds to settle, they'll still flag you.
Well, yeah, if you have a bunch of outstanding sells that haven't cleared yet, but you could also just be reckless and down 10, 15 into the cash account and responsibly play with that while everything clears up. Unless you're a high volume mover where you're going to be, chewing through capital every couple of days, then 15K should float you for the week.
I'm sure worst comes to worst. You probably have some good investments that they look at as collateral too. I would assume. If you do have good investments, you could probably use them as collateral.
If they do more than 3 in 1 week, they flag you, but you should get warned.
Like if you're holding on to Tesla and you were buying it at $40, that's pretty good collateral, I would say.
They don't care.
None of literally.
You cut out there, bud.
I was saying none of that matters at all. It's just a federal law. If you're on a margin account, that's just how it has to be treated. It doesn't matter if you're only using cash or whatever. If the account type is margin, you got to have 25K to day trade.
So even if you have 24,999, they'll flag you.
So if you have like 25K in Tesla stock, they won't let you day, and you say you have no buying power, but you have 25K in Tesla stock, they won't take that as collateral at all.
Your account value of 25K, not your cash value.
But then the second that drops to 24,999, you're screwed.
So it has to be 25K at the beginning of the trading day is how they decide.
Wait, I thought he said that it's based on account. So no matter how much money you have in the account, if the account is margin, so because that let's say you're using Robinhood, which is the margin account, I'm pretty sure we have established this. No matter how much money you have in it, it would still be considered.
Yes, so you can day trade on a cash account. On a margin account, you can day trade if you've got the 25K.
Value in your account.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be buying power.
No, I think it just has to be your total equity.
Right, the individual value of the account. So for instance, stock currently is just under 25K, so I can't, but if it bumps up over 25K before tomorrow, then tomorrow I can.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't it just flag you at the time of the transaction, right? So like the
No,
time you put it in,
no,
and then you're.
it depends on the beginning of the day, the beginning of the trading period. I read about it yesterday because I'm literally 400 short of the 25K.
But it should tell you, so you can do it twice. You can do it 3 times, but the 4th time is where you're on hold for 90 days.
Yep.
And it only goes to that brokerage account. So if you're divided out between different brokerages accounts, you're okay. Or if you buy something at market close and then you sell it at market open, you're also okay because that's considered a swing trade.
Anyone make money on ammo yet?
Ammo, I didn't buy in. I was looking to see because it looked like it was on a downward trend.
I treat ammo like silver and buy and sell physical.
Yeah, POW's
I'm
been going
waiting to
down a
see
little
what-
bit, but VSTO has been kind of flat.
I think ammo, it may be consolidating a bit because when it popped up, it was around like 773. So maybe like an $8, like $8 will even out.
That's intense.
We'll see.
So I
Just
know, I know I say this a lot, but Webull actually allows you to have 2 accounts. You can have a cash account and a margin account. Hold on, man.
There's a little kid. I love it. So cute.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you making the
How
decision?
old are you?
She's 3. She's home today because we got snow in Alabama for like the first time in 3 years.
Oh my god.
Is she your
Hit the
financial
green
advisor?
button. Hit the green button.
Buy GME.
Bye.
But yeah, back to the Webull thing. So I have a cash account on Webull and I have a margin account. They're completely separate. You just have like a quick swap button to switch your account. So you can do all your day trading in your cash account. And then if you do need margin, you got a separate margin account you can do your long-term stuff with, or however you want to use margin.
Well, it makes it really easy, actually, especially if something in your cash account gets more volatile and maybe you want to move it over to your margin account and play with it there, and then wait for it to get less volatile and then switch it back to your cash account kind of thing when it reaches its low again. If you're good with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty streamlined. It's easy to do. They make it pretty easy to swap.
Weeble, that's the app I forgot to download.
Let me send you a referral code so we both get some free stock.
No, I already have it. I went to the Apple store yesterday and my phone, like, they think my battery expanded, so they gave me a new one. And I had a lot of crap on my phone, so I wanted to, like, recreate it, but I knew I was missing one.
Man, my cruise line actually went up a little bit today. That's nice.
What's that, cruise ship stock or something?
Yeah, I have some in Royal Caribbean.
Yeah, some of them are on the low. I was reading. Who knows? Once travel opens up back up more, then especially Canada. As soon as you see Canada opens up its borders, like you know that stock's going up. I think a lot of Canadians have to go down to the States to catch a lot of the cruise ships, if I'm not mistaken. They got to catch them out of Florida and stuff like that. So there's a big market that's locked away from like the cruise ship industry right now. Like a huge market. I don't think there's any around here that leave from the East Coast or anything.
Really, there's nothing from like what is that state, Maine or whatever?
I thought there was
Vermont
from
area.
Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think a lot of people just travel down south and catch cruises there. It's cheaper and it's a lot easier.
Maine's a big cruise boat destination, but we don't launch from here at all.
Or Alaska.
Are you gonna freeze to death?
I think
There is
they board
there
like
is
in
people that do
Seattle
that.
or-
The cold cruise ships. I knew a few people that did the Antarctic one, I think, or
They do it in
something.
the summer.
Yeah.
My grandparents took one up there one summer.
Apparently, it's really nice. Like super duper nice. That might launch out of Vancouver or something. I could see something like that. But all the other ones that go to the Caribbean and stuff, I would assume that's all out of Florida. In which case, Canadians have no access to that right now.
I just want to go to a concert again.
Amen to that. I love going to concerts.
Now that MGK finally decided to put out good music, I want to go see him.
You decide he's an alternative artist now, I guess. You don't really listen to him, but
It's more punk now, and he's amazing. Megan Fox did wonders on him.
I'm the
Wait,
well, I
who are
consider
your
the
favorite?
old Green Day stuff punky. I haven't really found like even they turned away from that shit. They went rock and roll with their stuff and alternative and meh.
Did someone say Megan Fox?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another woman that pissed off a
Machine
Jew.
Gun Kelly is.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She said one wrong thing to one Jewish guy, and that was the end of her career.
It's really funny. My 3-year-old will go, "Okay, Google, play MGK."
Yeah, my 1-year-old, he'll yell, "Alexa, stop!" Or no, what does he say? "Alexa, no." That's all he knows how to say. It's literally the only words he knows how to say.
I programmed our Alexa to say when she would go, "Alexa, get me milk," it would say, "Go ask your dad."
That's hilarious.
He hated it. I thought it was genius.
That is great. Look at that beautiful, like Churchill, how it's looking. It's going on that upward trend. Just nice parabolic. It's just gonna go. It's looking good. Anything else looking good for you guys today?
I got into CCV on Friday, and it's following CCIV a little bit, not as much, but it's growing.
Okay.
Sundial's 2.2 almost.
That's nice. It was up at like 226, I think, earlier this morning, right? I think early. What's the rumors on CCV? Nothing?
I was looking for anything, and I couldn't find anything, so it was kind of a YOLO buy.
Gotcha, just speculation. What
Yeah,
it
pretty
could
much.
do.
Yeah, I put like $100, $120 in it.
Nice.
Well, I mean, if this really does go through, a lot more people are going to be looking at Michael Klein's specs. So
That's the big story this whole weekend has just been how people are investing in specs.
I sold mine too.
I put in
Yeah.
Torchlight this morning, and that's actually doing pretty good. It was another one.
Cool.
My Torchlight didn't get filled.
50%.
Anyone use Thinkorswim?
Shit, I thought it was going to come back down a bit. All right.
Yeah, I've been watching.
Oh, man, for another run. Look at this.
A team at the Fraunhofer Institute produced a hydrogen paste stored in a cartridge. The range of the paste is comparable to that of gasoline.
Piedmont Lithium had a pretty good jump today too.
Yes, they did.
Oh yeah. Yep.
That was nice.
My partner bought into that last week. I think on the dip.
Well, yeah, CCIVs finally got one of my stocks showing $100 profit. Looks great.
Yeah, it looks really good.
I love it.
My free is still looking good. OCGN. It's on a downward. I think most of us still bought it less than 10, so good on that one.
I'm up 192% on CCIV.
Wow. Yeah, Freya had a good pop today. Also.
Ooh. Aircraft company Zero Avia secures $21.4 million for hydrogen electric planes, backed by Bezos and Gates. By 2027, the company also plans to have hydrogen technologies and service capable of powering commercial aircraft carrying up to 100 people.
What's the name of the company?
It's probably private still, but it's called Zero Avia. ZEROAVIA. Just in case you want to read up on future of the aircraft industry, I'm assuming. I don't know. They definitely can't be hypocrites of flying around in their private jets, still eating up fuel. It's wanting to go green, so probably for sure back in this shit. This company ever has an IPO, though, you know, it'll be probably one of the biggest IPOs ever if it's getting backed by Gates and Bezos.
$273 on my futures trading for a half hour.
Nice.
I'm pretty much obsessed now. Specifically with the Russell E-mini.
Fuck, these guys might never have an IPO. They're getting backed by Shell, too. And Horizon Ventures, holy shit. Every energy company in the book. What the fuck?
What's going on with Socket Mobile? Why is it so... What's going on?
They released a
It's gone up
scanner.
like... Sorry, what'd they do?
Barcode scanner.
It was up to like 850%. It hit 35.
Yeah. Yeah. News.
You think it'll go back up?
I don't think so. I think it's already too... Okay, so it's the first enterprise-grade barcode scanner for the iPhone. People do use iPhone. Oh, yes. Okay. So, like, a lot of times during irregular operations, you'd see folks at even like airlines using the iPhones to scan on board customers, so scan their boarding passes. But the iPhone scanners were not very good, like the photo ones. So like having something like this would be much easier. Interesting. That and like so many other types of situations, probably like stadiums and concert venues and things like that. Once everything gets back on track. That's interesting.
Hear what Bill Gates said? If you want to make an impact in the fight against climate change, investing in solar and wind projects is no longer good enough. And now he's starting a $1 billion fund to focus on direct air capture and green hydrogen technologies. Interesting. Where's that one article I just read too? Even Google makes mistakes. So let me pull up this article. It's funny. It's funny. Google blew $100 million a year building giant balloons to spread internet access. Insiders describe blah blah blah. Yeah, they had a project called the Loons Stratospheric Balloons, and they're trying to spread internet access through these huge balloons apparently, and they just scrapped the project. They're like, yeah, no, this is stupid.
Did you guys see Chem Farm too? That's another one that's up today. It's like one of the most, like it's on the top 10 trending stocks. Gone up like 17.49% on news of FDA action date for ADHD medication.
What is the medicine?
I'm looking it up right now. This is literally, I'm just seeing what's moving and finding out what's going on.
What was it again? The ticker?
Chem Farm, so KMPH. I see it. Let's see. Okay. Pipeline and products. I think it's KP415. Guess that's better than Adderall. Let's see. Hmm. They have 3 different ones. So I think KP415 is the one. Potential PD. Yep, that's the next milestone. March 2021 is potential milestone timing.
What's that for?
I could
Is
have
that
my
the
partner take a look
PTSD
at this
stuff?
because he would
That's
understand the
just Ritalin.
pharmacology of it. Is it?
Yeah.
Surdexylmethyl. Oh, okay. Let's see.
KP415 and KP484 are both just Ritalin.
I wonder what makes them. Is it the way that they act? Is it like?
The SDK, that is something, and that's something different, and that's under the KP415 too.
Okay, so dexylmethylphenidate has been co-formulated with immediate release Dexyl. That's under the code name KP415. So it's like in rapid onset, and while still retaining up to 13 hours of therapeutic efficacy. So that's probably what makes it different. It's not like delayed onset of action. It's immediate release. Let me check in with him to see what he thinks about this.
That is interesting because, like, I have a Ritalin. I take Ritalin for my ADHD, but I can't do the extended release because it doesn't last long enough because my metabolism is too fast.
Yeah, it'll burn it off. Yeah. Okay.
So I can't do the extended release because I need to have more control over it.
Interesting. Yeah, he's in the middle of work right now, so he's not answering.
I'll ask my sister too.
Oh no! I mean, it popped up from 920 to 1111.
Man, Doge took a beating today.
We've been talking about MindMed and companies like that over the last few weeks, and I read today that Arthur Blake and the founder of Home Depot, I forget his name, but he's a billionaire, just dropped a shitload of money into the Gary Sinise, or whatever that actor's name, his foundation, which they focus on PTSD and post-traumatic stress and stuff like that when it comes to first responders and vets. So that kind of combats. I don't know if they're going to be using that MindMed or whatever, or what their view is on that, but yeah, that might take away from stocks like that, especially when it's private money. Or it could add to it. Depends on where they decide to, how to treat these guys. So what's your guys' prediction for when GME is gonna squeeze? Next January, 2025?
What do we assume the percentage of the squeeze is still left?
Based on their last report, and could have sworn it was like 78% still left.
I think people are saying it's closer to like the 40, from what I heard anyway. So I think 70 was a short interest, and then
Even 40 is still huge.
yeah, I just don't know how much leverage that would really spike the price, and then we need more interest again too.
And then it's like, do these short ladder attacks actually count towards its fair valuation of the price, or does like the short squeeze happen from where the price was before these short ladder attacks, or it just goes from there? Like, yeah, I have no clue.
Yeah, I think people were talking about what the general price of what GameStop should be is around here, maybe a little more. People still have a lot of hope for AMC because I think their percentage was pretty high.
Okay, I'm just waiting for that. That's probably one I'll sell off once I break even again, and then that's when I'm getting rid of. If I break even with that, I might hold on to it, see if there was a squeeze on it, but there's no squeeze on it probably anymore. If they were smart, they got out and took their losses. So once that breaks even, I'll sell out. I might even have to put more money in it to get my average down so I can get out.
What, in AMC or GME?
AMC.
Yeah, I don't know. I was lucky and I booked out of AMC when it bounced back up to like I think 14 that one time. So I didn't lose. I only lost like maybe like 5%. So
Unless AMC is going to do something drastic and with their company, I don't know.
there was like rumors of being acquired by Netflix or something.
Yeah, Netflix doesn't need to do that.
Do they still have their physical service?
Netflix?
Yeah, they used to send like they used to be like Redbox, and where they send like
and send it through
DVDs
the
to their
mail.
homes.
Yeah, I remember that back in like 07, I think.
Gamefly, man, I remember commercials for that all the time.
Yeah. I think they still do it.
It's still a thing.
You serious?
Movies delivered. DVD.netflix.com. They still do it.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you can't change it. Some people are just,
That's why I
that's
was
their
researching
preference.
heavy into copyright AI technology, because like that's like the only big difference for these guys between releasing it to theaters and just releasing it to a streaming service is when they release it to a streaming service, you're giving the best quality to these pirates, so to speak, as opposed to releasing to the theaters and all these guys get shit quality and your movie doesn't really get out there as much on the open market, so to speak.
Lurik L in the YouTube chat. Webull does not. I don't think that they let you buy crypto, right? Webull is just stocks.
I think they do. I don't know. Webull was like promoting a Doge for a while.
But I thought you couldn't buy Doge on Webull. It was only like Kraken and some other sites. Let's just see.
You can buy Bitcoin and Ethereum and I think Litecoin on Webull, and that's it.
There you go. Okay, so there's your answer. It's a limited selection of.
Let's all call our brokers. Let's all buy Blockbuster. And we'll
Shaolin, that's funny. Shaolin Kid Yo says, LOL, you guys made me look at that CCIV thing. I looked at it, then I thought I should have bought it, but then realized I did buy it, that he bought it last week. That's hilarious. I don't even know what I'm buying anymore.
You're welcome.
Responsible investment.
Funny.
That's one of the golden rules. Know what you own.
CCIV holding tight around 50. It's good. Let me not jinx it.
It's gonna have another breakout soon. It's shaping out.
Yeah. It looks ripe.
That's called a bullish pattern.
There you go. Bullish pattern.
Holy crap. This guy is claiming that his internet in his rural England city used to be 0.5 megabits per second. I don't know how true that is. That sounds shady, but since switching over to Starlink, he now gets 85 megabytes per second. No way your internet was 0.5 megabits per second.
I'm out.
I live in Nebraska. It's true.
I got 2 megabits.
Kind check general chat. The pennant patterns. That's what I was saying. Bullish pennant.
Nice. Bullish pennant. And Dywith, really, like, why do you assume everybody is lying or that you have the answer? Like, I mean, there's really
No,
no
I'm just
reason
saying that
to
that's
behave that way.
ridiculously low that you would
No,
that
just
you'd
I
be
mean,
sticking
like
with
it's a
the
pattern with how you approach people, and I don't think it's cool. Like
okay.
it's like super
Good
negative.
for you.
No, it's
Oh, my whole
not.
point
It's
on it
like
is I don't see why you would stick with the internet company when you're getting 0.5
just
megabits or not. And
your
get them
commentary
to
gets
fix it.
tiring, really.
Well, my apologies, ma'am.
So anyway,
And it's not like I'm bashing Starlink. I'm saying kudos to
I'm letting
Starlink.
lower it a little
If
bit more.
anything.
You usually only have one internet service provider, and whatever you get is what you get.
It's true.
Yeah, depending on the days. When I see that a lot,
can we all just
can
eat
be that
pizza
bad.
and get along? That'd be great.
It would be.
Like everybody in this room likes pizza, right? Cool, we have something in common.
I
Moving
actually
on.
do not.
Get out of here. I'm just kidding. Don't leave. Don't leave.
Little Caesar's deep dish is the best.
Yo, fuck yeah. You get that parm and that garlic, the garlic butter and Parmesan shake all over it.
Little Caesar's $5 for a reason, because it's trash.
Good track.
Yeah, man. They've actually improved the recipe recently.
Yeah, if you haven't tried their deep dish, I remember Little Caesar's was kind of cruddy, but they have changed. It's like a Detroit style. It is amazing. So I need a good penny stock to play options with. Anybody have any suggestions?
Look for what hasn't grown this year, what you can get at the bottom, and then if they're due for high volatility and why. That would be the question. There's still a few bottomed out, but it's going to be any need for their product is the question.
I was thinking of playing around with Naked. It seems to be coming down pretty far now.
Tell me about it.
Volkswagen's finally moving up a little bit.
I see them being on par with Tesla at least. That's just me though. What are they now, like 300 a stock?
Remember you were buying the one in euros, and for most of us here in the States, it was coming up in, it's a $22 stock, $21 stock.
Yeah, I never found out what that company or what the subsidiary was for that.
It's just listed as Volkswagen.
Yeah, I don't know why it would be 20-something bucks though. Because the actual like stock in Europe, whatever the main one, because it goes by common stock, and they usually sometimes cut down to groups. I don't understand it completely, but once a company gets too big, they start cutting down to different groups: common stock A, common stock B. So I don't know how that shit works exactly, but I would assume it's along those lines of why there's another Volkswagen stock.
Volkswagen's also international, so you'll have tickers for like to buy in U.S. market and other markets. Same with some Chinese stocks. You have different tickers, and I guess Canadian stocks as well. Sometimes you'll have two tickers.
The one she's looking at though is like it's like 20-something bucks American a stock, and then the main Volkswagen one is 163 euros a stock. So
Yeah, but we can't buy that here on most of our, unless you, that's what we were trying to tell you last week, that
no, I'm just saying they're
everybody
two
else was
different.
not getting the stock that you were
I'm saying
mentioning.
they're two different companies. It's not the same company. That's what I was getting at. I don't know why they're
Yep,
different
you've
as
said
though,
it.
but they're still
You've
both
said it
Volkswagen. So
you say it every single time we talk about it.
just letting you know, you're buying the crappier Volkswagen one. That's all.
I'm not buying it in euros. That's it. And I'm not changing brokers to
Just
buy
trying
it.
to let you know it's a different company technically. That's all I'm saying. And if you
Again,
want
you
to
don't
think
have to
again,
tell me every single time we talk about Volkswagen.
Electrify
Jerry.
Right?
For real. Every time. You're buying it in dollars, not in euros.
no, I said you're buying a different company, not nothing to do with euros and dollars.
Just chill out,
I like
man. I'm
pizza.
not gonna switch. I like pizza too.
Pizza is life.
How's PC kicking? I got it on. I have my screens up.
The Kim
So
Farm is
many good pizza joints in the world. Holy fuck.
the Kim Farm is pretty interesting. Whoever mentioned that, they're scheduled to do some releases in 2021. So that's this year. Never mind. I was gonna say next year, but I got my years mixed up.
Should I be a test or a lab rat for them?
Sorry, I have a 1-year-old playing with my computer now, my keyboard.
All good. Love it. Love 1-year-olds.
Don't eat it. Say something.
Say
He doesn't
bye
want to talk.
GME.
He's trying to eat them.
Bye GME. Smash the green button.
I can't believe it's been 26 days. The stream has been running.
Yo, hell yeah. Can't
Since then I haven't listened to much of YouTube music or whatever, and other stream podcasts that I usually listen to. I've been tuning in this for like almost every day actually.
I've
All
been
day.
falling behind on my podcasts.
Yeah, same here too. Audiobooks are stacking up.
Yep. That's why this weekend I had to take I took off. I was like, I am not touching Discord. I'm not going online. I just took the weekend off. How about you guys? If you had a nice weekend. Hope everyone did.
Has anyone listened to Operation Fireball on Crime Junkies?
What is that?
Crime Junkies is like the best podcast ever.
Yeah, I've heard
Oh
of
my
it.
god.
I haven't listened to it.
I'm gonna have to write that down.
That's what last week everyone said I sounded like. I sounded like them. For anyone who works in the food industry, you should really listen to the Operation Fireball one on there because it's really interesting.
True crime. I love it. Oh, it's so cool. Thank you for that. I'm saving this.
The Truth is a good podcast too if you like short stories.
Cool.
Yeah, they're acted out by like more than one person. It's like a bunch of actors in New York City doing it up.
Nice.
Anyway, so the Operation Fireball is basically they think it's a like human trafficking scam where people come in and order 2 drinks of Fireball and then their date doesn't show up and they usually are trying to get picked up by this guy that's at the bar and it happens like multiple times across the country.
That sounds creepy.
Yeah.
But there's 2 of them. One was a couple months ago and then they just did a new one this weekend.
So are people like doing it like a copycat thing?
They don't know, but it's like the same thing happens every time where someone comes in, they're meeting someone off of like online for a date, and then their date tells them to order 2 Fireball shots or two shots, and then their date is like runs into traffic or gets pulled over or like something happens, and then they like stop responding, and there's usually another guy at the bar who then ends up talking to the girl who got stood up. And I guess so in the original one, he tried to get her to like have dinner with her and she refused. But the waiter and the bartender had seen this guy come in and do the exact same thing before and they like cornered her in the bathroom and was like, "Don't go home with that guy no matter what you do." And he was like really pushy to get her to leave with him and she ended up not doing it. And they had posted it a couple months ago and then they got like an overwhelming response that the exact same thing had happened in different states through the course of a decade.
Weird.
So if you guys, I know some of you guys work in the food industry, but like it's like a very specific, you order 2 shots, get stood up, and then a guy who happens to be at the bar tries to take the girl home. And then in this last one, they had said that this one girl actually was going to leave with him, and the bouncer and the manager were like didn't let her leave with him and like took her into a back room until the guy left. But like they have no idea what happens when the girls leave with him, and they didn't get any stories from girls who did leave with him. But they've gotten a ton of where the guy tried to, like, the exact same situation happened to them, but they didn't go home. So they don't know if it was like a setup thing where some guys are trying to
Abduct or
like
something.
rape them, or if it's like a human trafficking thing, or
Mhm.
it's too odd for it to be a coincidence.
Right. Wow. I wouldn't
But
be
yeah,
surprised if it was some sort of human trafficking thing,
yeah,
potentially,
and it
or maybe
happened
it's
in
just like
like
a serial thing.
the original one was in Denver, but they got stories from like Winter Park, Florida, and Detroit, in Seattle. But the weird thing is like all the towns they mentioned were like high college towns.
Wow.
And the only reason why they stopped the girl the first time was because they had seen the guy in the bar and he had done the same thing like multiple times. And ever since that incident, he like never came back to the bar again.
Crazy.
So yeah, definitely take a listen to it. It's called Operation Fireball. It's on Crime Junkies. Just like to have an idea, especially if you're a bartender or waitress and you work in a place where people tend to meet up for drinks or meet people online. The other really weird thing was most of the girls were like new in town and didn't know anyone. So like they're specifically targeting like very specific girls.
Kind of waiting for Churchill to dip so I can slap on another couple shares, but it doesn't seem like it's happening.
I posted the link in general if anyone's interested in listening to it.
Where is it?
And I posted a link in helpful links that will help explain some of the tickers having two different tickers for foreign companies. So it's
Yeah, I
called
just read into that.
ADRs.
American Depository Receipts.
Yeah.
So pretty much when she's buying the $22 share, she's buying 1/5 of the shares, but it's still the same company. But she's just buying 1/5 of the shares through them, pretty much.
Yeah, but that's usually where the large discrepancy in price is as well. So if you were to buy, So if it's at 1/5, because they're different. Some can be 1/10, 1/5, any whatever they deem it to be. So you would just need to buy 5 to equal 1 stock, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But now, just a disclaimer, that's not the only reason that companies have different tickers, especially when you get into like SPACs and things of that nature. They can have like 5 tickers trying to merge with 5 different companies, or like there's a lot of reasons that companies have different tickers, but that's just ADR is more relevant to foreign traded, registered foreign stocks.
You guys think Spotify takes over radio, or there's always going to be a market for radio?
They still have radio.
AM/FM never dies. It's what binds a local area. I don't think that it's the national stations that are really big names anymore, because most of them are online. But your farmlands and your in betweens, at least in my area, the local radio is pretty important still.
Yeah, so whenever like I drive in the middle of nowhere and there's like no Wi-Fi, the radio is probably like my saving grace.
You'll always have radio as long as there's farmers.
It's also like aren't radios like super important for like disaster relief or some shit?
Well, that's a different frequency entirely. AM/FM is far different than like CB and stuff.
Yeah, I'm just looking at like
used for stuff
podcasts
like that.
compared to AM/FM, so to speak. Like, will people just start listening to whatever, like podcasts or whatever, and just give up on like talk radio, or I don't know.
There's still
it's
print
nice to get some
newspapers.
news.
I think the big thing about radio that will help it survive is the ability to call in and talk to people, like smaller markets. Like say the city I'm in, you can actually call in and talk to those people. Whereas a podcast or a nationally syndicated radio station, you might have to call for 2 weeks before you finally get 30 seconds on air to talk to the person, if you ever get on the air.
They also I feel radio has more like local news. Like you hear about like, oh, where this local place is doing this, you should come on down. Yeah, no, I still like turn on the radio like when I drive. Sometimes I don't feel like listening to whatever my playlist is. Kind of wish it wasn't like the same 6 songs over and over again though.
Yeah, it's also hard to sort of make ad revenue. Like syndicated radio, you have your big, like I listen to a lot of sports radio. So ESPN advertises on those because ESPN is a huge national brand. But, Piggly Wiggly isn't advertising on there because Piggly Wiggly is predominantly in the Southeast. And these mom and pop stores don't buy advertising space on there. So the local radios and even regional, like Southeast, Northwest, Pacific Northwest, whatever the case may be, they generate more ad revenue from like targeted ad revenue versus generalized and widespread like an ESPN or a Walmart ad on the radio,
Mm-hmm. No, I'm just looking at Spotify. their stock, and I'm trying to gather if they're just overpriced and be able to get them a bit cheaper, or if they're gonna pull a Netflix and continue to go up.
Their competitor died, right? What was their other competitor? Pandora? Oh no, Pandora's still alive.
I don't even know their other
Well,
competitor.
the other thing about Spotify is they're starting to follow that Netflix business model in content acquisition and not just the platform anymore. Before it was strictly a delivery method. Well, now they said, well, look what Netflix did. They started making Netflix originals up the butt, and they started making crazy money. So now let's do the same thing. Start getting all these other little mini podcasts, or even just bankrolling brand new ones all together, and start generating content. So now we can corner that whole segment as well as the delivery method.
Oh yeah, I do remember there was ads for that before I had like premium.
Well, there's a handful of content that's exclusive to Spotify, but the nice thing is, so Rogan is probably the most that I watch on Spotify. His channel only used to broadcast to YouTube and like the iTunes podcast network, whatever, how to get it from iTunes that way. Well, now the only place to get his full-length podcast is on Spotify. You can get it for free, but you have to get it from there. You can get clips and snippets and other segments from YouTube, but no longer does he post the full-scale one from anywhere but there. And he got a sizable payday for it. So now I get to sit through their ads to watch his podcast instead of YouTube's,
Spotify is also bringing, I thought they already did it, but the reason why they got Joe Rogan was because they are opening a video platform too. And so he is going to go off YouTube and be fully Spotify.
Yeah, I think Joe Rogan was pretty much saying they opened that up because of him, because he was.
Yeah. So they'll be like a YouTube as well as their music and podcasts, but they're gonna have video too. And whenever I thought it was supposed to already come out, but maybe it hasn't. But once it does, he won't be on YouTube anymore either.
I feel like it's too hard to fight YouTube as a platform nowadays.
No, but it will add competition for the podcast users who also do their video streams as well as the purely podcast.
Do you think it's just?
But then you look at Apple, who's technically a podcast station too, at $130, and it's like, what can they do with their podcast shit now that if Spotify is doing this? Like, Apple, it seems like Apple hasn't even touched their podcast shit since Spotify have been doing what they've been doing. It's like they're waiting. It's like, okay, yeah, do all your shit and die out, and then we're gonna fucking come and we're gonna show you what we're made of, kind of thing. Because wasn't it Apple that started this podcast stuff?
Oh, podcasts have been around for years.
But Apple was the main person that like get it going, no?
Yeah,
I know Google Music
probably one of
died
the
out
first
because of Spotify.
big field distribution methods of short form media like podcasts.
Anybody ever remember those old Mac computers that were different colors, had that kind of like transparent back?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, like garage band and stuff on it. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing podcasts around like on those things.
All I can tell you is I hate the Apple podcast player.
That's what I was saying. All it's going to take is a little restructuring, maybe add some video to it, and bada bing, you could be competing with Spotify.
You just have to have your own platform restrict Spotify. Yeah, I think live podcasts or close to the radio might be good too, as a way to expand Spotify service.
I think the future is Discord conversations broadcast live on YouTube.
I second that actually.
Yeah, I really think that their lightning in a bottle is live streaming, because if you have like esports or something like that, or even just like regular streamers go on there, that'd be a totally new market with full access to their music library.
Then we'll really kill radio.
I told you guys the other day that Twitch streamers and YouTube content creators and Instagrams and this kind of content creator is now eligible to join the Screen Actors Guild.
You guys do realize that Spotify kind of saved the music industry, right? You that history.
Why? How was Apple fucking up the music industry?
It wasn't Apple, it was Napster and LimeWire.
hmm Then Apple revolutionized it to a whole nother extent with their iPods in that regard, and their iTunes store.
Yep. So basically, no one was buying music anymore. They were just doing share files through LimeWire and Napster, and sales were dropping. And the reason why you no longer see that anymore is because of iTunes and Spotify, where you can stream it. So you are no longer illegally downloading it because it's cheaper to pay $10 a month to get whatever you want than it is to potentially get a virus on downloading stuff. And so even though the entire music industry is making a lot less, they're still making more than if LimeWire and Napster continued.
That's where AI is gonna have to play a factor in music and movies, and these guys protecting their products. That's why I don't like. I don't
Well,
know. There has to be
in a
something.
sense, it already does actually, because there's crawlers that are out there that are searching peer-to-peer networks on the hash level of the content that's being shared. They're not opening the files on your computer.
Yeah, it works
and checking
better
to
with
see.
live sports because Dana White apparently was he attacked
Dana
the hell out of.
Dana White's full of shit.
You don't think he did that?
No, he didn't do anything. He might have prevented one stream. Everybody still watched that fight illegally.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He has no pull with any government in any jurisdiction anywhere in the world to say that he sent the goons in to personally get someone arrested. Nuh-uh. Nope.
Oh yeah, huge problem in the industry is copyright. 100%.
Well, that's why I think that if they were to start doing live streaming, they could corner that market. I mean, you'd have the legal protection from being a streamer to be able to use the music that you want, and not really have to worry about all that other crap.
I don't have any hard factual data, but from my knowledge, the illegal TV market, like IPTV services and stuff like that, that's $1 billion industry in and of itself. From people that are buying, quote unquote illegal cable. You send somebody $10 a month and hook up to a streaming server site that hosts every channel on the planet.
Oh yeah, I used to have illegal satellites back in the day. Used to be the best. Get everything for free.
But YouTube TV is kind of killing that. I mean, people are still going to do it, but YouTube TV allows you to have 6 accounts anywhere in their viewing area, and you split the bill between 6 people, and it's only $60 a month.
Yeah, those services are starting to pop up, and they are nice, but that's also kind of along the same vein of everybody starting their own streaming service. Paramount, Discovery, Disney, you name it. If they're a big enough name of content creation, you're going to start to do your own streaming service if you can buy some server space.
Wait,
Through a
what?
link
What
in
did you
general
do?
that explains a lot of it.
Yeah, but so the thing about YouTube TV, I'm a huge proponent for YouTube TV. I had it since it was $30 a month, So now it's went up to 60, obviously, because they've added more channels and things of that nature. But
That's
the
crazy.
thing about
You guys are
them
crazy.
is they have Paramount, they have Disney, they have all those licenses. So anything that's put out there, you're eventually going to get. Now, you're not going to get it same day. And I understand people are going to pay for, like the Mulan thing that came out on Disney Plus. People paid for that. But if you have Disney Channel and they have Paramount, they have all that stuff as part of the YouTube TV package, you're eventually going to see those things. So if you don't mind waiting a month after it releases, then you just DVR it.
How much is it? Because it sounded very expensive.
Yeah, unless you're splitting it with 6 people, but yeah, $60 is pretty expensive a month. Although I think Netflix is starting to get expensive for $10 a month for what they put out. They put out absolute
Yeah.
trash.
Yeah,
Every
so I have,
movie
like,
I have on
Hulu.
Netflix is on my shelf right now. Like I'm so done with Netflix.
So I share an account with my siblings and stuff for like some bundle which includes like Hulu, Disney Plus, and something else that I don't use for like $15 a month. So why am I spending 30 for like YouTube TV? That sounds very expensive.
Well, it would be $10 a month, and it has the lineup is so much better than
They're big
than
on
Hulu.
sports too, though. YouTube TV, right? They're like huge
Yeah,
on sports.
they have all live
Yeah.
sports.
Yeah.
So I mean it's
Well, that
it's a
and
really good platform.
The 60 a month package is like their flagship. You can a la carte it down and only pick a handful of channels that you want and spend less.
People pay that alone for NFL Network. They pay like $60 to
Shit, they pay
$120
double
for
that. 100,
yeah,
$120
for
for the season.
yeah, for the season.
For any
So
of
if they
the
can get it,
seasons.
if they can get it on YouTube, that's actually a bargain for $60 whatever, especially getting
Well,
everything else.
you still pay a premium on top of the 60 a month for an NFL package, but it's not the full shebang.
We
That
subscribe
sounds so
just
expensive.
between September and January just so we can watch college football.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if there was a platform you could buy to get all college football without getting all the other channels, that's where
Does DAZN
needs
is
to hit
DAZN
me.
just NFL or is that college football too? I don't know. But they're
Football?
like $20. DAZN, DAZN. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. I don't know if they have college football, but they're like $20 a month, and they're a sports streaming service.
Well, they had like the Big Ten Network for a while there where you could just get NCAA ball or SEC ball, but I don't know if anybody has one now with all the problems they had with the players, then whether or not they count as like student athletes or
Yeah,
that
you
whole
need just
problem.
like a kind of like Fubo, but without everything else. Like just specifically, like you just subscribe to the college football package, or you just subscribe to the NFL package, and you just see those games.
I think that in theory that would be a good idea, but I don't think you could pull enough people away from regular TV to get ad revenue and to get those high profile contracts with like the SEC and the Big Ten and those, because ESPN just gave the SEC what $310 million.
If you could get ESPN, Big Ten, SEC, Longhorn Network, and then just have a link to your general over-the-air channels, I would pay for that.
Acasti Pharma is trying to break past 110. I know it was there earlier, and a lot of people, it's one of like the trending stocks, one of these stocks that people are
What is that?
bullish on. Sorry, nothing to do with football.
It was a joke. It was a joke. I can't help it.
Just back to stocks.
Sports ball.
What up, y'all?
Hey, hey.
Y'all talking about sports ball. What's up? Just
The
been.
messenger.
I know. I had to go be a doctor's appointments and deal with all that morning. So
Out of the market.
yeah, I've been.
Vocals all day.
Yeah, I've been.
Hey, I was talking about there's a podcast I threw in the link earlier. I know you work in the food industry. You should check it out.
I'll look for it. Is it in the general?
Yeah, it's called Operation Fireball, but it's kind of a warning for people who work in the food industry to kind of watch out for.
Got it. I will definitely listen to it. I'm looking for it right now. But yeah, how's the day been going? Hi to everybody on YouTube. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Yeah, it's been I've been watching the stocks from far away on my phone, so I was trying to keep up, but had to go do a bunch of blood work and vaccines. Fun day. Let's see.
Kat, I sent you a PM.
Yeah, I
Everybody
have that. That's what we subscribe to, just specifically during college football.
Oh yeah, cool. I mean, if you get enough people to go in on it, if you get 6 people to pay $10 a month each, then there's nothing out there that rivals it. Now, if you're paying for it just by yourself, $60 a month, then yeah, it's a little pricey. But the fact that you can have 6 separate logins, and they can be
So-
anywhere in the country, and you get local stations.
So what we did was this right after the Google Chromecast, the new one dropped, which is amazing, by the way. If no one has it, it's the best streaming platform. Like, it's better than Roku. But you got a free Google Chromecast if you paid for 1 month of YouTube TV. So we got like a 2-week free trial, paid for 1 month, got a free Google Chromecast, canceled it, and then did it over again with a different account, got a free 2-week trial, paid for a month, and got a second Google Chromecast.
That was when they were
That's a
pushing
lot.
out the rest of the Gen 1 stock. Right?
No, this was the new one. The new Google TV. It's
the
the best.
oh, like the new 4K one?
Yeah, no, it's so Google Chromecast came out with Google TV, which is like
Well, when I had signed up for my YouTube TV, similar situation a few years back, where it was, you get a trial, you pay for a month or two, and they give you a Chromecast as well. But it was like the dying pile of the Gen 1 Chromecast, just a little circle dongle that plugs in the HDMI port. Not
So
any
this
of
is
them.
the same thing, but the new Google TV has so basically you log into all your accounts. So like Netflix, Peacock, CBS All Access, Spotify, YouTube, and it pulls or HBO, and it pulls everything onto one screen. So instead of having to dig through each app to find what you want, it's like all there on one.
Well, yeah, the new one creates an ecosystem all its own. But
yeah, it's amazing.
Is that what YouTube sent you for signing up?
Yep.
No joke. They're giving out
That's
the
what we
nice
got.
ones now. Guess what I'm doing?
It was awesome, and honestly, that was the best investment. We switched all of our TVs to it because it
I think it's a
so much better.
$75 device if you buy it by itself right now.
It's 45 or 50.
45, okay. Because I know that the 4K, like the second gen or maybe even third gen Chromecasts had gotten damn near to 100 for the HD one, and now they're moving on to this next generation of new with like the Nest ecosystem they're starting to combine.
Like, I loved my old Chromecast, but you had to have your phone, and this one comes with a remote, and it just makes life so much easier.
Even the new Google Homes, the pod speakers, oh man, the sound quality on them and the directionality is phenomenal. I've got a handful of the minis about the house and then one of the Maxes, but these new ones, I got one of them, phenomenal.
Yeah, and I think you can broadcast the TV then to all of them. So, like, if you're playing a podcast, you can broadcast them to every speaker in the house.
I don't know that I can use mine for what's on the TV to make the speakers noise, but I can make all of them make the same noise if I were listening to a Pandora or a Spotify or one of those
So
type deals.
with the new Chromecast, the one with the remote, it now has that setting to broadcast it to all your speakers.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get into that.
I got one of those fancy Amazon Fire Sticks.
The only thing the Amazon Fire Stick is good for is like unbricking it or unlocking it and then installing
Yeah.
third-party software.
Yep. Yeah, that's how
That's-
you
that's
get
what I
all
meant.
access.
Yeah, that's what I
Yep.
meant. Yeah.
Dude, Doge is dropping. I'm gonna do some switching around in that. Been waiting to see how low it drops. As y'all were talking about TV and stuff, and
Wow.
I have so many different TV services right now that I need to figure out.
You need the new Google. It makes everything like one app instead of having a whole bunch of different ones.
I might have to do that because that's been my thing, is just keeping track, because I do like watching TV, especially like with COVID being at home. But
I don't work for them, and I'm not pushing them as any kind of benefit to myself. But I do have to say, out of the new ones, Discovery Plus has been probably one of my new favorite. As far as the price to what you're getting, it's a solid platform so far. I'm really enjoying it. It doesn't matter how you're choosing to watch it. Combining it with the Google ecosystem would be probably pretty cool, considering you do have a gang of network options available to you through it.
I think the only thing Google doesn't have is Apple TV.
Well, and of course that's gonna be one of those things. But even then, there's probably more workarounds to be able to get Apple TV working on a Google device than there is to get Google TV to work on an Apple device.
Yeah, it was like I jumped on it, I bought it the day it came out, and it was literally like so much better than Roku.
That was the stock price that intrigued me the most this year, or shocked me the most, I should say, is Roku. That thing skyrocketed. Like, holy shit.
Roku
Never even
just
watched them
acquired
either.
something that's in my head somewhere. They just got something. My husband told me about it this weekend. I gotta look that up.
somebody on the YouTube chat is asking if anybody's still holding GME. I am still holding GME.
10K
I
deep.
am.
Diamond
To the
hands on that.
grave.
Yep. And for those of you watching, don't forget to hit like and subscribe.
Show me them diamond hands.
Diamond hands. Hit that
Roku
like
just
button.
acquired Quibi.
I thought Quibi was going out of business though, because this wasn't it that like system
Yep,
or
Roku
yeah.
just acquired them.
I wonder how that's gonna go though, because it didn't do well, but it was a big experiment and it flopped. I heard.
I think my husband loved Quibi. He was like a diehard Quibi fan. He was so pissed when it stopped. But I think the market's there. I think people just don't understand it. So being on a platform like Roku might bring it back.
Roku shot up because it has all those exclusivity deals with who's like the was it Vizio maybe, that have like the built-in Roku system in it.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
TVs do.
TVs, and that's what really
Yeah.
got 'em up there.
You guys want to know one of the biggest streaming services?
So the biggest difference between Roku and like Google TV is that Roku, you just see the apps. So you have to go to each individual apps to see what's playing. On Google
I thought they're just the
TV,
OS.
they pull everything from all your apps, and you have like you can like see everything from all the apps on one page instead of having to go into everything.
So
They just need
that's
to.
the same way Apple TV does whenever you use the voice search. Like if you want to search for Home Alone, you just say Home Alone, and it pulls up Home Alone in every way you can stream it on your Apple TV.
Yep. Yeah, but what Google has access to versus what Apple has access to is Google wins by far. And like their layout, because I have Roku, I have Apple TV, I have Chromecast, I have all of them. But how it lays it out is so much better than Apple TV even.
You know, it's a streaming service we don't even think about. Funimation.
Bro, what do you mean? I got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sony, man, like
Crunchyroll
you don't
just
realize it, but
acquired
they
them.
know what's good.
Crunchyroll's a bunch of Nazis.
So, anyways, Quibi, you guys should look at. There was a YouTube video I watched on the creators of Quibi, and he was, I think he basically took. It's the same guy who took Disney's into like the 90s and 2000 and made them really big. So his ideas with Quibi were fantastic. I think it's just way ahead of its time. And I think COVID killed it because he was focused on the commuter. So you'd have like 10-minute snapshots to watch on your commute, like on the train or bus or whatever. But then COVID hit and no one had a commute anymore.
I didn't even. The only time I heard about Quibi was has anybody watched Death to 2020 on Netflix?
Yes.
That there's a scene where one of the ladies from the UK, she's like, "Is it on Quibi?" And that's like the one time I've heard of that in passing. But if anybody has time to watch Death to 2020, I highly recommend that. That's hilarious.
So what Quibi did is they made TV in a vertical format for your phone instead of landscape. But they made it so you could watch it vertically, but then you can also flip it horizontal whenever you wanted to watch it horizontal as well. And somehow
cool.
they still got it to like you get the whole picture vertically or the whole movie vertically or horizontally. So it was a very interesting concept. I think it just was the wrong time, and they didn't start off with a TV. Like you couldn't get it on any TVs, which I think also hurt them because everyone was at home with COVID and just wanted to watch things on their TV.
Gotcha. Not
So
even
it's
like Apple TV.
It's a patent. They had a
No.
patent on the orientation of videos.
It was
That's
a
how you make
really,
money.
really cool concept because like my husband was explaining it to me because he makes movies all the time. He's like, it's really hard to get your entire frame and tell the whole story vertically with also
Yeah.
having a horizontal option.
So all their videos had both.
I guess that's
Yes.
cool.
That is really cool. Yeah, especially if you're like standing in line. It's
Yeah.
like you don't necessarily want to turn your phone sideways and be like, I'm watching something streaming, right? I mean, you can be self-conscious about that.
Doesn't bother me.
Oh, they own like the patent for that technology of specifically just turning your phone and the video switching to horizontal from vertical or
Yep.
vice versa.
Yeah, and
That's
you could watch
crazy.
it either way throughout the entire
So they're still
show.
making money then off, like, let's say if Facebook is using, let's say, that technology, or would Facebook
Mhm.
have a derived patent that's slightly different
Well, it's
But they
somehow?
had
specifically
major
generated
actors
content.
in it too.
It's specifically generated content. I mean, you have to shoot
Exactly.
you have to shoot all of this content in this specific format so that you can do a 9:21 and a 21:9 or a whatever the aspect ratio is, and to give you the option to have both vantage points in the same package means an astronomical file size as well.
Yeah, what is it? Like, the normal is 16 by 9, now it's 9 by 16. That's crazy.
Crazy.
Well, great idea, great concept, but it's got some hiccups, and the fact that it did miss it, it jumped the gun with COVID. I mean, it's a lot of things that came out right at the wrong time.
But
Yeah, it would
look
mean
at
raw
look and see
files
the
would be
actors
have to
and the
kept.
people who were involved in it, because there were some very, very, very big names that starred in the shows, as well as like the directors and producers and
I
creative
feel
directors
like I
behind
saw
it.
Spacey's face around some of it, and I mean, albeit he had that little, you know.
I thought he's out. He's been
Well,
I
canceled.
don't remember him,
I
but
think he
my
had, I could be wrong, but yeah, he had that bad little PR deal, but I mean, he's still.
That went on for years. That just came out that this has been his MO for like.
Does Amazon Prime have a patent on that one idea where they just like show the actors on screen at the current time? Because that was a great idea.
Like pop-up video type content?
If you have Amazon Prime and you're watching it or whatever, and you like pause it, it shows who or what actors
Yes.
are on the screen. Yeah, it's so
Yeah,
awesome.
they have
I
that.
love that
They
feature.
it shows you who's in the scene, and then it may even have like special content about the scene, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, that is really
That's
awesome.
pretty sweet. Yeah, no, I so
Oh,
like I watch a lot of
actually,
content on MB where I can pause it and view information about the actors and stuff, but it doesn't auto sense who's on screen or anything. So that's
Yeah.
pretty nice.
Even if you buy like movies from Amazon, like if you buy streaming movies, it does the same. So not just
so
like
awesome.
Amazon Prime like
Originals,
content.
yeah.
Yeah.
They should patent it. Oh my god, that's so good.
So, FYI, Roku just acquired Quibi.
Yes. January, right? I think beginning of.
I'm not sure when, I just know I heard about it this weekend.
Tax documents are out on Webull for anybody who uses Webull.
Cool.
I'm really glad that I didn't start investing until January 5th, so I don't have to worry about it for this year.
Yeah.
Last 18 minutes or so. Let's go, GME. Rally.
Right? I'm like, let's go GME.
I posted an article about the Maverick Capital and GameStop in news.
Yeah, I read that and I looked into the filing, and man, they did that on December 31st. So the stock has went up substantially. Obviously, we've all been following that. But even when it's sitting at $49 today, they are like into very, very, very large profits because they had what 4.6 million shares.
4.66 million. They're the 12th largest shareholder.
Does that
somebody, whichever broker brought that to their attention is getting a huge bonus.
So the
even 1%.
I guess that in the fourth quarter they had 2.89, almost 2.9 million shares. So those are the ones that acquired in the fourth quarter would have been increased by about 88.8 million year to date. So they acquired more after.
You know, if it does, like, the price does hold for the next year, they'll probably cash out once their year or the year for the 15% is up. You know.
Yeah.
Well, they can take 50% profit now and be at what $44 million.
It also speaks to like helping track down where the bulk chunks are to show where some of these. The fact is that there's definitely a large chunk of shares that may or may not have ever existed still out there, and if they can do the math on any one point in time to find where the first real 70 million exists.
Oh, it says if they still own these 4.66 million shares. Who knows?
Yeah, so they could have sold it when it was at $300.
Yep.
That's insane. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
What was it trading at on December 31st?
Let's see. Scrolling. Around $18.84.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So a month it went gains out the ass. That's the thing though. Why would they halt it at the
CCIV.
350 mark and then like
Oh
so
yeah.
hard to distinguish?
CCIV at like approaching 54.
You had that breakout at 3:15 there. The finally broke upwards, so it looks like it's gonna finish strong today. I bet I was gonna buy some. I was waiting for it to go down, but since it broke out, I think I'm just gonna buy first thing tomorrow morning. Probably go up after market and big sell off in the morning, same as today.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let half of mine go at open tomorrow and keep the rest.
Pretty much confirmed now. Like the deed, I don't know. Alex Cutler was saying something about the deed papers are like they just need to be filled out essentially. So I am very happy. Fucking sun's shining outside now too. It's like just amazing.
Yeah. More. It's basically the same news coming out. Lucid Motors Klein is launching financing, sources are saying.
Cutler did an update though.
Okay.
This is my first big win post GME slaughter, so it's really nice to see some green for once. Went in for 100 at 17. I think I'm gonna dump half of it in the morning.
Yeah, that's a pretty bank, yo. You got this. I would.
Yeah, there's the Bloomberg terminal image he just posted 2 minutes ago.
Limit at 60 for 50 units. Let's see what that does.
You think he'll jump up that high?
No, but I'm hoping.
It does. It's a pretty good place to sell, expecting for it to come back down. That's where Neil hovers around, usually that 55 to 60 mark.
I think the
depending on the day.
confirmation is going to cause another big little, hey, look at me. Once the confirm, there's going to be another news cycle of, hey, look at me. Another hard push of people that are starting to chase a little bit, and then it'll normalize back down. So, it's kind of what we've been watching with some of these bigger, push and surge kind of deals as of late.
I mean, today had some of the biggest ones so far.
But it's all still highly speculated, but speculated nonetheless. Wait till it says confirmed, sign the deed, set in stone, then watch the surge from that.
Oh yeah.
The CCIV was Bullish's last big thing he was talking about before he fell off the radar, and that's when I grabbed it. That was what, 2-3 weeks ago now?
Yep.
So guys, it looks like the entire month of January to drive my car, it cost me $6 charging it home.
Nice. Isn't that something?
I
Honestly,
went 2,044 miles.
And how much? We all know how much trucks guzzle gas. What's the torque like on that truck?
Well, it's just a car, but it's awesome.
Oh, the Bolt? I thought the Bolt was a truck.
No, you can't buy a Bolt, or you can't buy a electric truck. There isn't any. Rivian's going to be the first one to come out with one. I mean, there's like tiny ones, but there's not any. I'm sure some people have them, but a normal person can't go buy an EV truck right now.
Right. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be quite a few. I mean, you got Lordstown Motor as well. I was looking at some of their stuff. They had some nice looking trucks.
Yeah, Rivian will be the first one to have one like in the driveway for mainstream purchase.
Amazon covered, right?
I mean, unless like GM or Ford beat them to it, but they haven't even announced anything, so I highly doubt that.
No, I thought Rivian was backed by Amazon.
Yeah, they're backed by Amazon and Ford.
Yeah, they're backed by a lot of people. They're looking at an IPO or SPAC,
But
but
their batteries
that's
just got banned for 10
Rivian's
years.
batteries did.
Whoever deals with SK, I want to say Innovation. I forget the name exactly, but they're one of the main battery manufacturers overseas that Ford uses. That they're going to use for their EVs, and Ford is through Rivian, or Rivian is through Ford. But yeah, one of the your guys'
Rivian
governments just banned
Ford
it
is
for
just
10
an
years.
investor of Rivian. They're not like affiliated. They just invested in them.
Mhm. I don't know if Rivian uses the same battery as Ford though. I would assume so.
Well,
If it's
they'll
SK
just-
Innovation,
they'll
they just
source
got banned for
from
10 years.
There's different sources for batteries. It's not going to stay that way for permanency.
Didn't Ford test like a new F-150 that was supposed to be electric or something like that?
Yeah, but there's just chatter about it. They had a commercial with one pulling a bunch of gas cars, but it's not like in production yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, they're just testing. They've been testing with it, so that's kind of cool.
I didn't even see any chatter about it at the auto show news circuit this year because that's going through, the end of January, early February.
It looks like Rivian's batteries are probably LG.
That's good then.
Is it? Life's good. Every LG.
I think. Hold on, let me look into it again. Who produces what?
I'm just saying, every LG product I've had always ended up.
Like 90% of the EVs that aren't Tesla are LGs. And Teslas might even be LG too, but I'm not sure on that.
LG stands for life's good. More like losing grip because they fall apart.
But the Bolt had issues with their LG batteries catching on fire in certain models.
Got any marshmallows?
I think LG is another one of those stories of a company that spreads themselves too thin by trying to be a part of every market or slap their logo on every possible brand. There's nobody that's like focused in on making sure this is like the best bang up product we could make. TVs, phones, refrigerators, all forms of home appliances, you name it, they got their brand on it, and a good chunk of them are mediocre, mid-tier at best.
They definitely dominate the EV battery world, though.
Yeah, LG Chem is suing SK right now because apparently they violated their intellectual properties and patents. And that's why the states did put the ban on or whatever of SK products or batteries. Which who knows, but yeah, that's their reasoning. It's on a 60-day hold right now, so Joe Biden could reverse the ruling within 60 days if he wants to.
We'll say at that point it's going to be pending litigation because they have to prove that they actually did infringe upon their technology or what have you and all that. Otherwise, it would be a false, baseless claim.
I'll tell you right now, if that stock drops over the next 60 days, like, and I see value, I don't even give a fuck for the ban. I'll buy in still. Especially if it drops because of this. Great 10-year investment, I'll hold. Oh, fuck.
Well, another viewpoint on that is the fact that, okay, if they are banned from operating in the States for 10 years, then other
What's
companies
China
are going
gonna
to
do
fill
and
those
stuff?
needs. Well, other
Yeah.
companies are going to fill the needs of the States, obviously, leaving them to produce for everyone else on the global market, which is, at least 3/4 of the market. We're still such a tiny fraction of a little tiny piece of it in the global scheme of things that they don't need America at the end of the day. I mean, it'd be nice, but they could probably survive without us right at this current juncture.
Oh yeah. Who knows? Maybe they go, 10 years into quiet and start innovating it and making the battery better to the point where it just shits on everybody else too. Like, who knows? I hope this stock goes down. Screw it. Let it drop. Look at their market cap. Are you serious? $26.5 trillion is their market cap. Holy shit.
Who's that?
That's SK Innovation, battery stock everyone's bashing.
Check out NASPERS. The
they're LG
one
Chem.
share of NASPERS costs $22,413.
Yeah, there's a few stocks like that. Blows me away.
Two minutes.
Are there any publicly traded companies for eyeglasses?
Yeah, you can. That Oakley or not Oakley, sorry. Ray-Bans is probably one of the biggest. They own a lot of stuff. I forget their parent company, but Ray-Ban's parent company is like in talks with Facebook to make AG glasses or whatever, augmented reality glasses and all that too. But yeah, just search up Ray-Ban's parent company and do if I remember correctly, they were the biggest ones, but I may be wrong.
Hey, Sense went all the way up to 26%. I mentioned that this morning when it was at 12%. Might want to look into that. It's only $5.26 right now.
Sensionics.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one and Bingo. I think those are primed to take off. Well, they have been taken off.
Yeah.
But just right now, Sense is fairly cheap at $5.26.
Come on, Oxygen.
Afria, 28%. Yeah, I need
Yeah,
Oxygen to go up as well.
Damn.
The surprise of the day is Churchill Capital.
Yeah, it is.
That one just like the direction. I was shopping and then I looked at my phone. Boom. That
Not
was
even really
crazy.
surprised, man. Like I've been like the past 2 days, I've been like just like refreshing videos of like everybody who's like following it, like getting the most up to date I can, and like they're all like, guys, it's here.
Yeah, CCI.
Like
That's crazy.
they're like, it's not confirmed, but like, come on. I mean, Cutler when he did the CNBC coverage, and he was like talking about how Peter has the worst poker face.
Yeah, you mentioned that the other day.
It's too funny.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I have conviction, man. So I'm happy I got in when I did.
Yeah, same here. I'm happy I got in as well.
The Bloomberg terminal has a chat function to talk to other hedge funds.
Interesting.
WTF.
Yeah, it costs like 100 grand a year or something.
It's 24,000.
24,000? What? A year or?
Yeah, it's $1,900 a month.
Sounds like a steal.
It really does, because anything you touch in there is probably gold. It's like us right now, only they have numbers and facts and money behind all their trades. Like, this guy's gonna do a couple mil, so get in now, and then you can sell it on Tuesday and be good.
I wonder if the SEC thing that was issued December 9th will affect the cost of the Bloomberg terminal for individual investors.
That would be shitty. Because, like, if you have the money, I feel like 1900 would be kind of reasonable if you're looking to trade at large amounts. But anything more than that, it's like, crap. This better work out, or else, I'm back to the drawing board kind of thing.
I just want to know why no one's talking about that final rule. The only information I could find on it was that basically all the exchanges were on board with it until right after the GameStop whole debacle, and then they filed lawsuits. Has anyone found anything on that modernizing key market infrastructure final ruling?
That article you posted earlier.
Yeah.
I read a bit of it, but like there's just so much to read, and I'm like trying to pay attention to my stonks. I'll read it now though.
What they're trying to push blockchain for, no? Just to restructure how the market works.
No, they're trying to make it so that if you're like a retail investor and you're not with a hedge fund, they have to provide the same data that they do to the hedge funds for a reasonable price. So they can't charge us $2,000 a month for the same thing that they're charging everyone else, because
That's why it
we
costs what
don't
it
have
does.
access
That's
to
to
that
have it.
data.
That way they have the advantage. It's rigged from the start.
Right, that's what this ruling was trying to change, so that they no longer had that we could access it for that like $16 a month that I had posted last week.
Like it used to be, you couldn't get level 2 data years back for a reasonable price. Now it's included if you trade, a reasonable amount.
The problem is that, and this, I read like 32 pages of it, but I got bored after that. Basically, the level 2 data that you get from the brokerage is manipulated by the brokerage's data. So you're not actually seeing the exact same things that everyone else, like all the hedge funds, are paying for directly from the stock exchanges.
Is there like a level 3 or something?
I don't know, but basically the level 2 data is manipulated by the brokerage, and it isn't directly from the New York Stock Exchange, which is why when I called them last week, they couldn't give me the two numbers I asked for, which was what was the short interest on January 15th for GME and what was the short interest on February 9th, because everyone was citing different numbers.
Which is suspicious in itself. Usually you'd be somewhere on the same lines with numbers. Like maybe someone might be off a little bit, but not like totally off
Pretty
basis.
sure the New York Stock Exchange's report on January 15th, when they had to post the short interest, was 226%. And then on the February 9th, it was 78%. But why wasn't anyone talking about that 226% between January 15th and February 9th?
It was consolidated.
Or back in 2019 when it started, technically.
But I couldn't get them to confirm what the short interest was on January 15th, because FINRA said that they get their documentation directly from the stock exchange, so I had to call them. And Morningstar said the same thing, even though both of them had the January 15th information posted, but they couldn't go back and tell me what it was.
So like my only gripe with that though is that because I'm pretty sure FINRA also pulls from Morningstar, because that's where the site says it's like FINRA.Morningstar or whatever.
Yeah,
but
they pull the API documentation from it.
Yeah, so was 226 the number before? So like I'm pretty sure when I was like following GME, the established short interest was like 126%. So I didn't realize FINRA had it at 226. Was because then you see the
So the night of February 9th, Morningstar had 226 listed, but I don't know if that was from February 9th or January 15th.
that's also an absurd number in itself.
And which it could make sense. It's from the most recent date, as because people were probably shorting it once it reached 300 and 180. Those prices were probably getting heavy short positions on them as well. So it would make sense that their short position would actually go up from what it was last month, based on what the increase it had at the time, up to 350.
No,
But
the 220
January
whatever
5th
number was at like January numbers,
or
January
January
29th numbers.
15th number was 226. Why was no one talking about it?
That's what I'm saying. Like that number might have been wrong. So I'm thinking because everyone was in agreement that it was like 120 something.
We were lied to.
Just like the article from S3 said, it's how they crunch the numbers or whatever. But I don't know.
You know, one thing I find to be kind of ironic is that they're complaining about a fair exchange of information in groups, you know, like WSB and such, but yet the kicker is that you have to pay exorbitant amounts of money to have one of their fancy terminals that's the insider information.
That's what this December 9th SEC rule, final rule, changed. They said they had 60 days to make that data accessible in a like structured format for retail investors to get that data for a reasonable price.
That's all like vague terminology though.
I didn't think it was that vague when I actually read the final rule.
So what's the price of compiling data, collecting, and presenting it to someone? I mean, if that's the
fact that they
case,
couldn't give us one price and give a different institution a vastly different price, to charge them a few $100 for multiple terminal access across the year, whereas for an individual it would be $1,000 a month. It's exorbitant gouging on a different market.
Exactly, and that's what this changed, and it should have went into effect February 7th, 2021, but literally no one is talking about it. I can't find a single thing I can't find a single article except for the exchanges are suing the SEC.
So what? So shouldn't we be able to sue the SEC then too if we don't have the information? If it went through?
No, we need to start requesting it from the stock exchange for the price they have listed on their website at $16.
that price is not correct. I'm telling you. $16 is not.
Prices line up
It's
with
for
this
user
final rule.
license, right? But it's not. The rule was vague, right? It could actually be like maybe $100 or so on and so forth. But $16 is based on an environment built on a data environment. So I'm telling you that like for a cost for a company, it's way more than $16. That $16 user license fee is probably for someone who's in the same like company but doesn't actually use it for any number crunching, for any professional like analysis.
No, I totally understand that, but the $16, according to the final rule, would make sense that that's what they have to provide it to us at.
Right, but then we add, because like that's saying that then the price for us has to include an environment, has to include the database and the database access that the company already has to pay on top of the user license. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying. I don't know. Like there's too many uncertainties and like I can't find any information.
So where would you call to ask why that's not being enforced or whatever they pass? Would you you'd have to call the exchanges, or would you have to call a member of government?
So I've been trying to get a hold of the New York Stock Exchange to have them clarify that price data sheet, but I can't get a hold of anyone in sales.
Crooked bastards.
It's hilarious. A place that buys and sells shit all day long. You can't find anybody to buy from.
And it's funny because the email I got that quoted me $2,000 wasn't even on that list as one of their prices. So it looks like on December 10th, the industry supports the SEC market data rule. And then on like February 5th or something, they started suing after the whole GME debacle.
Thing, they're just not doing anything. It's just like Marvel will practice and like sit there and hold her fucking hand. Bailey doesn't know where her math packet is. She's
Angry wife alert! Angry wife alert!
Who is that? Way to go, Janet.
How did you pick up aggro? Where's the CC here?
Would you feel bad if her name was Janet?
With Janet?
Damn it, Janet.
Damn it!
Not exactly we did yesterday.
Remember that breakout YouTube video of Angry Dad?
What is it there? What is it?
I want to go to school. Stop.
So I've been using this concentrate brand lately called Choices, and it's 2 half-gram concentrate cartridges side by side with different strains. It's friggin' awesome to be able to have like 2 completely different, flavors, strains, all in one package. Really neat concept. I like it a lot.
Yo, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I think it's a little bit of a premium considering you're getting 2 cartridges worth of material, but they're both half-gram vials, but they still have coils and everything, But even for the little bit of uptick over, the 1 gram solution, being able to have the option is pretty neat.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds delicious.
I have somewhat of a dumb question. Do people actually own winter coats in Texas?
They're pretty light.
So, like, is this a fluke, or can they expect colder winters or whatever now?
My parents are out there and they're without power now for 12 hours.
It's like they're gonna warm up over the next couple days, but they're like sitting at -4 right now, and I'm just thinking, I'm like, that's unheard of for Texas. I would assume like -4 Celsius. Like,
Well, yeah, it's devastating in the local area right now, considering they're not used to it whatsoever. They don't have the infrastructure for it. They don't have salt trucks. They don't have plows. They don't have snow shovels. They don't have.
-4 to me is nothing because I'm climatized.
yeah, exactly. But to them, they don't have winter coats and all that shit. It's still pretty cold. I don't know what it was yesterday, but I assume it was way colder.
Probably get a lot of wind in Texas too. I don't know. Has anybody been there? I haven't. Is Texas a winter state?
Even the roads are when your roads don't get wet from a period of time, and then they do get rain all of a sudden. The oil and dirt and grime that's been down for so long surfaces, and it amplifies with the snow and the ice. It's really a dangerous mix of cocktails down there going on right now.
That's crazy, man. It's like, who knew how much chaos a little bit of cold weather would cause?
Oh, it's
Oh,
everywhere.
Canada, it's like clockwork,
There was not too long ago, probably 3-4 years ago, maybe an entire highway on Atlanta shut down where hundreds of people just abandoned their cars and went home because there was no way to drive them in that condition.
Well, they don't really have to buy winter tires either, right? So they're not going on winter tires. As soon as they leave their driveway, they're fucked with snow. Holy shit! I would not want to drive with that without winter tires. Holy shit, that would be a mess.
Well,
That's not something that happens in Texas, is it? You guys don't go out and switch your tires out and wear any of that. You're gonna keep your tires until they go dull, right? You're not gonna switch them out for winters or all seasons, or I wouldn't assume so, at least.
Even properly equipped, I wouldn't imagine the fact that you're never experiencing that. Just the 16-year-old kid mindset when you first start learning how to drive. Your first couple of days out on the ice, it's slippery, even in a truck with 4-wheel drive and good tires. Like, they just don't experience it. So when it happens,
That's true too.
Plus the roads down there are like those concrete roads. I think a lot of them in the hot areas, so it's like it doesn't do well with snow.
yeah, the temperature differentiation happens drastically to cause black ice even more, I think. Whereas asphalt will retain heat longer than the concrete does, I believe.
Whoa.
Ow.
Virgin Galactic's down to around 50. And Lattice Semiconductor was making good moves today.
FISO posted something about that. I was kind of checking it out, but I had my eyes on other things today, unfortunately.
Yeah.
What was that one semiconductor company you were talking about? Acon, where?
Oh my god, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for them to like go public at some point. They're still privately owned.
Okay. I was like looking for them, and I was like,
What are they called?
No, they're private, but there is like these rumors that they may be going IPO like sometime in the near future because of the team that they're building. People that they
What
have
are they
hired
called?
on have been involved in other IPOs, so there's kind of like this rumor. So I'm
Acon, right? That was the name?
yeah, Acon Semiconductor, like AKHAN. I can't wait. I hope they go
Just gotta
public.
buy TSM. Dump all your money into TSM.
I know Nvidia, they've been trying to buy out ARM semiconductors or whatever for the longest time. I think they're owned by SoftBank Group. I was reading into them.
Yeah.
So like if there's a semiconductor company that hasn't been bought out yet, they have some worth to them, I would assume.
I'm gonna post an article talking about the rapid new growth, the IPO, like sort of rumors in news.
They're
Yeah, this
focused on
article is from January
diamond and
7th.
nanocarbon technologies. So they're focusing on the conductor side of the technologies, I guess.
This guy that they appointed to the board of directors, he currently acts. Okay, so he was general manager of Resident Investment Company, a diversified private conglomerate that represents companies with interest in manufacturing, construction, industrial, and commercial services. But his operations span the Middle East and in Southeast Asia. He has experience investing with distinguished companies pre-IPO like DocuSign, Lyft, Palantir, Chime, Robinhood, among others. So I think that I don't know.
The only thing is how affordable is their semiconductors if they're using diamonds as a material to make them.
Sorry, what were you questioning?
How
There's like a
affordable are
big
those
like there's a lot of echo right now.
I don't know if that's me.
No, it's someone else.
That's the type of product I would assume phone companies would want to shelf.
So it's Swilly. Swilly, whoever's your like mic is open, that's causing the feedback. If you
Did you
can
see their
maybe mute or
You see their one product called Diamond Glass? I guess it's meant
that's
for
the one, the
phones.
Mirage Diamond Glass. That's like
Yeah.
their proprietary technology that's gonna like change stuff. And that's the one that Huawei tried to steal.
That takes away like your phone breaking. So I don't know how amped up phone companies are about them releasing something like that. Because
I
me
mean,
personally,
there's
if
a
I had an
bunch of phone
iPhone, I would
companies
just
that were
go.
that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to get the Mirage Diamond Glass and put it in their mobile phones. So I think that they are like trying to get something like that that differentiates them from other manufacturers.
Also, though, they're trying to like incorporate the actual diamond into their as a material into their semiconductors because they feel it's makes the semiconductor just more like it processes better and stuff, which
It
I don't
is.
know how affordable that will be for
Swilly,
them.
that's your mic that is like causing the feedback.
Go to settings, turn on push to talk.
So whoever was talking about fake diamonds, or not fake diamonds, but whatever diamond stuff you guys were talking about last week, that would actually be huge for a company like this when their main material is, I would assume, would be diamonds that they're using to make these coatings and different.
That's exactly what we were talking about this. That's what they're using, that technology. Yeah.
Okay, so they're actually
That's
using
the
that
reason
diamond
why we got
technology?
on this, because we were looking for, because folks were like discussing it and the argument went to, oh, it's not a real diamond. And then I was like, well, it's not supposed to be like, this isn't just big for jewelry. 70% of the market is industrial usage for diamonds, and how it's going to change semiconductors. Because as soon as you dope the diamond with boron, it conducts electricity.
Mm-hmm. What was that diamond company called? Do you remember?
What do you mean?
The ones you guys were talking about that make diamonds themselves under pressurized environments or whatever. You guys were
There's a
talking
whole
about
bunch
last
of
week.
different companies that are doing that. It's CVD technology. The older one was HTPT, high pressure, high temp, was the old technology. But with CVD, it uses less energy and it's just makes better diamonds. And then there's also like plasma CVD. That's like what they're looking at moving forward. So the technology is getting better and better. It's just that what Acon is doing so far, they're the only company that I've found that has done like, I think that they've done the most when it comes to this, but I don't know. I'm open to hearing about more.
Yeah, well, that's where they would be looking, because if their main material is diamond, right? They're not going to be looking to buy an expensive stone just to put in their semiconductors, right? Or else every AMD, all
I'm
these
sorry,
guys would
what?
be doing it. So that's where that comes into play. Them trying to find cheaper diamonds.
Well, yeah, they have the technology. Like they're using the chemical vapor deposit technology, or
Okay.
so we think that that's what they're doing, because they haven't really released exactly how they're doing it, but it seems like that would be the way to do it, because they're putting diamonds on top of glass. I think that's what they're doing.
Okay. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they've got aerospace, military, automotive, telecommunications, and consumer electronics is just one part. Yeah, they're doing low temperature deposition.
Anybody know who that is?
Swilly needs it's Swilly. It's Swilly. Whoever is Swilly, your mic is on, and it's if you can please mute yourself.
Sorry.
Yeah, just put on push to talk. No
There you
big
go.
deal.
I'm gonna put a link to all their patents as well.
Yeah, so these guys were huge into Trump's factor and into banning Hawaii from the U.S. and that whole Chinese trade agreement thing. Yeah, these guys had a big say in that, or what happened to them. It was the reason and why all that stuff actually sparked up, from what I'm reading, apparently. Like
Yeah, the
Hawaii was
FBI got
trying to
involved
steal
in that.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, the FBI was out actually meeting with CEOs and people at different technology companies about the risk of theft of intellectual property. And it was at one of those meetings that I think it was, there's two main guys that run the company. And one of them was there and he met with the special agent and said, this is what's been going on with us, and that's how the FBI got involved. They were super interested in and then they conducted a meeting during what is that consumer electronics show in Las Vegas? Is it CES or Consumer Electronics? Yeah, the big convention that happens in Las Vegas, and that's where they met with the Huawei people and recorded them basically admitting to sending the Mirage glass. They sent it back to China, which was against policy.
Mhm.
And they had also said that they weren't going to do that.
So
And
that's
they
like
had also
huge and
destroyed the
under.
sample.
That's huge in understanding the semiconductor business, because if like this sums it up perfectly. Like it says they will attempt to have their own capability, but China has already spent over $300 billion trying to get semiconductor capability internally, so within the country, and they have largely failed. And that's the reason why they're turning towards more schemy ways of trying to get that technology. But that just shows you that the States may be ahead China when it comes to semiconductors, or maybe other
Yeah,
countries.
this dude has been working on this technology since he was like a grad, since he was 19 years old, like an engineering student.
Hmm. I bet you this semiconductor company might be worth more than AMD. Who knows? Who knows? Might have to actually go and do the friggin' numbers.
I hope they'll go public at some point. Sometimes when they have technology like this, they don't go public.
Yeah, because it's patented and they're already making money off their technology if other
Mhm.
companies need to use it, so they have no need. That's what I love about private companies. That's why I like Tilray so much, because they're private for so long, and then yeah, it caught up to them in the market, so it might happen. It could. If the market catches up, they could go IPO and have to. It's a really good read. Holy shit. GME's just flattened after hours for whatever reason. Okay there, bud. That's hilarious.
It's the calm before the storm.
I hope so, bud. I hope so. Want this stuff to be over before I go back to work. I have like literally 5 stocks I want to buy, and then I'm gonna ignore the stock market after this GME stuff for a little bit.
What are they?
Oh, fuck. Volkswagen I want to buy into is one. Stellantis is another one for EV wise. Then I need to re-up. I already sold out of my position, and I want to buy back in on what the fuck were they? AR Solutions, Next Tech AR Solutions, a Canadian tech company. I want to rebuy back in on Waiter and just sit on them, and probably I think that could be a quick flip for me. That's why I wanted to do Waiter. And Water was my other main one. WTER was the stock ticker. Because that didn't really bottom out during the pandemic. Like it was like hovering around $2 before the pandemic, and then the pandemic happened, and they dropped to like $1.50 or something. So it's like a cheap water stock I feel safe with.
HEO.VN is a really good desalination company.
I might get my average price up for Neo as well. Might just dump some more money into them. Say fuck it.
I was thinking about that for Neo, but I'm probably gonna up my
I was
positions.
buying them so cheap that even if I buy them at $60, like it's probably only gonna knock my price up a couple bucks. So like I might as well just stick another $2,000 in them or something. I was buying at like $3, so I really
That's
hate
crazy.
myself. I really hate myself because if I would have, I had $7,000 I was dealing with it back in March. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna take my savings and I'm just gonna stick in the stock market because I'm seeing everything on sale right now. It was my logic behind back last March, and I stuck $1,000 here, and I stuck $1,000 here, and $1,000 here, as opposed to me just sticking all $7,000 in Neil. You know how much that'd be worth right now? It'd be worth like friggin' 500,000, I think. As opposed to the friggin' 20,000 it's worth right now off $1,000. But
Yeah,
I'm not
I
complaining.
felt the same way. I felt the same way for Plug. I was
Yeah,
in
exactly. Yeah,
for
exactly.
like $100, and then it's at like $2, and I still hate myself over it. Like I saw it, I was like, man, this is a really good stock. I should probably put more. Nah, let me diversify my portfolio. It's the dumbest idea I ever had.
Exactly. That's why my next plan is I'm gonna get the stocks I want, and then I'm just gonna continue until the next couple of years, continuously just re-up on them if I feel strongly about them. I don't care about the average price. I'm just gonna continue dumping money into them as long as it makes sense and it's still around the price I bought it at, kind of thing. And I hate doing that now. Just sticking 100 here, 100 there. I can't do it anymore. I'll save up my money and I'll plow it into a stock. Fuck it. That's the biggest mistake I made, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
At the same time, it
Sometimes-
saved me though too. So I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to say.
That's what I'm saying. Like I see my one stock take a huge dip, and I'm like, well, kind of wish I
Yeah.
diversified. Yeah. So it's like that buyer's regret.
See, I feel like yeah, you gotta it's really hard because if you're doing it with someone like Apple, it's like yeah, okay, it's way smarter to stick 10 grand in there than whatever, than to go 100 here, 100 there. But then yeah, when you're dealing with like $3 stocks, it's like
Oh, it's so iffy. You almost have to read the charts for like years on end, like go years back and just sit there and read the charts and be like, okay, this should probably be my buy point. And just expect it to go down, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was like looking at. Probably like after I recoup my losses from GME, I might just buy a bunch of more businesses still recovering from the pandemic. Because I feel like if they were fine before, and it's just because of this pandemic, it's just gonna jump back. That's why I'm really big into airlines, except for like American, which shot up past its 52 high, which made no sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know how long airlines, because it's like it's so hard to say with airlines. It's like they're not making money right now, but they still have overhead because they still have to maintain their planes even though they're not flying. So it's like, at what point do they actually recuperate their losses from this year, and how much is their losses from this year?
I
It's all
mean,
numbers game.
if yeah, it's for the long term. I mean, I'm expecting them to get back to normal, and right now, they're still about like 30% off from their normal values before COVID. So I'm like, that's still 30%. I can like,
Well, now you
that's
have
almost
Biden looking to start
guaranteed,
another
right?
war, right?
Yeah.
Where is he looking to start another war? Anyone know? I don't think it would affect travel that much, but never know. Why did Plug actually drop that much on you? What's it at now?
Plug's at 58.90 right now. Yeah, it's dropped a bit.
Yeah, when it jumped up to like 70, I was like, that's not gonna stick.
Where were you buying it at?
Me before this, or because
Yeah.
someone else is talking, I don't hear them. Oh, I mean, I sold out. I sold at 64 and some change.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it was like a 1,500% increase. So I was like, all right, I'll take it and go, because I don't see it like raising too much more, and they don't pay dividends. So I was like, fuck it.
I would assume their competition would be Electrify America too, right? Or they're doing something slightly different.
I'm not sure, or whoever does the fuel cells for their like EVs.
So much money lost. I had ideas for like buying stocks based on their ticker like 5 years ago. Like I was buying stocks like Fire and this and that. Now everyone's on the same boat, and I got no more money to dump into them and make a quick flip.
This GME shit actually works out. That's it. I'm on a 3-year plan at work. 3 years of banking money at work, letting my investments fucking go up, and then I'm retiring at the age of 30. Screw it. Try to live off dividends. Why, what dividend stocks were you looking at?
I was looking at real estate dividends.
Commercial or wow, I can't even think right now. Commercial or just the actual residential?
A lot of them was residential, but I was looking at other commercials too. I was looking at I forget which one because I backed out. Trying to throw everything at GME.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful with what's happening technology-wise. People are saying, like, do the research and read it yourself, but people are saying if you are gonna invest in real estate, you should lean more towards residential than commercial at this point, unless it's like people that own grow-ups, because there is that real estate game out there apparently right now. I forget the companies, but there's companies that own. I don't know if they offer dividends, probably not. But yeah, they own a bunch of like land and acres and a lot of weed equipment to grow, and they just lease it instead of just getting in on the game. They lease it out to people to try to get in on the game.
Right now, I have a couple in new residential investments. I think their ticker is NRZ. They have a 5% dividend yield. They're really good. I mean, I bought them back in before COVID when they were like $3. Now they're like 10.
Well, can't really go wrong there, especially if you bought at $3 and are now 10 and they're paying dividends. That's freaking good.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
I'd be looking to buy more.
I gotta liquidate some Doge first, though.
Where are they based in? Let's see. New York, New York. I like. It says the company qualifies as a real estate investment trust for federal income tax purposes. It generally would not be subject to federal corporate income taxes if it distributes at least 90% of its taxable income to its stockholders. So that's probably why they have such high dividend.
Yes, they're not dividends; they are distributions. REITs are a different thing. You got to look into them.
Did anybody hear about that Peridot Acquisition Corp merging with battery recycler Lithium Cycle? I had bought some earlier this morning.
So the day after tomorrow isn't totally far off basis with what just happened in Texas, I guess. Want to rewatch that movie now?
It's the consequences of global warming.
And I think could be just a planet evolving too. Who knows?
Just weather. Dallas is going to get another 1.5 inches of snow overnight. They're not going to get above freezing till Saturday. Yeah, it's pretty rough.
I mean, I thought there was global warming back in the day when the ice age suddenly. Well, I don't know. I guess the ice age happened because of volcanic shit. So maybe there was some sort of global warming. I don't know. Whenever the ice age hit, then it's definitely had other factors, I would assume.
Yeah, I believe that the earth, just like our bodies, it probably breathes. So it's probably like in and out. So it's probably cycles of warm and cold, and it probably every couple millions of years or whatever.
You know how we talked about Bloomberg Terminal and stuff earlier? I wonder if Amazon will come out with their because they're actually, if you read into them, they're actually really good with numbers, and they're the ones that run the NFL's stats now, their statistics or whatever you want to call it, and they've come up with stats the NFL has never even heard of. And I heard if you actually pay for that service, you have a very good upside to when you're sports betting. You have a lot more information to actually help you successfully pick a team. So like Amazon would actually have the capability of coming up with their own terminal when it comes to stocks if they wanted to. Should actually fucking come up with a campaign and ask them to do so.
They'll get put under so many stipulations on like report filing or filing reporting.
I don't know.
Because the SEC is like holds them liable for any false reporting they may do. So like, are they willing to take the risk?
All I know is their next gen stats or whatever is apparently very on point and like ridiculously like. There's a few stats you can go off of alone that will be very successful week to week when it comes to football and betting. How much is that anyways? Next gen stats. Like, man, they track quarterbacks' aggressiveness. So, like, it tracks the amount of passing attempts a quarterback makes that are into tight coverage. Like, holy crap. You can already, like, just off these stats alone, you already know who's, like, the better quarterback going into the game. Completion probability. Average cushion for receivers, like what? Average separation. It's insane.
Hello. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
So no wonder we're not going to get anywhere is because they have no idea what they're doing. They said that the rule is too complicated for a retail investor and they can't explain it. And also that the rule is under litigation currently, so they can't discuss it.
Oh, they told you the rule was too complicated for a retail investor? I would have told her or whoever was on the other side of the phone, like, why are you assuming here, buddy?
Well, I guess she didn't specifically say retail investor. She said that this is just a very complicated rule and she couldn't explain it to me.
Why the hell is
That's
she
good.
working
No.
there?
It's because she doesn't know what it means. She has no idea what I was
Exactly.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's the
Why the hell is she working there? Like,
And then I
Tell
also
her, listen here,
also
lady.
asked,
I'm diamond hand into GME. I know what I'm doing.
when I mentioned the
Right.
agency, she said that there is a different agency handling GME and they're not allowed to comment on it. And then I also asked, okay, so the New York Stock Exchange is required to post these things publicly on these specific dates. Where do I go to find this historical data that they had to post that's accurate? And she had no idea. I feel like that was a basic question she didn't know the answer to.
Lattice Semiconductors is hosting their earnings
you
call
need to
right now.
go take her
Started it 10
job
minutes ago.
right now. Just go take her job.
I'm just like, where are you guys requiring these exchanges to post the information that's required to be posted by the public, and where can I go to see it? And she couldn't answer.
Manager.
Very fair.
Manager.
I didn't go all Karen. I probably should have.
God damn it! You gotta go Karen. I'm just kidding.
I do
Thanks
go
for
full
trying,
Karen
though.
when necessary.
I went full Karen on what is it? OPR, Office of Personnel or something, personnel man, OPM. I called them once and yeah, that was fun.
So on the SEC website, under contact, they list everyone's phone number, and I called the Office of Public Affairs, the Office of Minority and Women Inclusion, the Office of Investor Education and Advocacy, Office of the Investor Advocate, Office of the Inspector General, Office of Information Technology, Division of Enforcement, Division of Economic and Risk Analysis, and also the acting chair. And no one called me back or answered the phone. Except for this lady, but I don't know where she called from.
You deserve.
So she answered or called you back?
She called me back.
Ooh, and it was from where?
I don't remember. She just said the SEC, but I probably should have clarified which one of all the numbers and voicemails I left, because I left a lot of them for lots of people.
Huh. Well, be careful, dude. Be careful.
You deserve some camel
Of
toe.
what? I'm asking a very valid question, is where do I go to get the public information that's accurate? It shouldn't be this hard to find.
For what specifically? What are you looking for? What information?
I want the short interest that the New York Stock Exchange published from January 15th.
Bloomberg Terminal.
Yeah, that's what she told me. And I'm like, I'm a retail investor. I don't have access to that, which is the problem.
Just buddy up to meet Kevin. Supposedly he has one.
If you can send me like a message with exactly what you're looking for, I can try and get it from my father-in-law. He works for a company that has similar data to Bloomberg, but it's like a different company.
I want the short interest report from I guess that would be January 17th and February 9th. January 27th from the January 15th settlement day, and then the February 9th stuff from the January 29th settlement day.
You can pretty much find the shorts doing the math. Take the shorts from the third quarter of what Melvin Capital was short in, and then add an additional 7 to 11% to that, and that's what they were shorted as of the end of Q4.
So back on February 9th, when we were waiting for that report, Morningstar said that the January 15th short interest was 226%. And
I
then it
don't.
updated to 78.
Yeah,
have
I
the
don't.
screenshot.
So you can take the 200 and something and the 78 and probably put yourself in the middle of that, and then add about 7% to 11% on top of that, and that's probably exactly where they were at. But
So what I
again, they're
want
still
to
here.
know,
Here's the other thing I forgot to tell you guys. There, I forgot the name of it. I'm not at home right now. I have it written down, but I did some DD over the past 3-4 days. There's another. I want to say it's an ETF, but I don't think it is. It's some place that has a few. I forgot this. Goddamn, I forgot the stock name. But anyways, it's a conglomerate to where it has a few stock holdings all together. Melvin Capital holds interest in it, and while the shorts were on GME were going down, this stock that holds shorts for Melvin Capital was going up. So it's like they took the shorts from GEM and hit them in this other stock while they were lowering the shorts on GME and doctoring all the numbers. I will get with you guys when I get back home and give you the exact stock ticker so we all can do a little bit more DD. I've had really absolutely no time over the 3-4 days. I've just kind of caught it in a little rabbit hole that I went down.
So I guess what I want to know is if the February 9th report we got from Morningstar was 78%. I want to know what those numbers were prior to that, and if it was 226%, why no one was talking about that.
That's the $1 million question right there.
But I can't verify what the short interest report was
Exactly.
from the January
That's
15th date, and
yep.
that's the day. That's all I want. That should have been posted by Morningstar or FINRA, and neither one of them can give me that data, even though it supposedly sat on their website for 2 weeks.
Yeah, because it all comes from the DTCC, and whatever information the DTCC decides to give to the hedge fund, that the hedge fund gives to the general people, that's the numbers we get.
But I know for a fact that Morningstar had the short interest at 226% as of January 15th, like minutes before the February 9th report came out, and it changed to 78.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I completely agree with you. But again, this is all just battling down now to, okay, there's a bigger issue than what we've been dealing with, and that's the fact that the hedge funds and the DTCC delegate the information that they see fit to give to the hedge funds, and then from there, they will split that information up and delegate it to the retail investors. So they basically have a hedge over it being a fair market, which it's not,
What I want to see is the failures to deliver. I want to see real-time failure to deliver reports.
Oh, I can get that off of the New York Stock Exchange website.
How many do we have? A lot?
Let me find it again. It'll take
Because
me
like
to
if you look at Lehman Brothers, right, when they went down, we're talking like ridiculous numbers of failures to deliver. This is
It's
stuff you should be
posted in
able to
here.
see.
It's posted in this thread somewhere from February 9th. I posted the link where you can find that info. No, I found that stuff. I just can't find what that short interest was posted as of January 15th. And if it was 226, which I have a screenshot of before the number changed to 78, why no one was talking about it. But I want to verify that that was actually the number for my own. I have no idea. I just need it. I need it. If that was public data for 2 weeks, why can no one tell me what it was?
Hey guys, I posted an article on the news ticker there. It's about like Bitcoin. I'm not sure if it's a legitimate website that they get their news from, but it says about Bitcoin and how the U.S. government would not allow the companies like corporations to trade dollars for Bitcoin. There, it's a news ticker or news channel. Bitcoin.com, is that a legitimate news source or actual website from Bitcoin?
Just send me like a message or post it in general, exactly the data you're looking for, type it out how you want it, and I'll send it over and see if I can get you the data. I'm just dumb and lazy, to be honest.
I don't know how good these are, but I typed in Bloomberg terminal competitors, and it gave me a list of people or companies. I'll post it in general. You can search for them yourself.
Yeah, I don't know the name of the company he works for. I'll have to figure it out, but it's like it's a competitor to Bloomberg. But he can pull all the data for free because he works there, and he can like trade on the data. But I can't get like access, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's Refinitiv, Econ, S&P
I think
Capital.
that's it. Refinitiv. That's what I think it is.
Yeah. There's a few of them. I would have to actually sit there and go through them though and actually compare.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the Refinitiv one.
Like the S&P Capital IQ platform, like that sounds like it would actually be pretty legit, but who knows? Yeah, a lot of these sites you can request a demo, so you can just test it out and actually see if they have accurate data, I guess. Save this shit though when I actually get a computer. Not doing this on my phone. Anyways, take it easy, guys.
Yep.
Later.
Is there anyone here?
Somebody's here.
Y'all are boring this afternoon.